Lynch traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, initially believing himself to be a mere weakling. Unexpectedly, he awakened a master system. By imparting knowledge to his students, he would reap rewards, with the richness of the rewards corresponding to the students' innate talents. His first student was son Gohan, that he taught in the history of Dragon Ball. From ancient Majin Moro, 1,000,000 years ago, to Majin Buu, 500,000 years ago, and the modern-day threats of Frieza, Cell, and Beerus. He made Gohan realize that knowledge is the only true power, and only knowledge can alter one's destiny. Son Goku exclaimed, "Gohan, where did you learn this beastly state? Did your teacher teach you that?" Vegeta growled, "Damn it, I not only want to surpass Kakarot, but I also wish to surpass Gohan and even Lynch." Beerus ominously remarked, "If Gohan were studied diligently, the Grand Minister would have to relocate overnight." Ultimately, Lynch's second student was Champa, and his third student was the Omni King. He had become invincible. Chapter 1. Teacher Gohan, ***. In the year 762 of the Age of the Universe, atop the majestic Baozi Mountain, the landscape was lush and verdant with rolling hills. From a distance, one could see a large and a small hill, the abode of Son Goku. Suddenly, within the originally tranquil forest, loud clamor erupted, startling the nearby fauna. "Let go, you little rascal!" A voice cried out. "It hurts! Let go of me!" Inside Son Gohan's room, the anguished screams of his tutor, Josei, echoed through the air. Gohan, overwhelmed by drowsiness while studying, had dreamt of the terrifying Frieza. In his half-awake state, Gohan mistakenly identified his tutor as the menacing Frieza. Hence he had firmly grasped one of Josei's hands, leaving the tutor in a state of distress. Meanwhile, having returned from the protracted battle on Namek a year prior, Gohan still harbored a deep-seated fear of Frieza. Gohan. The Frieza of his dreams had morphed into a demonic figure resembling his father. It was indeed a nightmare. "Let go of me, you little brat," Josei pleaded. "Release me at once. You little powerhouse, if you have that much energy, you ought to be burying your nose in your studies rather than dozing off on the desk." Finally breaking free, Josei, a middle-aged teacher with a hairstyle akin to a devil's, found himself intimidated by Gohan. He staggered back, seeking refuge against the wall, trembling. So it was just a dream. At that moment, Gohan slowly opened his eyes, emerging from his slumber. Phew. Seeing Gohan awake, Josei visibly relaxed. No wonder. After all, your father is a creature of extraordinary strength and power. It's only natural that his child possesses some might. Grasping his aching wrist with one hand, Josei began to lecture Gohan, adopting the demeanor of an authoritative teacher. "Humph, you unambitious little brat," Josei scoffed. Creak. Upon hearing his father being insulted, Gohan abruptly pushed away his chair, preparing to confront the arrogant tutor. He glared intensely at Josei. "What are you looking at?" Josei, noticing Gohan's defiance, brandished his disciplinary whip. "I have told you to obey me without question, you little rascal." With a swift motion, Josei lashed out at Gohan. Whoosh. However, Gohan deftly caught the whip in his hand, his eyes gleaming with fury. Snap. Gohan unleashed his wrath, snapping the whip in two, issuing a fierce warning to Josei. "Do not dare speak ill of my father, do you hear me?" Josei trembled at the sight, his heart racing. "Don't resort to violence." He frantically waved his hands in surrender. "Anyone who speaks ill of my father is absolutely unforgivable." The 5-year-old Gohan clenched his fist, his fierce expression serving as a warning to the tutor before him. "Don't you dare act rashly. I am your private tutor." Josei finally understood fear as he gradually retreated toward the door to Mrs. "Son, your Gohan wants to strike his teacher." Josei hastily called out to Chi-Chi, who stood outside. "What do you intend to do to your teacher, Gohan?" Upon hearing the commotion, Chi-Chi entered with a puzzled expression directed at Gohan. "Mother." Seeing Chi-Chi, Gohan instinctively softened his fierce demeanor, momentarily frozen in place. Chi-Chi, bewildered by the scene, glanced between Gohan and Josei. Phew. With Chi-Chi intervening, Josei breathed a sigh of relief. "How on earth are you raising this child?" "Honestly, that kind of provocative attitude is quite extraordinary." Josei began to lecture Chi-Chi, once again adopting a haughty posture. Gohan, upon hearing this, instantly returned to his menacing glare. "What kind of look is that?" Emboldened by Chi-Chi's presence, Josei retorted directly at Gohan. Chi-Chi's expression darkened as she sternly admonished him. Gohan was momentarily taken aback. In the end, he turned away, still displeased. This is all the result of a father who neglects his family. Josei, sensing the situation was under Chi-Chi's control, sneered once more. "Goku's fault?" Chi-Chi was taken aback, doubting her hearing. "Indeed, it is your father's fault," Josei continued, elaborating on his so-called educational insights regarding Gohan. "It has nothing to do with him." Gohan immediately gritted his teeth in rebuttal. Shut your mouth, Zhou Zai barked, abruptly producing another long whip, striking Gohan sharply on the head. Cracked, a crimson mark suddenly appeared on Sun Wukong's face. In deference to not wanting to disappoint Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong could only stifle his fury. Hasn't he been absent from this home for an entire year? Do you not find that utterly absurd, seeing that his educational methods were yielding results? Zhou Zai became quite smug. I forbid you from speaking ill of my father. Sun Wukong, seething with rage, cast a furious glare at the wild-haired man. This is my profession. As long as someone hires me to teach, whether the child is a pig or a monkey, I shall instruct them. At that moment, Zhou Zai chuckled amiably. He turned to see Chi-Chi silent, and his enthusiasm grew. I demand 5 times the usual fee for a tutor, for teaching Wukong is far more arduous than teaching a monkey, though the likelihood of him becoming a prodigy is virtually non-existent. Ha! Zhou Zai laughed heartily, ruffling Sun Wukong's hair, mocking his potential. Finally, the previously silent Chi-Chi stirred. With a soft thud, Chi-Chi slowly approached the window, pushing it open with both hands that a refreshing summer breeze wafted into the room. Zhou Zai, who had been laughing uproariously, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. How dare you spout such nonsense here? Chi-Chi, unable to contain her outrage any longer, finally raised her voice. With that, she seized Zhou Zai and, in a fit of anger, executed a shoulder throw, flinging him out of the window. Whoosh bang. Zhou Zai was instantaneously hurled from the room, crashing through the window. Zhou Zai was unceremoniously ejected by Chi-Chi. Mom, witnessing his mother handle Zhou Zai, Sun Wukong found it hard to believe. Even he was astonished by Chi-Chi's actions. Wukong, this so-called teacher, this scoundrel has been dismissed by me, Chi-Chi said with utmost seriousness to Sun Wukong. Wukong, we must find a new tutor for you. Then, Chi-Chi flashed a smile at Sun Wukong. Yes, I never expected Mom to be so understanding. We absolutely must not hire such a scoundrel as my teacher again. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, agreeing with Chi-Chi's sentiment. Zhou Zai was indeed a disgraceful teacher. Now, Sun Wukong could finally reveal the long-awaited smile. How splendid! My Wukong has finally taken this to heart. Chi-Chi, upon hearing Sun Wukong's eagerness to learn, was moved to the point of tears because of their earlier journey on Namek. Sun Wukong had fallen behind his peers in his studies. Thus, upon his return to Earth, Chi-Chi was eager to find a distinguished tutor for him. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the individual they discovered would be such a morally bankrupt character. Wukong, in the future, any teacher must first pass my approval, Chi-Chi said, tenderly ruffling Sun Wukong's hair, her face beaming with satisfaction. Your child is so despicable. I see it's not just your husband who has issues. Even you have a problem. At that moment, Zhou Zai, having been tossed outside, suddenly rose to his feet and began hurling insults at Chi-Chi inside the room. You're making a racket. Seeing this, Chi-Chi had no choice but to unleash her fury once more, pursuing him. She was determined to personally reprimand this unprincipled and misguided teacher. Inside, only a bewildered Sun Wukong remained. Sun Wukong blinked in confusion, beginning to doubt as he murmured, Mom, can you truly find me a genuine master teacher? Chapter 2. Mrs. Sun, surely you do not wish. At the foot of the Baozi Mountain, in a quaint little town, Chi-Chi pursued the immoral teacher Zhou Zai with relentless determination, intent on imparting a lesson. Stop. Do not flee. If you possess the courage, utter those words once more, and I shall extract your tendons. Dressed in a chong sam that made her mobility cumbersome, Chi-Chi clutched the hems of her trousers as she sprinted down the hill. At last, she reached the bottom and swiftly subdued Zhou Zai with a few well-placed punches. Just as she was about to dust off her hands and depart, she noticed a crowd of onlookers had gathered around her. Chi-Chi froze, uncertain of how to proceed under the gaze of so many witnesses. This man, a private tutor, is an immoral teacher who has insulted my husband and bullied my son, Chi-Chi declared, pointing at the groaning Zhou Zai on the ground, her facade of composure wavering. Oh, the crowd began to disperse slowly upon hearing her words. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the throng. If you wish to enhance your child's academic performance without falling into pitfalls, you could certainly seek out teacher Lin Qi. Teacher Lin Qi? Chi-Chi pondered, perplexed as she had never heard of this educator before. However, upon mentioning Lin Qi, several voices chimed in from the crowd. Indeed, if you do not wish to hinder your child's studies, you can absolutely consult teacher Lin Qi. He is the finest tutor in all of Baozi Town. Hey, not to mention, just by attending the tutoring classes run by teacher Lin Qi, my 3-year-old has already mastered first-grade math problems. Is he truly that remarkable? Absolutely. If you do not believe me, take your child to teacher Lin Qi and witness the results for yourself. The older women in the crowd began to extol Lin Qi's teaching prowess in a cacophony of voices. Chi-Chi, listening intently, found herself captivated by this illustrious educator. The more she heard, the more she yearned to meet teacher Lin Qi. After inquiring about his whereabouts, she resolved to seek him out to tutor her son, Wu Fan. Shortly thereafter, Qi arrived at a house in the town, which served as Lin Qi's private tutoring center. However, as dusk approached, the place was nearly deserted. Upon entering, she spotted a strikingly handsome young man lounging comfortably on a recliner beside the classroom. A plump and lethargic orange cat nestled in his arms. Teacher Lin Qi? Qi called out tentatively. Lin Qi stirred, opening one eye to discover it was Qi calling him. You are Qi. You know me? Qi was taken aback. Having lived on the mountain and rarely venturing into town, it was astonishing that Lin Qi recognized her. Well, it seems rather unsurprising. Does it not? Who in this town does not know your husband is the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Lin Qi replied with a jovial smile. Sensing her confusion, that is a fair point, Qi conceded, acknowledging Lin Qi's reasoning. After all, Sun Wukong was indeed the tournament champion, and it was only natural for people to be familiar with him. What Qi did not realize, however, was that Lin Qi was a time traveler. In his previous life, he had been a university student who unexpectedly found himself in the Dragon Ball universe 6 months prior, residing in a small town at the foot of Baozi Mountain. Initially, he had been startled by his sudden arrival in this world, for he was an ordinary person, just a regular earthling, in a realm where power-level sword and stars could be obliterated with a mere flick of the wrist. What could an average earthling possibly accomplish? The answer was simple, nothing at all. Lin Qi had decided to take a laid-back approach, comforted by the fact that the safety of Earth was in the capable hands of Sun Wukong, Sun Wu Fan, and the other Z fighters. Thus, he resolved to lead a mundane life as an earthling, content with his existence. However, just a month ago, Lin Qi discovered that his system had awakened. Yes, his system, named the Master Teacher System, had come to life. By nurturing outstanding students, he could earn rewards. Initially thrilled by his newfound abilities, Lin Qi launched a tutoring center to teach students, hoping to earn system rewards. Yet, despite his high teaching standards, he soon realized that the children he was instructing possessed limited potential, merely marginally outshining their peers. Unfortunately, this was insufficient. Lin Qi discovered that these children were not the exceptionally gifted ones he needed to earn rewards. Thus, he found himself blending into the crowd, merely teaching children and caring for his cat. The lazy, plump orange cat in his arms was a recent addition to his household. As Qi entered, Lin Qi felt a flicker of hope reignite within him. However, before he could inquire about her purpose, he abruptly stood up. Go, Fei Bo. How many times have I taught you? The litter box is over there. Where do you think you're relieving yourself? Pointing to a corner. The cat named Fei Bo promptly leaped down and dashed to the designated spot to attend to its needs. Meow. Fei Bo purred contentedly in the litter box. Apologies, Mrs. Sun, for the spectacle, Lin Qi remarked, turning to Qi with an apologetic smile. I have taught this cat many rules, yet it remains stubborn and impossible to train. Not at all. Qi waved her hand dismissively, intrigued as she observed her surroundings. She mused that Lin Qi, praised by the entire neighborhood, was indeed a dedicated teacher, going so far as to train his pet cat in proper etiquette. Such a teacher was undoubtedly superior to that Zhou Zai. By the way, Mrs. Sun, what brings you here? Lin Qi inquired, transitioning the conversation with a warm smile. He knew that Qi's son, Sun Wu Fan, was the exceptionally gifted student he had been seeking. The prospect of taking him under his wing was tantalizing. Teacher Lin Qi, everyone in the neighborhood speaks highly of your teaching quality. Your reputation precedes you. And I would like to ask if you would be willing to tutor our son, Wu Fan. Qi swiftly articulated her intentions. Lin Qi nodded slowly, deliberately refraining from speaking. This aligned perfectly with his desires. The price is negotiable, whether it be 5-fold or 10-fold. Qi pressed on, gathering her resolve. Seeing Lin Qi's silence, she assumed he was hesitant to agree, and thus, she braced herself to make an extravagant offer. Lured by the allure of a substantial fee, Lin Qi found himself in a favorable position, as Qi's household savings were still considerable, remnants of the winnings from the last martial arts tournament secured by Sun Wukong. Convinced by the commendations from neighbors regarding the esteemed educator Lin Qi, Qi resolved to invite him to instruct her son, Sun Wufan, even if it meant exhausting their resources or depleting the inheritance left by Sun Wukong. She was determined to cultivate her son into a remarkable scholar, a vision that filled her heart with maternal pride. Discussing finances is rather mundane, Mrs. Sun, Lin Qi remarked with a light chuckle. In truth, I have long admired your husband, Sun Wukong, especially as he is the champion of the martial arts tournament. Champions are often endowed with exceptional talent, and what of their offspring? Naturally, the progeny of a dragon or a phoenix must be extraordinary, surpassing their predecessors. As the son of a champion, I would be honored to teach him, even if it means taking a pay cut. After all, Mrs. Sun, You wouldn't want your son's performance to decline, would you? Lin Qi's earnest expression captivated Qi, moving her deeply. She had never before encountered anyone who acknowledged the merits of her family. All she had heard were disparaging remarks about them. Today, however, Lin Qi's words of praise stirred her emotions to the point of tears. In her heart, she thought how eloquent and cultured Lin Qi was. A stark contrast to the earlier misfortune brought by Jose. Choosing Lin Qi can only be a wise decision. Qi resolved, and after collecting herself, she excitedly declared, "Very well, since you have spoken so highly, I entrust Wufan to you." The following day, Qi took the initiative to welcome Lin Qi into their home to tutor son Wufan. "Wufan, this is the esteemed teacher I mentioned. Come out and greet Mr. Lin," she called out, eager for her son to meet his new instructor. It was son Wufan's first encounter with Lin Qi. Standing at the threshold, he scrutinized the newcomer with a wary gaze. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Despite his inherent skepticism, he offered a polite greeting, his eyes still betraying a hint of hostility. Largely due to the negative impression left by Jose. However, Lin Qi remained unfazed, responding with a warm smile. "Ah, so you are son Wufan. It's evident you are indeed the son of son Wukong. You bear such a striking resemblance to your father." Taken aback by the unexpected compliment, son Wufan found himself intrigued. He had anticipated that Lin Qi would follow the pattern of previous teachers, immediately outlining rigid rules and expectations. Instead, Lin Qi seemed to acknowledge him as an individual and even appeared to have knowledge of his father. "Mr. Lin, do you know my dad?" Son Wufan inquired, his animosity wavering. "Wufan, Mr. Lin, you two converse while I prepare something delicious for you," Qi suggested, seeking to foster a connection between them before excusing herself. Thus, only Lin Qi and son Wufan remained. "Might I step into your room for a moment?" Lin Qi asked with a gentle smile. "Oh yes, please come in," son Wufan replied, finally inviting Lin Qi inside. Within the confines of the room, Lin Qi took a moment to observe his surroundings before diving into the lesson. "What do you enjoy doing in your spare time, Wufan?" Noticing the books scattered about, Lin Qi casually inquired. I enjoy." Son Wufan hesitated, surprised by the question. Most teachers had previously imposed their own subjects upon him without regard for his interests. In stark contrast, Lin Qi's approach created a welcoming atmosphere. At that moment, son Wufan felt an unprecedented fondness for his new teacher, a genuine smile gracing his face. "Well, I love playing. I enjoy frolicking with the animals outside. There's a swift dragon who is my dear friend," he exclaimed, pointing towards the creature hiding behind the trees outside. "Ah, a fondness for animals, is it?" Lin Qi noted with delight, contemplating how to guide the conversation towards biology. Why not explore the wonders of biology together? Biology? Son Wufan echoed, slightly bewildered. The concept was foreign to him, as it was a subject not typically encountered at his age. The prospect of studying biology seemed far more intriguing than the tedious mathematics imposed by Jose. "Indeed. When shall we commence?" Son Wufan asked, enthusiasm bubbling within him. "Patience, Wufan," Lin Qi replied, noticing the spark of interest ignited in the young boy. "Before delving into biology, there are several foundational concepts we must tackle first. Only after overcoming these hurdles can we truly embark on the journey of studying the biology you admire." Lin Qi promptly established clear objectives for son Wufan. Recognizing his extraordinary potential, Lin Qi was determined to provide a thorough education, maximizing the rewards of his endeavor. Yet, a challenge loomed. Lin Qi himself was not a biology expert. How could he teach biology effectively? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qi's lips curled into a smile as an idea formed. "Wufan, if you wish to learn biology, let us begin with the history of biology." "What do you say? The history of biology?" Son Wufan queried, puzzled. Although he had heard of biology, he had never encountered its historical context. Observing Lin Qi's confident demeanor piqued his curiosity. "Excellent. Let us begin, then," son Wufan affirmed with determination. "Have you ever heard that 200 million years ago, dinosaurs ruled the earth?" Lin Qi posed the question. "Ah, yes. My mother has shared that tale with me, though I learned that nearly all the dinosaurs eventually went extinct." Son Wukong, with a curious tilt of his head, inquired further. "But teacher Lin Qi, what connection do dinosaurs have with biology? Are we truly to explore how they became extinct?" Wukong, possessing a keen intellect, quickly grasped the implications and even began to question Lin Qi in return. At that moment, a seed of curiosity had been sown within him. Were they genuinely going to investigate the extinction of dinosaurs? No, to be precise, dinosaurs had not vanished. They simply no longer dominated the earth, just like his dear companion, Dragonite, whose parents and ancestors were all dinosaurs. Faced with Lin Qi's questions, Wukong found himself genuinely intrigued. Did this relate to the animals he cherished? Certainly, it did. Lin Qi replied with a smile. "In fact, we are not studying how dinosaurs disappeared, but rather, I am here to enlighten you on the biological history of their extinction." This will be your first lesson in biological history, and also your initiation into the study of biological evolution. Lin Qi's demeanor turned serious as he spoke. Wow. Observing Lin Qi's earnestness, Wukong felt a jolt of astonishment. The leap from biological history to biological evolution was a profound subject indeed, one that warranted gradual comprehension. This was a far cry from the mundane middle school mathematics that Josiah had thrust upon him. No wonder his mother had sought out such a distinguished teacher. Lin Qi's lessons were undoubtedly of a higher caliber. It was remarkable that Wukong would find himself captivated by the allure of a teacher. Please, continue. Wukong nodded eagerly, fully absorbed and prepared to take notes at his desk. The concept and central theme here is that human life is fragile. Remember this well, Lin Qi said, nodding slightly. Hands clasped behind him, embodying the essence of a great teacher. Wukong promptly noted down the pivotal points Lin Qi had mentioned. From the perspective of biological history, dinosaurs did not become extinct due to terrestrial disasters. Before Lin Qi could finish, Wukong paused his writing, asking, Teacher, if dinosaurs did not perish due to disasters, then what was the cause? Wukong's curiosity was piqued. Wukong, it would be best if you refrain from questioning while I am lecturing. Please hold your inquiries until I have completed my explanation, all right? Lin Qi chuckled gently, briefly outlining his classroom etiquette. Oh, I see. Wukong realized that interrupting Lin Qi was rather impolite, and he lowered his head in acknowledgement. Well then, let's proceed. Lin Qi smiled again and continued his discourse. During this time, Wukong was taken aback. He had anticipated Lin Qi's anger at being interrupted, as was common with most teachers, such as Josiah, who might even resort to a whip when faced with questions. However, the Lin Qi before him was clearly different from the others. Wukong felt reassured and comfortable, his earlier apprehensions dissipating as he began to enjoy Lin Qi's teachings. No, it was not merely a lecture. Rather, it felt as if Lin Qi was weaving a captivating narrative. Wukong smiled subtly, internally lauding Lin Qi's storytelling prowess. Thus, throughout the lesson, Wukong remained utterly focused, for Lin Qi's delivery was nothing short of remarkable. Lin Qi elaborated, dinosaurs did not face extinction due to earthly calamities, but rather, due to a singular entity. No, to be precise, it was because of a god, the god of destruction. Lin Qi spoke with gravity. As he delved into his domain, he began recounting the entire history of Dragon Ball. Long ago, approximately 100 million years past, the god of destruction, Beerus, visited Earth. His displeasure at the dinosaurs' brutish behavior prompted him to eliminate them without destroying the planet. Subsequently, Lin Qi unveiled numerous aspects of the Dragon Ball universe. Above the gods of Earth, there exists the King Kai. Above the King Kai, there is the god of creation, and at the same level as the god of creation is the god of destruction. Wukong, your companion Dragonite's ancestors were precisely those eliminated by the god of destruction, Beerus. Lin Qi concluded, gazing intently at Wukong. What he was imparting was not merely a simplistic lesson in biological history, but rather a comprehensive account of world history. Eventually, after a morning filled with discourse, Lin Qi touched upon various topics regarding biological history and evolution. With a smile, he declared, All right, Wukong, my first lesson has come to an end, and you may now pose your questions. Wukong, having absorbed such an expansive narrative, stood momentarily stunned. I see now. The realms of biological history and evolution are truly fascinating. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. Teacher, I have no questions at this moment. Wukong revealed a determined expression. I now fully grasp the philosophy and central theme you intended to impart. Wukong had comprehended Lin Qi's intent, and he eagerly interjected. Lin Qi, wearing a smile brimming with anticipation, responded. Oh, do share your thoughts. Chapter 4. The new reward for taking on a disciple. Meanwhile, on the planet Champa in the 6th universe, a clear voice echoed through the halls of the Champa Palace. Lord Champa, it is time to rise. Did you not mention a journey to the 7th universe to seek the Super Dragon Balls from Lord Beerus? A tall woman adorned in a flowing green robe, her neck encircled by an angelic halo, entered the quarters of Champa. She was Vados, the attendant and mentor to Champa. Yes, I know. Roused from slumber by Vados, Champa felt a tinge of impatience. Blinking drowsily, he lazily rose, his body instinctively moving to a corner of the chamber. In a daze, Champa lifted a foot, akin to a stray dog, and began urinating against a pillar. Lord Champa, please, Vados exclaimed, exasperated, unable to contain her concern. Wait, why am I doing this here? Champa, jolted by Vados's reminder, fully awoke. He paused, recalling the tranquility of his dreams, and stepped out of the chamber. Lord Champa? Vados, leaning on her angelic staff, followed him, surprised. She noted that Champa appeared somewhat dazed since awakening. Moments later, emerging from Champa's quarters, they encountered a landscape of mountains and streams, complete with restrooms. Yet, Champa did not head towards the facilities. Instead, He gleefully dashed to a sandy patch by the stream. Ah, this is much more comfortable, he exclaimed, puzzled by his own sentiment. Having relieved himself contentedly, Champa, with trousers in hand, felt an inexplicable attachment to the sandy spot. Just then, Vados arrived. Champa immediately inquired, "Hey, Vados, do you know what's going on?" "Vados? Is it about the Super Dragon Balls, Lord Champa?" Bardos ventured tentatively. However, Champa shook his head. "Who asked you about that?" "I'm inquiring about my dream. Do you know what it signifies?" Champa then began to recount the dream he had experienced. In his slumber, he distinctly remembered a cat of equal weight, nestled in the arms of its owner. Suddenly, the cat, much like himself moments earlier, felt the urgent need to relieve itself, nearly soiling the owner's hands. Fortunately, the owner was quick-witted and directed the portly feline to the corner litter box. "Hey, Bardos," Champa concluded his dream narration and immediately inquired, "Do you think that cat in my dream could be me? Otherwise, how do you explain my instinctive desire to seek out a litter box upon waking?" Champa asked curiously. Faced with such intimate inquiries, Bardos found herself at a loss for words. "Lord Champa, rather than focusing on your dream's restroom issues, shouldn't we be more concerned about the Super Dragon Balls?" Bardos suggested quietly, attempting to shift the topic. And indeed, she succeeded. The simple-minded Champa was easily led astray by Bardos, abandoning the discussion of bodily functions. "That makes sense," Champa mused. "In comparison to my restroom concerns, I should prioritize the matters of the Super Dragon Balls." A scoff escaped him as he recalled his fellow brother, Beerus. "I wonder if traveling to Universe 7 will alert that fellow Beerus." "Let us go, Bardos." "Yes, Lord Champa." Thus, Champa and Bardos embarked once more on their quest in Universe 7 to seek the Dragon Balls. As for whether that chubby cat truly represented Champa in his dream, it would depend on Lin Qi. Why, you ask? Because Lin Qi had only taught his pet cat how to use the litter box thus far, and nothing more. On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, Son Gohan's room. After Lin Qi concluded the pivotal lesson on biological history, Son Gohan experienced a moment of clarity. "Teacher, I finally understand what you intended to teach me," Son Gohan exclaimed with excitement. "Oh, what is it?" Lin Qi replied, not particularly surprised, but rather pleased. He knew of Son Gohan's exceptional talent and high intelligence, so it was only natural for him to grasp the underlying principles. "Teacher, through your biological history lesson, I have come to realize the fragility of humanity. We are far less formidable than we imagine. In the face of divinity, we are virtually insignificant. We must continuously evolve, striving to reach a point where we can defeat the gods. Only then can humanity triumph over the divine and avoid extinction like the dinosaurs, thereby achieving true freedom." Meanwhile, after Son Gohan's epiphany, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly resonated in Lin Qi's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The first lesson under your esteemed guidance has been successfully delivered. Please proceed to the system interface to claim your reward." Ding! Ding ding! Ding ding ding! Haha! Realizing the system was dispensing rewards, Lin Qi burst into laughter. However, to maintain discretion, he quickly composed himself. "Very well, Gohan, you truly are my student." Observing Son Gohan's impassioned and earnest speech, Lin Qi lavished him with compliments. "For now, we shall conclude today's lesson. I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Class dismissed." Without a backward glance, Lin Qi swiftly departed. Son Gohan barely had time to bid farewell before Lin Qi vanished from sight. "Teacher is truly elusive," Son Gohan mused, stroking his head. "But I found today's lesson immensely satisfying, and Teacher Lin Qi is remarkable. I must share this joy with Mom." With enthusiasm, Son Gohan dashed out of his room to find Chi-Chi. Upon exiting, Lin Qi had already exchanged farewells with Chi-Chi, who was engaged in household chores. "Mom." Son Gohan excitedly approached Chi-Chi. "Gohan, how was class today?" "I just saw Teacher Lin Qi hastily leaving. Did you upset him during the lesson?" Chi-Chi asked, furrowing her brow as she paused her work. She couldn't help but wonder if her son had displeased Lin Qi. Although this Lin Qi was different from the previous Zhou Zai, she still regarded all teachers with caution. A teacher's ire was no trivial matter. While Chi-Chi recognized that a significant portion of Zhou Zai's issues stemmed from his own behavior, she couldn't help but reassess whether her son might be the source of the problem this time. "Mom, I didn't do anything to upset Teacher Lin Qi." Son Gohan replied with a silly grin. He then added, "Mom, I really like Teacher Lin Qi." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's curiosity was piqued. She thought, in the past, Gohan often irritated his teachers. Now he is fond of Lin Qi? Has my son changed? Strange. "Gohan, tell me honestly, why did Teacher Lin Qi leave so abruptly?" Chi-Chi asked sternly, hands on her hips. "It must be because you weren't paying attention in class, right? Now, tell me, what did Teacher Lin Qi teach you today?" "That's not true, Mom." Son Gohan chuckled, not taking offense at Chi-Chi's accusations. "I don't know why Teacher Lin Qi left in such a hurry, but I really did pay attention in class." "Then tell me, what did he teach you?" "History." History. Chi-Chi was taken aback by son Gohan's confident assertion. Yes, that's correct. Teacher Lin Qi's first lesson was on history. Son Gohan affirmed, nodding earnestly. Mom, Teacher Lin Qi emphasized the significance of understanding historical lessons. This way, I can gain valuable insights and approach subjects that interest me with greater diligence and enthusiasm. As son Gohan spoke, his eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for knowledge. This was a side of him Chi-Chi had never witnessed before. Although she had always known her son aspired to be a scholar, she had never seen such a passionate yearning for learning in his gaze. Previously, even though she knew her son aimed to be a scholar, she had never considered selecting subjects that piqued his interest. Yet now, these two small goals had been remarkably achieved in advance by Lin Qi. This was simply astonishing. Chi-Chi found it hard to believe that the teacher she had hired could provide such meticulous guidance. Lin Qi was truly paving the way for Gohan's future scholarly pursuits. How splendid. It seemed that from now on, she would no longer need to constantly monitor Gohan's studies. With both hands clasped in a fist, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars as she began to envision a splendid future. Meanwhile, let us turn our attention to Lin Qi. After imparting knowledge to son Wukong's son, the exhilarating sound of system rewards echoed in his mind, prompting him to excitedly call an end to the class. Exiting the home of son Wukong, Lin Qi sought out a secluded patch of land to examine his rewards. System, unveil the reward interface, he commanded. Lin Qi feigned composure. Yet his excitement was palpable. In a realm where power levels soared, he considered himself merely a weakling. At last, he had received rewards that would enable him to thrive in this world. How could this not elate him? Ding! Reward for teaching son Wukong's son has been issued. Reward 1. 3,000,000 base battle power. Reward 2. Super Saiyan bloodline. Reward 3. Student's battle power advancement. Wait a moment, system. I understand the significance of the first two rewards, but what of the third? Is it an advancement for my student as well? Lin Qi queried, perplexed by the implications of his rewards. Indeed, host. By educating your student, not only do you receive rewards, but your student may also attain advancement. With the system's clarification, Lin Qi nodded in comprehension. It appeared that he was destined to produce exceptional disciples, and he let out a hearty laugh. Now, let me test this 3,000,000 battle power, along with the Super Saiyan bloodline. I must determine if I can transform into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 5. The Dream of Champa. Suddenly, within the serene Baozi mountain, a thunderous shout resonated from deep within the forest. The mountains trembled, sending wildlife scattering in panic. Lin Qi exhaled a breath of relief. Even with 3,000,000 battle power, he realized he could not yet transform into a Super Saiyan. Reflecting on the brief release of his energy, he acknowledged the limitations of his current state. It was understood that early transformations into Super Saiyan were not common. One must cultivate their strength further. Lin Qi contemplated his situation, aware that the prerequisite for transformation lay in activating the S cells within him. The absence of a successful transformation indicated that becoming a Super Saiyan was no trivial feat aside from his newfound 3,000,000 battle power. Only son Wukong had achieved this transformation. Even Vegeta required extensive training to reach such heights. Presently, son Wukong had recently triumphed over Frieza on Namek, while Vegeta was engaged in rigorous training on another planet, having recently pilfered Bulma's gravity spaceship. Even if son Wukong were to return in a year, Vegeta would still be unable to transform. It seemed Lin Qi needed to further solidify his own power. He believed that with time, he too could ascend to the level of a Super Saiyan. For now, he must continue teaching son Wukong's son, enriching his own rewards. This was essential for establishing himself in the formidable world of Dragon Ball. A smile graced Lin Qi's face. He was untroubled by the notion of his strength stagnating, for he had a promising student in son Wukong's son. He would garner ample rewards to secure his footing in this powerful realm, not to claim invincibility, but at the very least, to ensure that none dared to provoke him. Oh, the system had mentioned that teaching students not only granted him rewards, but also enabled their power to advance. This meant that son Wukong's son would undoubtedly grow stronger as well. Lin Qi was curious. Just how far had the exceptionally gifted son Wukong's son progressed? What would son Wukong's expression be if he were to return and discover that his son surpassed him in strength? Amused by the thought, Lin Qi chuckled at the prospect of his guidance combined with son Wukong's son's talent. In a year, the sight of son Wukong encountering a son more powerful than himself would undoubtedly be astonishing. Well then, that will be all for today. Tomorrow, I shall continue teaching son Wukong's son, Lin Qi resolved, joyfully making his way home. Oh, but first, he needed to master control over his battle power. What Tian Shinhan referred to as controlling one's ki. This was of utmost importance. He could not reveal his strength before becoming invincible. Thus, after completing his training, in an instant, All the Z warriors sensed a formidable presence. On a small island in the ocean, at Kame House, Krillin was enjoying a leisurely vacation with his girlfriend, Marin. Reclining on a sun lounger, bare-chested and clad in beach shorts, Krillin was at ease, while Marin frolicked in the water with a turtle. He contemplated proposing to Marin but was uncertain if she would accept. As he watched Marin play with the turtle, a sense of happiness enveloped him. Yet he harbored worries about whether she would agree to his proposal. He knew Marin to be a free-spirited girl. Would she be willing to be bound by marriage? Just as Krillin sighed at the thought, he suddenly felt a powerful aura approaching. Krillin paused, taken aback by the intensity of the energy. Who could it be? Is it Piccolo? Or Vegeta? Removing his glasses, he surveyed the surroundings, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. No, it's not their energy. I recognize theirs. But this powerful presence is unlike anything I've encountered before, stronger than even Vegeta and Piccolo. Sweat trickled down his forehead. In that moment, the aura vanished. Could it be my imagination? Krillin pondered, bewildered by the sudden absence of the energy. Krillin, come play. Your turtle is so much fun, Marin called from the water, bringing him back to the present. Oh yes, I'm coming, Marin. Krillin exclaimed, momentarily distracted by Marin's alluring figure, causing him to blush and rush towards the water, momentarily casting aside thoughts of the powerful aura. Meanwhile, in a mountain range to the east, atop a secluded peak, Piccolo sat in meditation. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, having sensed the formidable aura as well. Unlike Krillin, Piccolo remained focused and swiftly pinpointed the source of the energy. Gohan. At the moment when the breath faded away, Piccolo discerned the location of the energy. It astonishingly emanated from the direction of the sacred land of Korin, where Gohan resided. No, that was incorrect. It was not Gohan's energy. Piccolo quickly realized that this couldn't possibly belong to Gohan. This energy was both formidable and unfamiliar. Piccolo found himself somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Gohan had been diligently training and, like Goku, had attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? Soon, Piccolo concocted a plausible explanation for himself. Gohan was indeed capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, just like Goku. That kid has made significant progress. The mere thought of Gohan's dedication to his training caused a satisfied huff to escape Piccolo's lips. Truly, he was Goku's son, even amidst a universe at peace. He did not forget to train to become a Super Saiyan. Piccolo felt a swell of pride, as if Gohan were his own flesh and blood. Such a powerful energy. I must see how this young one has achieved it. With that thought, Piccolo ceased his training and swiftly flew toward the sacred land of Korin. Meanwhile, after attempting explosive energy training, Lin Qi swiftly mastered the art of concealing his energy. Upon returning home, his first order of business was to prepare for the lesson he would teach Gohan the following day. The second was to feed Fat Buu. The plumpness of Fat Buu was undeniably linked to Lin Qi's recent feeding regimen. Clattering, Lin Qi grabbed the cat food and haphazardly poured it into the bowl. Here you go, eat up. While I am away during the day, I'm ensuring you have plenty of food at once. Lin Qi approached the cat's nest and dragged the slumbering Fat Buu from his lazy repose. Meow. Fat Buu, roused from his slumber by Lin Qi's antics, initially intended to express his displeasure. However, upon realizing that his master had presented him with a large bowl of cat food, his irritation evaporated, instantly transforming into a soft, affectionate demeanor. Meow meow. Fat Buu joyfully circled around Lin Qi, wagging his tail excitedly. Hee. Lin Qi chuckled and placed the bowl in front of Fat Buu. Go on. Eat. With his ample physique, Fat Buu waddled over and began to devour the food with great delight. In the seventh universe, traversing among various planets, Beerus was awakened from his slumber by Whis. Beerus, groggy and dazed, drooled as he emerged from his dreams. Observing this, Whis could only smile and say, Lord Champa, we have arrived in the seventh universe. Would you like to greet Lord Beerus? Have we reached the seventh universe? Champa asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Wait. No. Suddenly, a realization struck Champa, and he leaped up, exclaiming, Whis, you have disturbed my beautiful dream. Champa glared at Whis with a grimace. Oh, what delightful dream did Lord Champa have this time? Whis inquired, unfazed, still smiling. You interrupted my enjoyment of the finest cuisine. Champa fumed, causing the transportation vehicle to tremble precariously. What cuisine? I would like to sample it as well, Whis asked with a smile, ignoring Champa's tantrum. It was cat food. Cat food, do you understand? Champa seethed with anger, venting his frustration at Whis. Do you have any idea how delectable the cat food in my dreams was? If I can find that cat food, it would mean my victory in the culinary contest against Beerus. Do you comprehend? Champa bellowed once more, causing the vehicle to shake again. Hee. Whis chuckled lightly. Take it easy, Lord Champa. If the vehicle breaks, we will have to rely on our own strength to search for the Super Dragon Balls. And finding the Super Dragon Balls means you can further pursue that delightful cat food. Wis's eyes sparkled sincerely. By the way, what does this cat food taste like, Lord Champa? Chapter 6. Piccolo and Lin Qi. Chirp, chirp, flap, flap. At the peak of the sacred land of Korin, atop a tree outside Goku's home, the birds had made a resolute decision to vacate. Why? Because residing here, this family had never known peace. The commotion from this household constantly shook the trees, leaving the birds with nowhere to rest. Just like now, the birds were once again forced to sigh and take their leave from this tree, all because of cold. Indifferent man clad in a white cloak with green skin stood atop it, Piccolo. His presence frightened the nearby birds, sending them fluttering away, while Piccolo stood on the branch, coldly observing the happenings within Goku's home. As night deepened, through the moonlight and the glow from the window, Piccolo could see Chi-Chi and Gohan dining together in the living room. Though Piccolo was known for his stoicism, he understood the importance of discretion. It was evening, and he had no desire to disturb Gohan's rest. Moreover, since his arrival, the powerful energy had dissipated, piquing Piccolo's curiosity about whether that energy truly belonged to Gohan. Watching Chi-Chi and Gohan enjoying their time together, Piccolo refrained from intervening. Thus, he remained perched in front of Goku's home all night long. The following morning, as dawn began to break, Gohan stepped outside to inform his mother of his whereabouts. "Mom, I'm going to the corner to meet teacher Lin Qi." Chi-Chi consented. "Gohan, be careful, don't play around. If you're late to class, your teacher will be upset." "Got it, Mom." Gohan bid farewell to Chi-Chi, filled with excitement as he prepared to welcome Lin Qi. Just then, he noticed the leaves above his head rustling slightly. Flap, flap. It was Piccolo descending from the tree. True to form, Piccolo adopted his usual intimidating demeanor. Humph. Before he even appeared, his voice preceded him with a disdainful huff. "Huh, Uncle Piccolo." Gohan immediately recognized Piccolo dropping from the tree and exclaimed with excitement, "Uncle Piccolo, what brings you here?" "Humph, even after returning from Namek, I still wanted to see if you've been neglecting your training." Piccolo maintained his stern expression. However, Gohan was accustomed to it. He understood that his Uncle Piccolo was a man of cold exterior but warm heart, especially toward him. "Huh, training?" Gohan felt a wave of surprise wash over him. Upon hearing that Piccolo had come to question his training habits, disappointment crept in. Gohan had hoped that his Uncle Piccolo was simply here to check on him. Who could withstand such an inquiry right off the bat? "Uncle Piccolo, my mother insists that I focus on my studies for now. She says that with the universe at peace, cultivating my powers won't provide for the family," Gohan argued with Piccolo. "I did not come here to listen to your grievances." Piccolo retorted coldly, interrupting Gohan. "I initially believed that the formidable energy I sensed yesterday was a result of your transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet, upon my arrival, I find you unchanged, lacking any progress." Piccolo adopted the role of a stern father, admonishing Gohan harshly. What? "Uncle Piccolo, what are you talking about?" Gohan stammered, feeling a pang of shame at Piccolo's words. "What formidable energy and Super Saiyan are you referring to?" Piccolo scoffed once more. "You couldn't even perceive the powerful energy nearby. It seems you have truly wasted your time on your studies." Gohan could only lower his head and offer a sheepish smile. He was aware that his mother had been quite worried about him lately due to his academic pursuits. Not wanting to cause her distress, he had devoted himself to studying. At last, he had found a subject that piqued his interest, only to be abruptly rebuked by Piccolo. Resigned, Gohan accepted Piccolo's criticism with humility. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with Piccolo's stern admonitions, a figure suddenly emerged along the country road not far away. "Gohan. It's Lin Qi." Lin Qi had come early, eager to provide Gohan with private lessons. "Ah, my tutor Lin Qi?" Gohan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him approach. Not expecting Lin Qi to arrive so early, nor that he would need to greet him. "Uncle Piccolo, my tutor has arrived. I must attend to him now, but I shall return shortly." Gohan quickly bid farewell to Piccolo, his expression brightening at Lin Qi's unexpected appearance, feeling as if he had been rescued. "Gohan, stop right there." Piccolo's keen perception did not miss Gohan's enthusiasm. He immediately halted Gohan in his tracks. What is it, Uncle Piccolo?" Gohan blinked in confusion. "Stand here and wait for him to come to you," Piccolo instructed, crossing his arms with an air of indifference. All right." Gohan felt awkward, perplexed by Piccolo's insistence. After all, Lin Qi was his tutor, and it seemed inappropriate not to greet him. Caught in a dilemma, Gohan was reluctant to upset either his tutor or his teacher. However, he could only observe the situation, curious about Piccolo's intentions. "Yes, I must ensure Lin Qi is not frightened by Uncle Piccolo," Gohan silently resolved. Chapter 7. Acquiring knowledge is also a form of training. Outside the Son Goku residence at Baozi Mountain, Lin Qi approached Gohan. "Gohan, why didn't you respond when I called you just now?" he asked, curiosity piqued. He wondered if Gohan had been momentarily stunned by his own newfound strength, as the system had indicated that any rewards he received would also benefit his student. In truth, Gohan remained silent due to his embarrassment and uncertainty about what to say. Lin Qi, you're here. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to conceal Piccolo behind his small frame. Yet, how could Gohan's petite stature possibly obscure the towering figure of Piccolo, who stood like a tree behind him? Coldly scrutinizing Lin Qi. Seeing this, Gohan's heart sank. What if Lin Qi caught sight of Piccolo's fearsome visage? Would he flee in terror? After all, Piccolo was known as the Demon King. His ominous appearance alone was enough to frighten ordinary people, and Lin Qi was indeed one of those ordinary individuals. Oh no, Mother will have to find another tutor. Gohan thought anxiously. Unbeknownst to Gohan, Piccolo was likewise thinking along the same lines, his fearsome expression betraying his pride. Upon noticing Lin Qi, Piccolo adopted a deliberately imposing demeanor, intending to intimidate him. He mused, after all, I am the great Demon King Piccolo, and my fearsome visage should send these ordinary folk scurrying. In Piccolo's eyes, studying was futile, training was far more valuable. Even if Chi-Chi were present, he would not hesitate to take Gohan away from her. What a fortunate day for me, with Son Goku absent, to guide his son, Piccolo thought, feeling satisfied that his intimidating presence would surely deter Lin Qi. However, Lin Qi remained oblivious to the tension, blinking in surprise. Oh, Gohan, so you're standing still because your uncle is here? He said with a smile, greeting the menacing Piccolo. Hello, sir. I'm Lin Qi, Gohan's tutor. Both Gohan and Piccolo froze momentarily, astonished by Lin Qi's unflinching demeanor in the presence of such a fearsome figure. They had not anticipated that an ordinary human like Lin Qi would remain unfazed by Piccolo's demonic appearance. Gohan felt a mix of surprise and relief. He was uncertain whether to rejoice that Lin Qi had not fled or to be grateful that Piccolo had shown restraint. If Piccolo truly intended to harm Lin Qi, Gohan feared he would be powerless to intervene. With a sigh of relief, Gohan resolved to expedite Lin Qi's departure. Lin Qi. I'll chat with my uncle for a moment. Please go inside and speak with my mother. I'll be right back. Gohan attempted to usher Lin Qi away. Yet Lin Qi was not so easily swayed. He recognized Gohan's subtle attempt to dismiss him and, undeterred, continued towards Son Goku's home. Upon witnessing Lin Qi's departure, Sun Wukong let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Piccolo, please wait a moment. I will come find you after class. Sun Wukong hastily bid farewell to Piccolo and made his escape, fearing that Piccolo might genuinely act against teacher Lin Qi in a fit of anger. Although Piccolo was slightly taken aback by Lin Qi's apparent lack of fear towards him, he was reluctant to leave before finishing his thoughts. Wukong, hold on, he called out. Then inquired, what I asked earlier, are you truly unaware of the powerful aura that has recently emerged nearby? Piccolo finally returned to the core of the matter, having come to Sun Wukong's home precisely for this reason. Seeing this, Sun Wukong shook his head. Uncle Piccolo, I may have been too focused on my studies lately to notice any formidable presence in the vicinity. Piccolo fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he scoffed disdainfully. Are you really the son of Sun Wukong? This time, it was Sun Wukong who lowered his head in silence. Each time he attempted to defend himself, he was met with 10 rebuttals, especially considering the person before him was an elder. He found himself at a loss for words, particularly since he had indeed neglected his training in favor of his studies. At that moment, just as Sun Wukong was at a loss for words under Piccolo's reprimand, Lin Qi, who had just arrived at the doorstep of Sun Wukong's home, suddenly turned around and smiled at both Sun Wukong and Piccolo. In truth, the pursuit of knowledge is also a form of cultivation, isn't it? Wukong, what do you think? Lin Qi flashed a smile as he turned back. At this, both Piccolo and Sun Wukong were left utterly dumbfounded. Uncle Piccolo, I really must head to class now, Sun Wukong said cautiously, as he feared provoking Piccolo's ire. Very well, go ahead, Piccolo replied nonchalantly, his gaze now fixated not on Sun Wukong, but on Lin Qi. Piccolo gazed at Lin Qi's retreating figure, bewildered. He pondered, how could a mere earth teacher articulate such profound thoughts? The pursuit of knowledge as a form of cultivation? If that were truly the case, then everyone ought to simply focus on studying. What need would there be for arduous training to become powerful? Thus, Piccolo remained dismissive of Lin Qi's words. Wait, just as Sun Wukong was about to enter the house to study with Lin Qi, Piccolo suddenly exclaimed. What's the matter? Uncle Piccolo? Sun Wukong asked, intrigued. It's nothing. Piccolo quickly realized he had lost his composure. He cleared his throat and continued. Wukong, since that fellow is your teacher, you can certainly take advantage of your break to train outside. From now on, I shall be your training instructor during breaks. Piccolo declared sternly, in a tone that brooked no dissent. What? Sun Wukong replied, nearly despairing. Very well, Uncle Piccolo. Reluctantly, Sun Wukong accepted this arrangement. The thought of balancing his studies to become a scholar while also enduring Piccolo's rigorous training left him crestfallen as he trudged home in preparation for class. After Sun Wukong departed, Piccolo found himself reflecting on the earlier conversation. Lin Qi's statement about the pursuit of knowledge being a form of cultivation lingered in his mind. While this notion seemed plausible, it was astonishing that it had emanated from an ordinary earthling. Therefore, the strategist known as Piccolo quickly drew a connection to the formidable aura near Mount Baozi. Could it possibly be Lin Qi? From the moment Lin Qi exhibited no fear towards him to the moment he uttered that profound statement, Piccolo had ample reason to suspect that Lin Qi was the source of that powerful presence. Impossible. Despite his doubts, Piccolo remained dismissive of Lin Qi's identity. After all, he was merely an ordinary teacher, at best a skilled individual among earthlings. How could an ordinary person possibly be the source of such a powerful aura? Piccolo swiftly dismissed his own speculation, concluding that Lin Qi could not possibly be the embodiment of that formidable energy. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Sun Wukong found himself muttering to himself. Now, not only did he have to study diligently in front of teacher Lin Qi, but he also had to rush outside during breaks to train with Uncle Piccolo. What a headache. At such a young age, Sun Wukong found himself burdened with considerable worries. Wukong, what troubles you? Lin Qi, waiting in Sun Wukong's room, noticed his despondent demeanor as the boy entered. Concerned, Lin Qi asked, have you encountered a difficult problem? Would you like to share it with your teacher? Oh, it's nothing, teacher. Let us quickly begin today's lesson. Sun Wukong forced a smile, temporarily setting aside his concerns about training. After all, listening to Lin Qi's lectures was a genuinely delightful experience. Very well then, let us commence with today's lesson. Lin Qi nodded, dismissing the minor issue from his mind as he wholeheartedly began teaching. Today, in addition to discussing the history of biology, I will also supplement your understanding of mathematics. After all, how can one conduct good research without any knowledge of mathematics? Lin Qi remarked cheerfully. He proceeded to recount the history of biology from 10 million years ago. Long ago, this universe was home to many planets teeming with life, but Lin Qi continued to narrate events from 10 million years past, including the likes of Moro and the great king of the universe. In the course of his history lesson, Lin Qi explained that the seventh universe had once been filled with numerous life forms and planets, but due to the emergence of Moro, a being who delighted in consuming planets, the current scarcity of life in the Milky Way was the unfortunate result. According to my understanding from astronomical history texts, there are only 28 planets with remaining life forms in the entire universe, from 10 million years ago to the present. Lin Qi shared the vast history of the universe and the number of surviving life forms. Naturally, this information was gleaned from Lin Qi's past life memories, making it all the more credible. Thus, the horrifying reality emerged. 10 million years ago, the demon Moro devoured countless planets with thriving life systems, leading to the present situation where only 28 planets harbor life. Upon hearing Lin Qi's lecture, Sun Wukong felt a mixture of trepidation and astonishment. He was deeply shaken and could sense the underlying terror within Lin Qi's words. To think that in this vast universe, only 28 planets still supported life. Sun Wukong couldn't help but reflect on this revelation. Indeed, humanity is truly insignificant. Haha, one could certainly say that. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Lin Qi offered a faint smile. Therefore, Gohan, the cosmos is fraught with peril. If one solely focuses on cultivation without enhancing one's understanding, a grim fate awaits. Lin Qi continued to elucidate. Majin Buu has consumed numerous planets, yet this does not encompass subsequent events. For instance, the god of destruction, Beerus, 500,000 years ago's Majin Buu, and, oh yes, the recent real estate mogul, Frieza. Gohan, you must be well acquainted with the name Frieza, correct? Lin Qi remarked with a smile directed at Sun Wukong as he mentioned Frieza. These are all topics we shall delve into in our next lesson. For now, allow me to provide you with a brief overview. After Lin Qi had finished, it was Gohan's turn to be startled. After a moment of bewilderment, he exclaimed, Teacher, you actually know Frieza? But, aren't we discussing biological history? How does Frieza fit into that? Didn't my father defeat him already? Gohan expressed his profound confusion. He had long been accustomed to Lin Qi's erudition, yet he was taken aback by the revelation that his teacher knew Frieza. Such a notion was indeed formidable, and it clearly indicated that Lin Qi was no ordinary individual. Gohan suddenly recalled what Uncle Piccolo had mentioned earlier. Uncle Piccolo had spoken of a powerful presence nearby last night. Could it be that this was the teacher? If so, it would explain why he was familiar with Frieza. In this light, Lin Qi mentioning Frieza in their biological history class suddenly made perfect sense. Gohan's eyes brightened with understanding. Yes, these are the topics for our next class. Lin Qi nodded. Now, we should first absorb the key knowledge from this lesson. Teacher, I understand. Gohan interjected enthusiastically. Oh, Lin Qi was taken aback. thinking to himself that this student was indeed gifted, even mastering the art of answering prematurely. Lin Qi looked at Gohan with keen interest. Have you truly grasped it? Yes. Yes. Gohan nodded vigorously. What you have been teaching me amounts to the idea that learning is futile. Cultivation is the true path. Gohan began to recognize the harsh reality. He conveyed to Lin Qi his belief that learning was in vain. No amount of knowledge could contend with Frieza, Majin Buu, Beerus, or their ilk. Only through cultivation could one hope to vanquish formidable foes and protect human life. I believe this is why you wanted me to choose this course, right? The study of biological evolution, correct, teacher? Gohan looked at Lin Qi with eager anticipation, hoping his response would please him. However, while Gohan awaited Lin Qi's praise with great enthusiasm, Lin Qi remained silent, instead picking up a ruler and gently tapping it against Gohan's head. Nonsense. Lin Qi's expression turned grave as he spoke solemnly. Gohan, it appears you still do not comprehend why I want you to understand biological history. Allah, why is that? Gohan, having received a light reprimand, was not angered but rather perplexed. He scratched his head in confusion. Upon hearing Lin Qi indicate that his answer was incorrect, he fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that learning was not futile, but rather cultivation was? Gohan stole a glance at Lin Qi, cautiously testing his response. Nonsense. Upon hearing Gohan's response again, Lin Qi's frustration grew, and he gritted his teeth. Learning is beneficial, and so is cultivation. Lin Qi sternly admonished Gohan. He also struck the desk with the ruler, embodying a sense of disappointment at not meeting expectations. Learning is to comprehend the strengths of one's adversaries, thereby enriching oneself through cultivation to become even stronger. Therefore, Gohan, you must never focus solely on learning or merely on cultivation. To attain both is to become a true powerhouse. Lin Qi imparted a serious lesson to Gohan. He exerted considerable effort to steer the lesson back to its essential point. In simpler terms, Lin Qi circled back to the core message. This was exhausting for him. If Gohan were to believe that learning was futile, how could he expect to gain rewards from the system? Almost a misstep, it nearly backfired. One could hardly blame Lin Qi for being irate and stern. I understand, teacher. Gohan nodded. One must both acquire knowledge and possess strength. Only then can one avoid being labeled a brute. After coming to this realization, Gohan listened attentively to Lin Qi's teachings, resembling a contrite student. Having been chastised twice, Gohan fully grasped that his one-sided thinking was erroneous. To focus solely on learning was wrong, and so was concentrating solely on cultivation. In Lin Qi's words, attaining both was the only path to becoming a true warrior. With knowledge and strength, one could defeat Frieza, Majin Buu, Beerus, and other formidable foes. Compared to the calamities of the past, Lin Qi's admonitions led Gohan to profound enlightenment. For unlike past disasters, Lin Qi was genuinely imparting wisdom. Gohan was genuinely fearful that his folly might drive Lin Qi away. Teacher, I completely understand. Gohan earnestly addressed Lin Qi. Ah, Gohan, it's good that you understand. Seeing Gohan grasp his intentions, Lin Qi finally revealed a smile that suggested he was a teachable child. Meanwhile, Lin Qi pondered, had he ever mentioned the term brute during his teaching? Gohan had managed to comprehend it on his own. Such talent was extraordinary. It seemed he could fully rely on Gohan's aptitude for learning to progress even more swiftly and become the strongest in the world. Oh no. The strongest in the universe, the strongest across the 12 universes, was within reach. The rewards from the first lesson had already been so bountiful. He dared not even imagine what the second and third rewards might entail. Lin Qi refrained from allowing his thoughts to drift further, lest he feel as though he were floating in the heavens. Ahem. Pausing momentarily to return to the topic at hand, Lin Qi suddenly adopted a serious tone. Gohan, it is good that you have comprehended. Thus, we shall conclude this lesson on biological history for now. In the next class, I will explain what kind of life form Frieza is. After this class, we must catch up on mathematics. Otherwise, your mother might think I only teach history. Lin Qi chuckled lightly, and after concluding the main lesson, he began discussing other subjects. Time passed unnoticed, and after what felt like a morning spent immersed in Lin Qi's ocean of teaching, Gohan was thoroughly engrossed. Suddenly, Piccolo appeared at Gohan's window like a specter. His expression cold. Gohan, it's time to come out and train. Chapter 9. Wayward Youth, Gohan. Piccolo coldly delivered his message before swiftly vanishing from sight. Inside the room, Gohan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Piccolo's sudden appearance at this moment. Upon reflection, indeed, it has been a protracted lesson. As noon approached, Son Gohan pondered that he could not neglect Piccolo, nor disregard his instructions. After some deliberation, he requested a break from Lin Qi. Naturally, Lin Qi observed everything and nodded in agreement, allowing Son Gohan to take his respite. Just then, Chi entered, carrying a freshly cut platter of fruit. Gohan, Teacher Lin. She beamed. After such an extensive study session, It's important to replenish your energy with some fruit. Upon seeing Chi, Gohan felt an involuntary shiver. She typically forbade him from training, believing that academics were paramount. Gohan, what's the matter? Chi asked, noticing his unease. And nothing. I just wanted to stretch a bit after such a long class, Gohan replied, awkwardly smiling. He couldn't possibly disclose to his mother that he intended to train with Piccolo. Gohan cast an apologetic glance at Lin Qi, hoping he would assist in maintaining this facade. Lin Qi, understanding the situation, nodded subtly in agreement. Indeed, it is precisely the right time for a break. Mrs. Sun, your timing is impeccable, Lin Qi remarked with a smile. The morning session has concluded, and Gohan was just about to stretch his limbs, correct? Yes, that's right. Gohan eagerly affirmed, nodding vigorously, filled with gratitude towards Lin Qi for his timely intervention. Otherwise, given Chi-Chi's temperament, she would undoubtedly prevent him from training with Uncle Piccolo. Stretching your limbs? Chi frowned at Gohan's words. Gohan, have I not warned you against associating with those of dubious character? She admonished, clearly sensing something amiss. But Uncle Piccolo is not dubious. Gohan, realizing his ruse had been unveiled, decided to drop pretense. He began to earnestly defend Piccolo, stating, Uncle Piccolo is someone I respect greatly, just like Dad. Such a child. Chi-Chi's expression soured at his words, and just as she was about to retort, Lin Qi interjected. Mrs. Sun, he said, drawing her attention back. Teacher Lin. Chi suddenly recognized her lapse in composure. Lin Qi continued, waving a hand dismissively. Mrs. Sun, there is truly nothing wrong with allowing Gohan to stretch his limbs. Would it not be advantageous for him to be well-rounded in both academics and martial arts? Upon hearing this, Gohan felt another wave of gratitude towards Lin Qi for rescuing him from potential scolding. Otherwise, he could have faced his mother's admonishment for a considerable time. Perhaps even being forbidden from training with Uncle Piccolo. Gohan deeply appreciated Lin Qi's kindness. However, Teacher Lin, you don't understand how unorthodox they are. I fear Gohan might become a delinquent if he associates with them. Chi began to voice her concerns about Gohan training with Piccolo. Yet before she could finish, Lin Qi interrupted once more. Mrs. Sun, I believe your concerns about unorthodoxy and delinquency refer to Gohan's association with that Piccolo, the Demon King, correct? But what if I were to say I would like to be Gohan's martial arts instructor? Would you permit that? Lin Qi smiled as he proposed this idea, having already resolved to teach Gohan not only academic subjects, but also martial arts. After all, who knows? With Gohan's exceptional training talent, he might expedite the acquisition of rewards from the system. Lin Qi could not let this opportunity slip away. What? Chi was momentarily taken aback. Teacher Lin, are you saying you will also teach Gohan martial arts? Her astonishment was palpable as she gazed at the refined Lin Qi, feeling somewhat disoriented. Is that feasible? She mused internally. While allowing Lin Qi to instruct her son seemed far superior to having Piccolo as a mentor, she still questioned whether it could truly work. If I were to instruct Gohan, I believe he would not turn into a delinquent, would he, Mrs. Sun? Lin Qi added, sensing her hesitation. I suppose not. Chi responded, slightly dazed. However, the most astonished of all was Gohan. He could hardly fathom that the mentor he had intended to seek for training had now transformed into Lin Qi. This felt almost surreal. Gohan remained in a daze for an extended moment, unable to comprehend the shift in circumstances. He had initially thought that Lin Qi would merely help him out of a predicament or smooth things over. Instead, Lin Qi was stepping forward to personally instruct him in martial arts. Gohan's mind raced with admiration, thinking to himself, truly, Teacher Lin is so knowledgeable and talented. He had no doubt that Lin Qi's offer to teach him martial arts was sincere. In the previous class, he had already sensed that Lin Qi was likely the source of that overwhelming energy. Now, he was certain that Lin Qi was indeed the source. After all, what audacity would he possess to teach a Saiyan, who surpassed ordinary earthlings, if he were not capable? As long as he doesn't become a delinquent, I am satisfied. Lin Qi replied, pleased with Chi-Chi's response. Mrs. Sun, rest assured, I will also teach Gohan his cultural studies in addition to martial arts. As for my remuneration, I will still accept the same salary. Lin Qi looked at Chi expectantly. That sounds splendid, Teacher Lin. Chi eagerly acquiesced, relieved that Lin Qi would guide her son, thus preventing him from falling into the wrong crowd. After reaching an agreement, Lin Qi led Gohan outside to a spacious area. As they walked, Gohan felt somewhat conflicted. He was uncertain how to explain this amusing turn of events to Uncle Piccolo. Yet, he reasoned, whether one instructor or two, it ultimately amounted to the same education. In the end, he could consider himself well-versed. He just wondered how Uncle Piccolo would react. Gohan, what are you muttering about? Lin Qi, standing ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, turned back with a smile upon hearing Gohan's murmurs. Oh, it's nothing, Teacher Lin. Well, as long as it's nothing, shall we commence our martial arts lesson now? Yes. Sun Wukong nodded, and then swiftly matched Lin Qi's pace, walking alongside him. Upon reaching a patch of greenery, Sun Wukong occasionally glanced to his left and right, harboring some concern that Piccolo might still be lurking nearby. He pondered, would Uncle Piccolo be angry to learn that I have taken Lin Qi as my teacher? Or worse, would he, in a fit of rage, unleash his fury upon Lin Qi? Sun Wukong was aware that Lin Qi was no ordinary individual, yet he could not possibly stand against Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 10. Piccolo's Astonishment. Does Wukong wish to oppose me? Sun Wukong and Lin Qi arrived at a verdant clearing atop Baobao Mountain. His mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Qi's safety. Given Uncle Piccolo's temperament, he could not truly harm Lin Qi, could he? Sun Wukong muttered softly to himself. A sense of unease creeping in. If it came to that, I would certainly intervene to spare Lin Qi's life. Sun Wukong resolutely affirmed his thoughts. At that moment, Lin Qi noticed Sun Wukong murmuring to himself. With a smile, he inquired, Wukong, what are you whispering about? Do you doubt my abilities to teach you? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately shook his head. No, Lin Qi, it's just that I'm worried about you. Before he could finish, he caught sight of Piccolo standing tall on a distant peak of Baobao Mountain. The wind howled fiercely atop the mountain, lifting Piccolo's cape, and with his grim green visage, he appeared particularly menacing. Sun Wukong's heart raced. Uncle Piccolo, he called out, steeling himself. Mother has allowed me to take Lin Qi as my training master. He felt compelled to be forthright, hoping to shield Lin Qi from any wrath Piccolo might unleash, invoking Chi-Chi's name as a shield. To his surprise, Piccolo merely scoffed at Sun Wukong's words. Then, in an instant, he soared down to the grassy patch, mere meters from Lin Qi and Sun Wukong. His speed so swift that even Sun Wukong could scarcely follow. What can an ordinary earthling, a mere village teacher, possibly teach you? Piccolo remarked with cold indifference, directing his gaze toward Lin Qi. Nevertheless, Lin Qi simply smiled, acknowledging Piccolo's presence. He then retorted, whether I am a village teacher or possess the ability to instruct Sun Wukong is something you can ascertain for yourself. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback, doubting his own ears. His teacher Lin Qi was actually proposing to measure his strength against Uncle Piccolo? It was evident that this challenge was a test of combat prowess. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that Lin Qi would make such a bold declaration. Was this not tantamount to courting disaster? While he had faith in Lin Qi's formidable aura, it was still unfathomable for him to be a match for Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wukong stood there, dumbfounded, while Piccolo regarded Lin Qi with incredulity. Such self-assuredness was far from what one would expect from a mere village teacher. Was this man deluded enough to believe he was more than an average earthling with a modicum of martial arts knowledge? No, something was amiss. Piccolo re-evaluated Lin Qi with newfound astonishment. The fact that he could utter the name of the great Piccolo Daimao indicated that this Lin Qi was aware of his reputation. Otherwise, how could he dare to propose a contest? No, that couldn't be right. Piccolo realized that perhaps Sun Wukong had informed Lin Qi of his identity, prompting this village teacher to entertain the notion of a challenge. Piccolo scrutinized Lin Qi closely, noticing that his aura was indeed unremarkable, devoid of any distinguishing traits. How could such an ordinary earthling dare to issue a challenge? Piccolo's face was a mask of disbelief, even questioning whether he had misheard. However, with the keen hearing of a Namekian, there was no way he could have been mistaken. It was clear that this village teacher was courting death. Piccolo finally concluded that it was Lin Qi who sought demise. Humph. With disdain, Piccolo scoffed. He had no inclination to waste words on someone so foolish. To him, Lin Qi was as good as dead, hardly worth a glance. With that thought, Piccolo's lips curled into a smirk. Since you wish to test your mettle, then let your demise be swift. In an instant, Piccolo stood before Lin Qi, his stance shifting. This was not a display of anger. Piccolo deemed such triviality beneath him. With a flourish of his hand, a powerful gust surged toward Lin Qi, as he intended to simply swat him away. Yet, at that moment, Sun Wukong leaped in front of Lin Qi, resolutely extending his arms to shield him from the oncoming wind. The force was abruptly halted, dissipating into the air. Uncle Piccolo, Lin Qi is my favorite teacher, Sun Wukong proclaimed, his eyes resolute. His intention was clear. He would protect Lin Qi at all costs. Sun Wukong would not permit either of the individuals who had shown him kindness to harm one another, regardless of the circumstances. Lin Qi, you must run. Uncle Piccolo truly intends to harm you, Sun Wukong shouted, closing his eyes in desperation. He did not wish to confront Piccolo, but he could not bear the thought of Lin Qi meeting a tragic fate. Thus, he resolved to intervene. How intriguing, Piccolo mused, recognizing Sun Wukong's determination. He was somewhat taken aback. You have only known Lin Qi for a few days, yet you defend him so fiercely? A sense of displeasure flickered within Piccolo. What is this, Wukong? Do you intend to confront me as well? Your teacher was the one who proposed the contest. I had merely intended to challenge him. Piccolo sneered. observing Sun Wukong's unwavering stance and recalling the past. He reminisced about the time when Vegeta and Nappa first invaded Earth, and he too had stood with open arms to shield Sun Wukong from danger. Now, fate had turned the tables. Sun Wukong was willing to stand before him to protect his teacher. Uncle Piccolo, regardless, Lin Qi is my most beloved teacher. You cannot harm him. Sun Wukong reiterated, his resolve unwavering. The atmosphere grew tense, frozen in anticipation. Chapter 11. Knowledge is Power. Witnessing the standoff between Sun Wukong and Piccolo, Lin Qi felt a profound sense of emotion stir within him. Reflecting upon the bond between Gohan and Piccolo, one might argue that it rivals the profound father-son relationship Gohan shares with Goku. Unexpectedly, Lin Qi found himself astounded that Gohan would dare to confront Piccolo, the very person he revered the most, on his behalf. With a light sigh, Lin Qi remarked, Gohan, there is no need for such actions. Please step aside. I simply wish to spar with your Uncle Piccolo. He gestured for Gohan to yield, as his sole intention was to test his combat skills. After all, having just attained a battle power of 3 million, he sought a worthy opponent. Piccolo's presence presented an opportune moment for Lin Qi to engage in battle and perhaps discover if he could transform into a Super Saiyan through this confrontation. Yet, both Gohan and Piccolo were oblivious to Lin Qi's true intentions. Gohan perceived Lin Qi's actions as nothing short of reckless. Despite recognizing that Lin Qi was no ordinary individual, he firmly believed that he could never match Piccolo's strength. After all, during their time on Namek, Piccolo had already proven to be far superior to anyone aside from Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo shared this sentiment, observing Lin Qi's calm demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the typical panic exhibited by ordinary Earthlings. He realized that Lin Qi was indeed exceptional. However, a smirk of disdain crept upon Piccolo's face. Gohan, you see, it is not that I refuse to let him go. Rather, he is courting death himself. With a scoff, Piccolo thought, let him have his way. It was absurd that a mere human dared to act defiantly before him. Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Thus, he resolved to impart some lessons to Lin Qi. Piccolo extended his massive hand to effortlessly bypass Gohan, intending to seize Lin Qi and hurl him 10 meters away. However, as soon as Piccolo reached out, Gohan's keen senses detected the movement. In a split second, Gohan reacted swiftly, embracing Lin Qi and making a hasty retreat. He leapt gracefully, carrying Lin Qi out of harm's way, landing safely a considerable distance away. Observing Gohan's actions, Lin Qi found himself at a loss for words, both amused and bemused. Such a remarkable student was indeed a rarity. In terms of character and talent, Gohan stood at the pinnacle. Lin Qi felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his pupil. Meanwhile, Piccolo cast a cold gaze upon Gohan and Lin Qi, a frigid exchange of glances. However, after a brief moment, he seemed to relent, turning his back and closing his eyes. A sigh escaped his lips as he thought, enough is enough. It would be unwise to teach Gohan's beloved teacher a lesson. He would surely resent me for it. Although Piccolo had yet to merge with Kami, his prior assimilation with Nail had imbued him with a semblance of compassion. He was no longer purely malevolent and decided to overlook Gohan's intervention on Lin Qi's behalf, seeking a graceful exit for Lin Qi. However, Lin Qi was not inclined to relent. He yearned to engage Piccolo, to assess his own battle prowess. Having been well versed in the Dragon Ball universe, he understood that Piccolo was the strongest warrior among the Z fighters, second only to Goku and Vegeta. This was an invaluable opportunity for training that Lin Qi did not wish to squander. Teacher, you must leave, Gohan urged, observing Lin Qi's reluctance to depart. Yet, Lin Qi appeared unfazed by the imminent danger. It's all right, Gohan, he replied with a gentle smile. I'm merely preparing to give you a lesson in combat guidance. He continued, do you understand why I advocate for a balance of both scholarly and martial pursuits? Why? Gohan questioned, puzzled and anxious. Thinking that with the imminent threat of Piccolo's intervention, his teacher remained preoccupied with pedagogical matters. Lin Qi, how expansive is your heart? Gohan mused, shaking his head with a wry smile. Lin Qi, however, remained remarkably composed. Because I wish for you to realize that knowledge can alter one's fate. Gohan remained perplexed. Knowledge changes fate. While I can comprehend how academic knowledge might do so, we are discussing martial arts here. What connection does this have with the balance of scholarly and martial training? His eyes brimmed with confusion. Lin Qi responded, indeed, through the pursuit of knowledge. You have enriched your understanding, and simultaneously, your strength has grown. You are now stronger than your Uncle Piccolo. Me? My strength has increased alongside my learning? Gohan questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. And I am even stronger than Uncle Piccolo? The incredulity in Gohan's voice was palpable as he pointed at himself, laughing nervously. Oh, Lin Qi, you jest. You cannot fathom how powerful Uncle Piccolo truly is. There's no way I could possibly rival him with just a few days of study. He scratched his head sheepishly, a grin on his face, unable to believe that he could surpass Piccolo, who had returned from Namek. Indeed, it was not only Gohan who doubted this claim. Even Piccolo, from a distance, found it hard to maintain his composure upon hearing Lin Qi's words. Foolish delusion. Piccolo scoffed. Lin Qi, undeterred, understood Gohan's incredulity. Reluctantly, he decided to demonstrate a fraction of his power. Watch closely, Gohan. This is the formidable strength derived from knowledge. Lin Qi offered Gohan a slight smile. With that, he suddenly unleashed a powerful shout, channeling his energy. Lin Qi's battle power surged dramatically. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 1 million. In a mere instant, Lin Qi's battle power astonishingly reached an incredible 1 million. Chapter 12. Gohan's remarkable surge in strength. With a flurry of energy swirling around him, Lin Qi's presence transformed, enveloped in a white aura. What do you think, Gohan? Am I now capable of sparring with your Uncle Piccolo? Lin Qi's eyes sparkled with friendliness, his smile unwavering, for this was merely a third of his foundational battle. Witnessing Lin Qi's sudden display of strength, Gohan's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Even Piccolo, who had intended to forego confronting Lin Qi, was taken aback by this revelation. Neither he nor Gohan could have anticipated that an ordinary Earthling-s cultural studies teacher possessed such latent power. Indeed, as I suspected, Piccolo thought, regaining his composure after witnessing Lin Qi's explosive display. That formidable presence I felt last night emanated from you. Otherwise, what audacity would compel you to challenge me? With this realization, Piccolo resolved to abandon his previous restraint. It turns out that the formidable aura emanating last night was indeed unleashed by Lin Qi. He had previously wondered if Sun Wukong had achieved a breakthrough in power and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now, however, such thoughts seemed utterly laughable. It was merely a battle power of 1 million. Come now, let me witness whether your strength can truly guide Wukong. A smirk appeared at the corner of Piccolo's mouth as he soared into the sky, intrigued by Lin Qi's actions. He ascended high above, awaiting Lin Qi's offensive, eager to teach this Earthling a lesson for his arrogance. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief as he never anticipated that matters would escalate to a confrontation between his two mentors. He had certainly heard Lin Qi's words about knowledge altering fate. Yet, he never envisioned that knowledge could genuinely alter his strength. In a moment of doubt, Wukong questioned whether his recent studies had indeed elevated him above Uncle Piccolo in terms of power. This was incredulous. However, this was not a valid reason for Lin Qi to challenge Uncle Piccolo to a duel. Wukong felt a surge of urgency as he realized that a confrontation between his two teachers was imminent, and he needed to do everything in his power to prevent it. For Wukong understood that, judging solely by Lin Qi's current aura, it was akin to the power of Frieza in his first form. It must be noted that Uncle Piccolo had once fought Frieza to a standstill in that same form. If Lin Qi possessed only such strength, he might not be a match for Uncle Piccolo. Upon recognizing Lin Qi's capabilities, Wukong's concern deepened. He feared for Lin Qi's safety against Uncle Piccolo, as he viewed Lin Qi as merely a fledgling. Even Frieza in his initial transformation could not pose a significant threat to Uncle Piccolo, let alone after Piccolo's return from Namek. How could Lin Qi, with a mere battle power of 1 million, possibly contend with Uncle Piccolo? It was akin to a swift 86 attempting to chase down a luxurious Mercedes. As Wukong watched the impending battle unfold, his anxiety escalated. Suddenly, a thought struck. He had to save Lin Qi. Before Lin Qi and Piccolo could engage in earnest combat, Wukong dashed forward, positioning himself before Piccolo. With a serious tone, he declared, "Uncle Piccolo, Lin Qi is not your opponent. If a fight is what you seek, then let us join forces to confront you together." Wukong's unexpected intervention not only halted Lin Qi's advance, but also left Piccolo in astonishment. Wukong, what are you doing?" Piccolo replied, finding humor in the situation. He had always been solitary, and now that he had come to know Wukong, his demeanor had softened. Yet, here was Wukong proposing to team up against him? Piccolo chuckled to himself, realizing that Wukong must have sensed the inadequacy of Lin Qi's power, hence his proposal to ally against him. With clarity in his mind, Piccolo's expression brightened. "Very well, Wukong," he said with a smirk. "Although I'm unsure of Lin Qi's intentions for being here, I must eliminate him for old Son." "No, please don't, Uncle Piccolo," Wukong exclaimed, reaching out in a desperate plea. Mentioning Son Wukong caused Piccolo's gaze to narrow slightly. Wukong continued to explain, "Lin Qi means no harm. He is merely imparting knowledge to me." However, Piccolo remained unconvinced. "Have you considered, Wukong, that Lin Qi might actually be one of Frieza's subordinates? Could it be that your father has yet to return because of him?" Piccolo's words grew sharper, laden with suspicion. Wukong stood dumbfounded, having never contemplated that possibility. It made sense. Lin Qi's knowledge of Frieza and the universe's intricacies, as well as his father's absence, began to align in his mind. As he reflected on Lin Qi's peculiar behavior, Lin Qi, who had remained silent until now, found the situation absurd. Piccolo, you can't unjustly attribute such baseless accusations to me, he retorted. Turning to Wukong, he added, Wukong, you've overthought this. I simply see your potential and wish to teach you to alter humanity's fate. Alter humanity's fate? Wukong recalled Lin Qi's recent lectures where he had mentioned Frieza, Moro, Majin Buu, and the gods of destruction, villains that threatened human existence. Reflecting on Lin Qi's teachings, Wukong realized the truth in Lin Qi's words. He was indeed guiding him on how to change humanity's destiny. Only with formidable strength could one reshape a fate marred by destruction. Wukong, who once viewed humanity as fragile and insignificant before divine beings, now recognized that weakness led to inevitable ruin. With newfound clarity, Wukong resolved to support Lin Qi. He firmly believed that Lin Qi was motivated solely by his desire to nurture his talents, not as Piccolo suggested, merely a pawn of Frieza. In that instant, Wukong grasped Lin Qi's genuine intentions and began to counter Piccolo's claims. Uncle Piccolo, it's not like that, he insisted, shaking his head gently. Lin Qi is absolutely not Frieza's subordinate, nor is he the reason for my father's absence. Upon hearing Wukong's steadfast conviction, Piccolo merely regarded him with a slight shake of his head. Humph, if Lin Qi is so adept at brainwashing, then let me see just how much you have learned from him. With that, Piccolo's expression hardened, and he deliberately maneuvered around Wukong, diving towards Lin Qi below with ill intent. In that moment, Wukong could distinctly sense Piccolo's murderous intent. As Piccolo charged towards Lin Qi, Wukong's expression turned grave. In the blink of an eye, Son Gohan swiftly materialized before Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, you have misjudged teacher Lin Qi. He is truly an exceptional instructor. Gohan realized that mere explanations would not suffice. Thus, he boldly stepped forward with a determined shout, positioning himself in front of Piccolo. Humph. Piccolo understood that to eliminate Lin Qi, he must first contend with Son Gohan. Without hesitation, Piccolo launched an assault against Gohan, aiming to incapacitate him before seeking out Lin Qi. However, as they engaged in combat, Piccolo soon discovered that Gohan's power had subtly but significantly improved. Indeed, he was far more formidable than the Gohan who had traversed Namek. Piccolo was taken aback, pondering how Gohan, who had claimed to be preoccupied with studies rather than training, could possess such strength. Gohan's sudden surge of power, particularly in response to Piccolo's fierce onslaught, momentarily overwhelmed Piccolo, forcing him to defend rather than attack. Adada. Gohan, embodying the spirit of a miniature warrior, pushed Piccolo back relentlessly. What is happening? Piccolo stammered, caught off guard as Gohan landed a punch squarely on his cheek. Piccolo was astonished, unaware that Gohan had evolved far beyond the version he had known on Namek. This was a Gohan who had been trained by Lin Qi, and his strength had indeed flourished. As Piccolo regained his composure, Gohan delivered another swift kick towards him. The scene seemed to freeze. Uncle Piccolo, are you alright? Gohan, surprised at having struck Piccolo's face, halted his attack, genuinely concerned for Piccolo's well-being. After enduring 2 hits, Piccolo's pride was at stake. With a sudden burst of energy, he erupted and forcefully pushed Gohan away. Gohan stumbled back, momentarily taken aback. Gohan, your strength has truly skyrocketed. After dispelling Gohan with his energy, Piccolo finally allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face. Gohan was entirely oblivious to his newfound prowess. Only upon receiving Piccolo's praise did he feel a tinge of shyness. That's all well and good, but you are still far from my level. To temper Gohan's burgeoning pride, Piccolo coldly added a note of caution. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, observing from the ground, called out to Gohan, Gohan, did you see? This is the power of knowledge. The power of knowledge? Both Gohan and Piccolo were astonished by Lin Qi's voice from below. This illustrates how knowledge can alter one's fate. I was not mistaken, was I? Gohan, look at your progress. This is all a result of your learning. Lin Qi, smiling from the grassy expanse of Baozi Mountain, reveled in the benefits of his mentorship. Not only had his own strength increased, but so too had that of his pupil. Witnessing Gohan's battle with Piccolo, Lin Qi estimated Gohan's power to be on par with 200,000. In contrast, Piccolo's battle power had diminished since their journey on Namek, due to his fusion with Nail. His strength had barely reached 150,000. Thus, when Piccolo claimed Gohan still fell short of his level, it was evident he had not fully grasped the extent of Gohan's capabilities. Lin Qi perceived this with clarity. Piccolo, still somewhat prideful, believed himself to be superior to Gohan. However, Lin Qi refrained from exposing this misconception, simply advising Gohan, therefore, Gohan, as long as you continue learning with me and updating your knowledge, when your father returns, he will surely be astonished. Lin Qi smiled broadly, giving Gohan an approving thumbs up. Observing Lin Qi's confidence and audacity, Piccolo's brow furrowed. Gohan has only been studying with you for 2 days, and you claim this is your achievement? You are quite the braggart. Piccolo glared at Lin Qi, accusing him of exaggeration. While Gohan has made progress, that is all there is to it. If I were to teach him, he might have already reached the level of your father. Piccolo was alluding to Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although he had been grievously wounded by Frieza, he retained a fragment of consciousness and understood the immense strength Goku wielded post-transformation. Thus, he aspired to cultivate Gohan into a warrior of formidable power. Witnessing Gohan's modest improvement while Lin Qi beamed with pride, Piccolo's dissatisfaction became apparent. Gohan, with your current abilities, you are far from your father, and even I surpass you. Gohan was momentarily at a loss for words, bewildered by Piccolo's sudden reversal after just having praised his newfound strength. He felt awkward, unsure of how to respond. Perhaps Gohan was contemplating whether his remarkable progress truly stemmed from Lin Qi's assertion that knowledge is power? Huh. Piccolo, Lin Qi interjected, unabashedly refuting the notion. If Gohan had studied under you, he might have become a failure. What? Piccolo's expression darkened immediately. No one on Earth had dared to speak to him so openly before. What? Are you agitated? I don't believe I spoke incorrectly, Lin Qi remarked, scratching his head in confusion. As long as Gohan continues learning with me, he will inevitably become the strongest in the world. No, the universe. Lin Qi confidently declared. Of course. This assertion excluded himself. At that moment, Piccolo's expression soured completely. He resolved to end this pointless exchange with Lin Qi. He understood that if he did not teach Lin Qi a lesson today, Gohan's strength would eventually surpass his own, leaving him unable to act against Lin Qi in the future. Piccolo was acutely aware of this truth. Thus, the moment his expression darkened, he seized the opportunity while Gohan was distracted, unleashing his full power to push Gohan back. Then, taking advantage of Gohan's unpreparedness, Piccolo swiftly flew before Lin Qi and unleashed his ultimate technique, Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo soared towards Lin Qi, suddenly emitting two beams of energy from his eyes in a fierce attack. Boom! Lin Qi did not evade in time, taking the full brunt of the onslaught. Teacher Lin Qi. Gohan shouted desperately upon witnessing the attack. The scene unfolded with astonishing rapidity. It was only when he was hurled away by Piccolo's explosive energy that he realized Piccolo intended to end Lin Qi's life. The lawn of Baozi Mountain was suddenly engulfed in thick smoke, and deep craters marked the ground where the energy waves had struck. Yet, Lin Qi was nowhere to be seen. He was not dead. What? Son Gohan and Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qi had already materialized behind Piccolo. You brought this upon yourself. Lin Qi's voice resonated coldly in Piccolo's ears as he stood poised behind him. Piccolo turned in astonishment, only to discover Lin Qi right behind him, his expression shifting dramatically. Without further ado, Lin Qi raised a hand. Buzzing sounds filled the air as an energy sphere manifested in his palm. Piccolo, taken aback, recognized the formidable power contained within the sphere and understood he was outmatched. In an instant, as Lin Qi propelled the energy wave, Piccolo ascended rapidly into the sky. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, realizing he had truly encountered a worthy adversary. He had not anticipated such a powerful warrior existing on Earth. As Piccolo soared, he cast a glance toward the ground and noticed that Lin Qi seemed to remain on the surface. A sly smile crept across his face. Can't fly? With such high combat power, he is incapable of flight? How absurd. He laughed heartily, glancing back at the seemingly unperturbed Lin Qi. However, the next moment, Lin Qi simply leaped lightly from the ground. His body propelled upward with the swiftness of a spring, soaring toward Piccolo in an instant. In a fleeting second, Lin Qi found himself above Piccolo's head. Nanny! Piccolo gasped, taken aback. Yet, Lin Qi showed no mercy. He executed a swift kick, delivering a powerful blow to Piccolo's side. With a resounding crash, Piccolo plummeted to the ground, leaving a trail of dirt in his wake. Ugh! He fell, blood spilling from his mouth. Uncle Piccolo! Son Gohan cried out in alarm at this sudden turn of events. He rushed to Piccolo's side at breakneck speed. Uncle Piccolo, are you alright? Gohan assisted the injured Piccolo, his eyes filled with urgent concern. Piccolo, momentarily at a loss for words, felt humiliated after being knocked down by Lin Qi. Yet, maintaining his pride, he pushed Gohan away and stood defiantly. Masenko! Piccolo clasped his hands together at his forehead, gathering all his energy into a powerful beam aimed at Lin Qi. At that moment, Lin Qi had just landed after kicking Piccolo. Seeing Piccolo's Masenko approach, he remained unfazed, a slight smile playing on his lips. In an instant, he bellowed and began to unleash his own energy. Yeah! Lin Qi's gaze sharpened as the surrounding energy surged, creating an explosive sound. As the Masenko's light wave approached, it collided with Lin Qi, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke. As the dust settled, the sound of crackling energy filled the air. Soon, the smoke cleared, revealing a golden aura surrounding Lin Qi. Chapter 14, Cultivating Son Gohan, Enjoying the Second Half of Life. Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing Lin Qi's transformation, both Piccolo and Son Gohan immediately recognized his new form. Lin Qi's hair had transformed into a brilliant golden hue, standing upright like the quills of a hedgehog. radiating an intense glow. His eyes had morphed into a piercing green, filled with determination and an aura of invincibility. The golden energy surrounding him flickered like flames, and the sheer force of his presence shook the very air around him, causing the ground to crack beneath his might. "Forgive me," Lynch remarked, his demeanor cool yet tempered with a gentle tone. "It's my first transformation, and I'm still getting accustomed to it." The sight left both Piccolo and Son Gohan utterly speechless. Piccolo had never imagined his Masenko would be rendered utterly ineffective against Lynch's transformation. What astounded him further was the revelation that Lynch was a Saiyan, and a Super Saiyan at that. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as disbelief clouded his eyes. How could this be? He stammered, barely able to comprehend the reality before him. Son Gohan, equally astonished, stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom that his mentor was indeed a Super Saiyan. He had witnessed Goku transform into a Super Saiyan firsthand, and Lynch now bore the same appearance: golden hair, a fierce expression, and an overwhelming presence. "Lynch, you," Son Gohan stuttered, eager to engage in conversation. Yet, he recalled the moment on Namek when his father had nearly lost his sanity upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, and fear gripped him. He hesitated to confirm if his mentor was still in control. "Gohan," Lynch addressed him with a smirk, "your uncle Piccolo tried to kill me. I think retaliating is justified." This was Lynch's first transformation into a Super Saiyan, and he was uncertain of its effects. Observing the astonished expressions of Piccolo and Gohan, he felt a sense of satisfaction. "Gohan, if you continue to train with me, I believe you too can achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan in due time." "Me too." Gohan pointed at himself, bewildered. "Yes, but first, let me teach your uncle Piccolo a lesson," Lynch declared, turning his gaze toward Piccolo. In truth, Lynch did not need to transform into a Super Saiyan. His base combat power already surpassed Piccolo's, allowing him to defeat him effortlessly. However, intrigued, he decided to give it a try, and to his delight, he succeeded. For Lynch, this was indeed a commendable achievement, as in the current timeline, the first Super Saiyan represented a pinnacle of power capable of contending with the formidable Frieza. What lay ahead remained uncertain, for many powerful foes awaited, such as Cell, Majin Buu, and Beerus. Lynch mused that the only way to secure his footing in this perilous Dragon Ball world was to rapidly teach Son Gohan, propelling himself toward greater strength. The first Super Saiyan transformation was no longer sufficient. He sought to progress more swiftly and solidly, to cultivate a student with the extraordinary talents of Son Gohan, allowing them to progress together and confront future adversaries. In this way, Lin Qi could relish a peaceful later life. But let us return to the present. When Lin Qi proclaimed his intent to teach Piccolo a lesson, Piccolo merely scoffed at the remark. He was acutely aware that he was no match for a Super Saiyan, and he finally acknowledged Lin Qi's formidable strength. Of course, this admission was internal. Externally, he maintained a facade of unwavering resolve. "Humph, teach me a lesson? Unless you truly intend to kill me, I shall never yield." Piccolo huffed, his visage radiating arrogance. "Very well, I shall oblige you." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the Super Saiyan Lin Qi adopted a frigid expression. He then extended a hand, gathering a potent energy wave. The air thrummed as Lin Qi's palm coalesced with tremendous energy, poised to strike Piccolo. Should this wave land, it would obliterate Piccolo, along with the old Kami, into nothingness. "Teacher Lin Qi, no?" Suddenly, Son Gohan cried out desperately, positioning his diminutive frame in front of Piccolo, mirroring his earlier stance when he had shielded Piccolo from Lin Qi. This time, however, the roles were reversed, with Son Gohan interposing himself to thwart Lin Qi. "Teacher Lin Qi, Uncle Piccolo is one of the individuals I respect most in my life, and so are you. I do not wish for either of you to engage in a life-or-death struggle." Son Gohan shouted with his eyes shut tight, fervently attempting to prevent Lin Qi's assault. Lin Qi, however, did not succumb to irrationality despite his Super Saiyan transformation. Witnessing Son Gohan's fervent plea, he could not bring himself to harm Piccolo. After all, this mirrored a past experience where Son Gohan had similarly intervened to protect Piccolo, leaving Lin Qi deeply moved. "All right then, since you are I shall grant you this favor." Ultimately, Lin Qi refrained from attacking Piccolo, mirroring Piccolo's own thoughts. If he were to truly kill Piccolo, Son Gohan would likely harbor resentment for a considerable time. Such an outcome would result in the loss of a remarkably gifted student, halting his own progress and strength, an unworthy price to pay. "Since I shall spare you, Uncle Piccolo, allow me to say this. While the death penalty may be avoided, the consequences of your actions remain. You must vow to obey my commands from now on," Lin Qi declared to Son Gohan, dissipating the energy wave in his hand and reverting to his normal state. "What? You want me to swear to obey you?" Before Son Gohan could respond, Piccolo loudly challenged Lin Qi. "Impossible. I am the great Demon King Piccolo, and I shall never bow to anyone." Piccolo dismissed Son Gohan's hand, adopting a defiant posture. "If you wish to kill me, then do so. Spare me your words." Piccolo shut his eyes, ready to accept death. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan found himself in a difficult position. He had extended a lifeline to Piccolo, yet Piccolo's obstinate nature refused to relent, leaving Son Gohan in a quandary. Haha, splendid. As expected of the great Demon King Piccolo, your words are indeed resolute. Lin Qi, observing Piccolo's staunch demeanor, could not help but commend him. Let us proceed this way. Lin Qi continued thoughtfully. I understand that you value your pride, and I know this is not your full potential. Return and train for a time. When you have truly surpassed me, I welcome you to challenge me at any moment. If you are defeated then, you must heed my commands without complaint. Lin Qi waved at Piccolo with an enigmatic smile, adding pointedly, Oh, and I specifically allow you to fuse with the old Kami. Give it some thought. What? Faced with Lin Qi's calm demeanor, Piccolo's stoic facade finally cracked. A wave of astonishment surged within him. Lin Qi was aware of the full extent of his power after fusing with the old Kami. Chapter 15. The Prophetic Dream of Beerus. Has Champa become a pet? On the Baozi Mountain. With Lin Qi's transformation into a Super Saiyan and his mention of Piccolo's fusion with the old Kami, Piccolo flew away in shock and indignation, leaving only the singular conviction to defeat Lin Qi. What of being a Super Saiyan? Lin Qi, you will regret your actions today. Piccolo, dejected, rose and departed after uttering a fierce remark. Watching Piccolo's retreat, neither Lin Qi nor Son Gohan spoke. Eventually, as Piccolo vanished from sight, Lin Qi mused, Why does this sound familiar? Is it from the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament? Lin Qi pondered with a hint of recognition. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, relieved to see Piccolo safely depart, turned to Lin Qi with a look of excitement. Teacher Lin Qi, you are incredible. I never expected you to be a Saiyan as well. Lin Qi nodded slightly, reaching out to ruffle Son Gohan's hair with a smile. In truth, like your father, I too am a Saiyan exiled on Earth. Lin Qi told a white lie. After all, while out in the world, one's identity is self-defined, and there was no need to divulge the truth to Son Gohan. Of course, Son Gohan was not overly concerned about this revelation. Instead, he was filled with surprise and joy. Teacher Lin Qi, do you mean that through the power of knowledge, I too can become as formidable as you? Or even as powerful as my father? Son Gohan gazed up at Lin Qi with wide, hopeful eyes. Hearing this, Lin Qi felt a surge of satisfaction and nodded. Finally, Son Gohan had started to understand the importance of knowledge. Absolutely. With your innate talent for learning, surpassing me and your father is only a matter of time. Lin Qi began to paint a bright future for Son Gohan. At that moment, Son Gohan curiously inquired, Teacher Lin Qi, can my father also gain power through knowledge? Lin Qi pondered for a moment, recalling Goku's brutish nature, and suspected he might struggle even with elementary arithmetic. Gohan, everyone has their own suitable training method, and yours is learning. Besides, given your father's intellect, convincing him to study would be more challenging than killing him. Indeed, Son Gohan nodded in agreement, fully aware that his father was wholly devoted to martial arts, lacking any academic inclination. Observing this, Lin Qi chuckled, but you can study diligently with me for now. And when Son Goku returns, you'll be sure to astonish him. Teacher, do you know when my father will come back? Son Gohan paused, surprised. Lin Qi confidently replied, Of course. Hearing Lin Qi's response, Son Gohan looked astonished, not expecting his teacher to possess such extensive knowledge. It is worth noting that during their sojourn on Earth, the Namekians, along with the Z warriors, believed that Son Goku had perished. However, through the mystical Dragon Balls of Namek, they sought to resurrect him, only to discover that Goku was, in fact, alive. Yet now, Lin Qi astonishingly seemed to possess knowledge of his father's survival, even being aware of when he would return to Earth. This was truly remarkable. Sun Wufan exclaimed in his heart. It was as if Lin Qi was an omniscient sage, possessing knowledge of the heavens and the earth. Therefore, Lin Qi, you must know many things about my father. Sun Wufan was both thrilled and exhilarated, eager to share this wonderful news with his mother. Lin Qi, when will my father return? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi smiled, glancing at the time and realizing that the lunch break was approaching. So you are eager to learn about your father? Very well, let us return for lunch first, and I shall tell you during the afternoon class. Lin Qi gently patted Sun Wufan's back, signaling him to head back. Meanwhile, Lin Qi had already begun to descend the mountain. No, Lin Qi. Sun Wufan stubbornly persisted, trailing behind Lin Qi. Please just tell me, when will my father come back? I beg you. Sun Wufan even resorted to a childlike plea. Seeing this, Lin Qi felt somewhat exasperated. Alas, he is still but a 5-year-old child, Lin Qi sighed softly, ruffling Sun Wufan's hair before leading him down the mountain. Your father will return in due time. Is that true, Lin Qi? Indeed. However, let us save the details for our next class, shall we, Wufan? Oh, then, compared to my father, who is stronger? Lin Qi chuckled, I cannot say. As the two figures, one large and one small, gradually faded into the distance, their voices grew softer. Meanwhile, on the distant planet of the destroyers in Universe 7, Within the confines of the Destroyer Palace, the god of destruction, Beerus, was soundly asleep. Ever since Beerus had instructed Frieza to eradicate planet Vegeta, he had been indulging in slothful slumber. However, this time was different. Beerus unexpectedly awoke early. Why? Because during his slumber, he had a prophetic dream. In the dream, Beerus found himself battling a being known as the Super Saiyan God. He could not recall the specific location of their duel, but he distinctly remembered that beneath them lay an ocean, and beside them floated a grand cruise ship, which appeared to be celebrating someone's birthday. Furthermore, many spectators were watching the confrontation, including Champa. This realization jolted Beerus awake. Champa, what are you doing here? As Beerus fought the Super Saiyan God in his dream, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Champa, who was oddly perched upon the cruise ship. Champa, why have you taken on this form? Where's Vados? Beerus momentarily froze, and in sheer shock, he ceased his battle, turning his astonished gaze toward the direction of the cruise ship where Champa was situated. There, Champa, transformed into a stout and rotund cat, was nestled at the feet of a stranger, appearing utterly bewildered. Chapter 16, Not your Champa, but my fat Bopo. Following this, Beerus approached the cruise ship. He gazed at Champa, now resembling a plump cat, and found the sight utterly comical. Ha ha. The esteemed god of destruction from Universe 6 has become a fat cat? Champa, oh Champa, you have brought great shame upon the title of destroyer. Beerus stood on the cruise ship, hands clasped behind his back, reveling in the ridicule of his twin brother. Hee, Lord Beerus, you have mistaken me for someone else. Just then, a vague figure appeared on the cruise ship, and Beerus could not make out the details. However, he distinctly heard a gentle and affable voice emanating from the figure. The indistinct voice stated, "This is not your brother Champa, but rather my cat, Fat Bopo." Beerus furrowed his brow. How could that be? There's no way I could mistake my own brother. This is undoubtedly Champa. I would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. Despite Beerus's fervent attempts to argue, the indistinct figure merely shook its head slightly. He is simply my pet cat, Fat Bopo. Beerus was left speechless, his astonishment evident. After a prolonged silence, it seemed that Beerus was harboring a tempest of anger, seeking an outlet. You treat a god of destruction as a pet? You must be the first person, aside from the Omni King, to do so. Do you require a fight to admit that he is Champa? Beerus glared furiously at the vague figure. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, he found himself jolted awake by the urge to relieve himself. Oh no, or rather, to put it another way, I was awakened by my own ire. Who dares to treat a god of destruction as a pet? Not even in a dream would that be permissible. Let me go take a leak first, and then I shall deal with you. Infuriated, Beerus made his way to the lakeside. At that moment, Whis was fishing by the lake and, upon seeing Beerus emerge, was puzzled. Lord Beerus, you're awake? I was awakened by the need to urinate. No. Wait. Beerus paused, reflecting angrily. I was awakened by my anger. I will not concern myself with that so-called Super Saiyan god today. I must have a lucid dream, so I can properly teach that human who dares treat a god of destruction as a pet a lesson. Enraged, Beerus discarded his trousers, unable to contain himself as he relieved himself among the flowers by the lakeside. After finishing, Beerus stormed back to the palace and collapsed into a deep sleep. However, his words left was utterly perplexed. What on earth is Lord Beerus rambling about? I suspect he must have had a nightmare. Nearby, the prophetic fish in its small tank floundered slightly before slowly speaking. It seems that Lord Beerus did not dream of pleasant things. Significant events are about to unfold. On the other side, at the foot of Mount Payos, within Lin Qi's home, he had finally persuaded Sun Wufan to return home for a lunch break. He also took this rare opportunity to rest before commencing the afternoon lessons for Sun Wufan. Haven't I taught for an entire day? Why hasn't the system awarded me yet? Oh, I forgot, it's only been half a day. Lin Qi sat on the sofa, slowly coming to this realization. With his legs crossed and one hand propping up his chin, he began to ponder the objectives ahead. If events were to follow the original storyline, it seemed that they were approaching the arc where Frieza and his father sought revenge on Earth, as well as Goku returning after mastering instant transmission. However, Lin Qi reflected further and muttered to himself. I recently instructed Piccolo to seek fusion with the Elder Kai. Might this disrupt the original timeline? Will Frieza and his progeny's invasion of Earth take an alternate course? As a time traveler, Lynch remains acutely aware of the intricacies of the timeline. Should his presence indeed precipitate an early fusion for Piccolo and an earlier arrival for Frieza and his cohorts on Earth, what then? If Trunks from the future does not appear in advance, how shall this predicament be resolved? Given Lynch's current prowess, he is likely ill-equipped to confront Frieza and his ilk, let alone ensure his own safety. After a brief contemplation, Lynch arrived at a resolution. The immediate course of action is to expedite Gohan's growth. Through this, he can also harness the system's rewards to attain power surpassing that of Frieza. With this clarity of thought, Lynch felt unburdened, merely awaiting the afternoon's lessons. He found himself pondering what rewards he might receive following the day's instruction. Anticipation bubbled within him. Just then, a rumble emanated from Lynch's stomach, signaling hunger. He stroked his well-defined abdominal muscles and smacked his lips, exclaiming, "Ah, I am famished. A bowl of instant noodles shall suffice before I retire for a nap." Class resumes in the afternoon. In no time, 3 minutes later, Lynch had prepared his instant noodles, devoured them with alacrity, and finally reclined on the sofa, drifting into a peaceful slumber. However, he had forgotten to feed his cat, Fei Bo. As Fei Bo awaited sustenance, it felt a twinge of discontent, glaring at its slumbering master with a fierce expression. Subsequently, Fei Bo began to pace back and forth in the living room. It gracefully leapt onto the coffee table and inspected it, discovering a cup of instant noodles among the usual tea set. Unfamiliar with this object, curiosity piqued. It extended a paw into the noodles. "Meow? Ouch, ouch, ouch," cried Fei Bo as its paw plunged into the scalding broth, eliciting a wail of distress. In a flurry, it swatted the cup, sending broth cascading across the table, filling the air with the aroma of noodles. "What in the world are you doing, Fei Bo?" Lynch awoke. Irritation etched across his face, only to be greeted by the chaotic scene on the coffee table. Anger surged within him as he shouted, "Fei Bo, you've run out of cat food today." "Meow?" Startled by both the heat and Lynch's outburst, Fei Bo's fur bristled, and it leapt in fright. Retreating to its sanctuary in the room, cowering in the corner, it dared only to peek out. After an indeterminate period, with no food from Lynch forthcoming, Fei Bo, too, felt the pangs of hunger. It nestled in its corner, when suddenly, its eyes fell upon the remnants of instant noodles it had left in its wake. Unable to resist, it extended its tongue to taste. Delicious. Truly delightful. Fei Bo purred with excitement, realizing its master had indulged in such a delectable treat without sharing. Buoyed by newfound, it seized the moment, rummaging through the trash bin Lynch had tidied, unearthing more noodle remnants to feast upon. Meanwhile, in the cosmic expanse aboard the universe cube, the deity Beerus traversed the boundary of the 6th and 7th universes, while Champa slumbered nearby. Observing Champa's serene slumber and soft murmurs, Beerus decided against waking him, instead chuckling to himself. With a firm tap of his staff, the universe cube accelerated, soon vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. Chapter 17. You, go eliminate Frieza. Gohan, me? At the home of Goku in Mount Pozu, dusk had descended. Inside Gohan's room, as the hour grew late, Lynch addressed him, "Gohan, it is time to conclude our mathematics lesson. We must now proceed to the training session." "Of course, Teacher Lynch." Gohan nodded, bidding farewell to Chi-Chi before following Lynch outside. Seated opposite one another, Gohan inquired, "Teacher Lynch, having learned so much new information, will my strength also increase?" Lynch replied with a smile, "Not so swiftly, my dear student. One must first assimilate knowledge to unlock their fullest potential." Curiosity ignited within Gohan. How can I truly assimilate this knowledge to reach the level of Super Saiyan? Like you and my father? Through Lynch's previous lessons on biological history, Gohan recognized that strength was essential for the protection of Earth. Thus, he embraced the prospect of training with enthusiasm. To achieve the level of Super Saiyan, Lynch began earnestly, seated on the grass. "Gohan, first, you must attempt to unleash your full power. You may not have realized it, but during your encounter with Piccolo this morning, your strength had already surpassed his." Gohan, filled with disbelief, pondered aloud. "I have surpassed Uncle Piccolo?" He recalled their earlier battle, where Piccolo had insisted he had not revealed his true strength. Yet Gohan mused that perhaps Piccolo was not as formidable as he had once believed. Uncle Piccolo truly may not be that strong, he whispered to himself, finally recognizing he had surpassed Piccolo's modest battle power of 150,000. "Very well, Teacher Lynch. I shall unleash my full strength for you now." With that declaration, Gohan rose, assuming a fighting stance, and shouted, "Ya!" Instantly, his energy surged, causing the surrounding flora to tremble. A white aura enveloped him. "I have indeed grown stronger. If I were to face Frieza in his grotesque form now, I might just prevail." Gohan reflected on the harrowing memories from Namek, where Frieza had mercilessly overpowered Piccolo after transforming. Now, he felt confident that he could hold his own against Frieza's initial transformation. However, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. If it were Frieza in his third transformation, I fear I would be outmatched. That form is terrifying. Even Vegeta, after recovering from a brutal encounter with Krillin, could not withstand him. Gohan contemplated, only my father and Teacher Lynch would stand a chance against that form of Frieza. At that moment, Lynch also rose to his feet. He discerned that son Gohan's strength had reached the limits of this stage. Thus, he spoke, "Gohan, if you wish to grow stronger solely through the acquisition of knowledge, you merely need to wait a while. Once you integrate the new knowledge you have acquired, you will naturally become more powerful. However, if you aspire to enhance your abilities through both knowledge and training, what one might call a dual approach, I indeed have a method." Lin Qi nodded, earnestly analyzing Gohan's situation. What method? Son Gohan immediately inquired, his interest piqued. He recognized that, at present, he was still far too weak. He could not even defeat Frieza. And should a mightier foe arise in the future, such as Beerus, Majin Buu, or Moro, how could he protect everyone? Lin Qi sensei, I wish to strengthen myself through both avenues. Son Gohan declared, his eyes resolute. I want to safeguard everyone and protect this earth, and I intend to grow stronger through both knowledge and training. Seeing Gohan's determination, Lin Qi smiled with satisfaction. Well done, Gohan, for possessing such an awareness. Gohan couldn't help but smile in response, attributing his insight to Lin Qi's teachings. Lin Qi sensei, didn't you mention that formidable enemies might emerge in the future? Yet I can't even defeat Frieza right now. I can certainly master both the arts of knowledge and martial prowess to become stronger. So Lin Qi sensei, please tell me what methods I can employ to rapidly enhance my strength. Gohan eagerly questioned Lin Qi. Lin Qi was greatly pleased by Gohan's fervor. After all, he was his most cherished student. Do you know how your father became strong? He asked Gohan. My father? Of course I do. Gohan replied confidently, recalling Goku's path to strength. It was through the gravity chamber constructed by Bulma's father. Goku was capable of training under a gravity 100 times that of Earth. Gohan was well aware of this fact. However, upon returning to Earth, that gravity chamber had been stolen by Vegeta and whisked away into the cosmos. Are you suggesting, Lin Qi sensei, that I should train with weights in the gravity chamber created by Bulma's father? Exactly, Lin Qi affirmed, increasingly impressed by Gohan's intellect. If you can acquire a gravity training chamber from Bulma, your efforts will yield exponential results. A gravity training chamber? That may be somewhat difficult, Gohan admitted. A hint of embarrassment in his voice. Well, if it's too challenging, let's set it aside for now. Gohan, let us first focus on solidifying your foundation. And when the opportunity arises, we can discuss this matter with Bulma, Lin Qi suggested, recognizing that asking the young Gohan for such a favor might be a bit unfair. Thus, he decided to put the matter on hold. Lin Qi muttered to himself, in due time, should the opportunity present itself, I shall see if I can procure a gravity training chamber from Bulma. After all, I cannot rely solely on Gohan. I must train as well. As the afternoon wore on, the sun began to set. Lin Qi continued to guide Gohan, eager to see if the young warrior could transform into a Super Saiyan. However, the attempt seemed to yield no success. Gohan's combat power of 200,000 fell short of the threshold required for transformation. No matter, Lin Qi said. We shall continue our training tomorrow. Indeed, Gohan nodded, fully aware that mastery does not come overnight, and his anticipation for the future grew even stronger. As they descended the mountain, Gohan reminded Lin Qi, Lin Qi sensei, you haven't yet shared with me the details regarding Frieza. Moreover, I am amazed that you even know about Bulma's gravity training chamber. Did I promise you that today? Lin Qi chuckled, recalling the agreement. My memory fails me, but I believe I mentioned that this would be part of tomorrow's biology history lesson. Well, let us consider this an opportunity for you to preview the material. With that, Lin Qi began to educate Gohan about the infamous Frieza, the real estate mogul of the 7th universe. Frieza was originally a planetary supplier for the 7th universe. In more familiar terms, he was a real estate tycoon. He committed numerous atrocities, rendering the inhabitants of the only 28 habitable planets in the 7th universe homeless. Ultimately, he was defeated by your father on Namek, yet he has not perished. Lin Qi recounted the tale with a calm demeanor, yet Gohan was left utterly astounded. Not dead. How could that be? Frieza was clearly defeated by my father. Gohan exclaimed, struggling to grasp this new revelation. For Gohan, Frieza had always been a monstrous entity, and the idea that he still lived was profoundly shocking. See, you're getting anxious. Can you allow me to finish? Lin Qi gently rapped Gohan's head as a playful reprimand. Oh, yes, please continue, sensei. Gohan quickly acquiesced, behaving like a remorseful student. Well, during our descent, let me elaborate on the Ice Demon clan, Lin Qi continued. In truth, Frieza survived because his father, King Cold, rescued him. King Cold is the most formidable member of their Ice Demon lineage. Ice demons, as you may understand, are a form of cosmic life. This introduces us to the realm of astrobiology. Lin Qi imparted a wealth of information regarding astrobiology, highlighting the remarkable resilience of Frieza's race, including their ability to thrive in oxygen-deprived environments in space. Gohan, intrigued, posed a question. Sensei, if Frieza's race can survive in space, why can't we humans? Lin Qi, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Gohan's inquisitive nature, eventually replied, I believe it must be due to some genetic distinction between Frieza's species and humanity. Of course, that delves into the intricacies of astrobiology. Gohan, are you not fond of studying small creatures? Then why not eliminate Frieza, capture him, and conduct thorough research? Lin Qi chuckled, casting a glance towards young Gohan. Me? Son Gohan pointed at himself, his expression mirroring that of a bewildered character, staring blankly at Lin Qi. However, Lin Qi remained unfazed. Beyond Gohan's astonishment and confusion, he was far more preoccupied with the conclusion of today's lesson and the nature of the abilities the system would bestow upon him. Chapter 18, New Rewards, Mysterious Form, and Legendary Potential. With the day's lesson concluded, Lin Qi was eager to rush home and discover what rewards awaited him. Having finally dealt with Son Gohan, he returned home and sought a secluded spot to summon the system. Come forth, system. Bestow upon me the rewards for today's teaching. Almost immediately, the system responded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully instructing Son Gohan. Rewards are being dispensed. Reward 1. 10 million base normal combat power and super divine water. Reward 2. Instant transmission, without the need for ki. Reward 3. Mysterious form. Reward 4. Student Son Gohan receives legendary potential. Haha, splendid. Lin Qi endeavored to suppress his overwhelming joy as he beheld the rewards dispensed by the system. 10 million in base combat power and super divine water. The sheer amount of 10 million in base combat power was astonishing enough, but the inclusion of super divine water alongside it was a delightful surprise. Lin Qi was well aware that this mystical water could unlock latent potential. It was the very essence that allowed a young Son Wukong to unleash his capabilities and ultimately triumph over old Piccolo. Lin Qi pondered. With his current combat power, super divine water might hold little effect, yet he maintained a cautious optimism. He took a sip from the glass vial containing the super divine water. It seems I feel nothing unusual. After drinking, he noticed no changes in his body nor any awakening of potential. Perhaps, on Earth, super divine water is only beneficial for those of lower combat levels. With Lin Qi's 10 million base power and the subsequent rewards at his disposal, the super divine water appeared somewhat redundant. Well, I shall keep it for now. After a brief taste of the super divine water, he continued to examine the remaining rewards. The second reward was instant transmission, and, notably, a version that did not require ki. Upon reading this, Lin Qi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was far more advantageous than Son Wukong's instant transmission. He chuckled to himself, recognizing that he could now travel wherever he pleased without needing to lock onto a key signature like Wukong. This was truly a boon for someone like him who preferred to avoid flying or walking. Instant transmission was perfectly suited for a slothful individual like myself. Next, he turned his attention to the third reward, mysterious form. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi's expression grew serious. As a seasoned Dragon Ball enthusiast, he understood the immense value of this mysterious form. It was the most formidable singular existence prior to Dragon Ball Super, far surpassing Super Saiyan 3. The mysterious form meant that Lin Qi could transform into this state without guidance from old Kaishin. Perfect, simply perfect. Lin Qi exclaimed in admiration. This would allow him to firmly establish himself within the perilous world of Dragon Ball. At the very least, he could enjoy a decade of carefree and secure existence. With the acquisition of this mysterious form, he felt assured of a stable life for at least 10 years. Of course, after that, the arrival of Beerus would change things. After reveling in his excitement, Lin Qi became cautious once more. As long as Beerus did not provoke him, he would seize the opportunity during these 10 years to cultivate several exceptionally talented students. Having finished his analysis, he shifted his gaze to the fourth reward. This reward was designated for his student, Son Gohan. Legendary potential. The appearance of this line from the system left Lin Qi astounded. Legendary potential, as the name suggests, endowed the ability to transform into the fabled Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan grows stronger when faced with formidable opponents, continuously breaking through limits and rapidly enhancing their power in battle. To bestow such a reward upon Son Gohan was indeed surprising for Lin Qi. Fortunately, it was merely the potential for legendary Super Saiyan, not the transformation itself. Gohan would need to endure numerous trials to genuinely become a legendary Super Saiyan. However, even if Gohan achieved this transformation, it would likely pale in comparison to Lin Qi's mysterious form, which was currently the strongest in singular might. Unlike the Super Saiyan lineage, which required personal refinement and cultivation to attain, this mysterious form could be activated at will. The fourth reward for my student is commendable. Lin Qi smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction at his student's formidable reward. Yet, rather than dwell on legendary potential, he was more intrigued by another question. What would happen if he transformed into the mysterious form and then into a Super Saiyan? Lin Qi mused. Could the mysterious form Super Saiyan be even stronger? After all, this was an unprecedented transformation that even the original Son Gohan had not attempted. He recalled the scene from the original story where Gohan first transformed into the mysterious form and wished to try becoming a Super Saiyan, only to be halted by old Kaishin, who deemed the mysterious form sufficient to defeat Majin Buu and considered the Super Saiyan transformation a misguided path. The memory of this moment brought a smile to Lin Qi's face. Although the mysterious form was indeed powerful enough to contend with Majin Buu, why not strive for further strength by transforming into a Super Saiyan while in the mysterious form? Lin Qi was eager to attempt such a transformation. Despite not knowing whether he would be stronger in the mysterious form Super Saiyan state, he still wished to try. However, there was a dilemma. He currently lacked a suitable opponent to provoke his mysterious form Super Saiyan transformation. It was rather vexing. Surely, he could not conjure a formidable adversary to fight against himself? Lin Qi felt a twinge of frustration. Sometimes, being excessively powerful rendered one lonely in the absence of worthy opponents. At the very least, he would have to wait a decade for an opponent capable of eliciting his mysterious form Super Saiyan transformation. Too long, he thought, resting his chin on his hand. He was truly eager to experiment with the formidable power of the mysterious transformation into a Super Saiyan. Ah, Frieza. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Qi as he thought of Frieza. Wasn't he this villain planning to exact revenge on Earth? At that moment, he could capture Frieza, allow him to train for 4 months, and then engage in a duel against him, couldn't he? A faint smile graced Lin Qi's lips as he entertained the notion of seizing Frieza for 4 months of training. However, after a mere few seconds of contemplation, he promptly dismissed this idea. No, that won't do. Lin Qi resolutely shook his head. To begin with, there was the issue of Frieza's innate talent. His potential exceeded even that of Gohan. The thought of such an individual becoming my student is beyond imagination. Lin Qi mused, licking his lips. Yet, there was one crucial point to consider. He continued to analyze. If I were to capture Frieza and train him for 4 months before battling him, what if he becomes uncontrollable? Given Frieza's temperament, he would undoubtedly resist submission, much like Piccolo. Should he break free from my control, I, in my mysterious Super Saiyan form, might find myself unable to defeat his golden Frieza. Contemplating this, Lin Qi fell into silence. Better safe than sorry. It was indeed perilous. Lin Qi dared not take such a gamble. After regaining his composure, he remarked, let us set this aside for now. I should first extract more advantages from Gohan before solidifying this objective. Ultimately, Lin Qi relinquished the idea of capturing Frieza for training. His cautious nature prevented him from undertaking such a reckless endeavor. The prospect of failing to defeat Frieza after 4 months of training was simply unacceptable. The only feasible course of action was to wait for Frieza's arrival on Earth, and then devise a method to take him as a disciple. Only after properly taming him could he truly test the strength of the mysterious Super Saiyan transformation. Nevertheless, this consideration sparked within Lin Qi a desire to take Frieza as his apprentice. He eagerly anticipated the extent of his own advancement after acquiring both Gohan and Frieza as disciples. If he were to achieve this goal, he could hardly fathom the heights of his own power. Perhaps he might even be able to challenge Beerus, or even exchange blows with Whis. Of course, that was a matter for another time. At present, Lin Qi was solely focused on fostering his growth, beginning with instructing Gohan. Well then, let us look forward to the arrival of the next day. Furthermore, he realized he could not rely solely on the system for strength. He too must cultivate and solidify his own abilities. Lin Qi recognized that personal training was paramount. Rewards were merely auxiliary. It is akin to the adage that while assistance is valuable, true strength must be forged from within. If only Gohan could borrow the gravity room from Bulma. After receiving a new round of rewards, Lin Qi trained alone until dusk, murmuring to himself on his way back. Chapter 19 Kiki. Doing a couple more worksheets pales in comparison to diligent training. Thus, the night passed without incident. The following morning, Lin Qi and Gohan arrived at the training grounds outside of Baozi Mountain. Lin Qi commenced his instruction of Gohan, a request initiated by Gohan himself. Since learning of Frieza's continued existence, Gohan had increasingly felt a sense of impending danger. With his current strength, he was no match for Frieza. Therefore, he placed greater emphasis on training. After completing the theoretical knowledge lesson, he eagerly implored Lin Qi to guide him in physical training. Teacher Lin Qi, I believe I've grown a bit stronger, Gohan exclaimed, having just finished a set of warm-up punches and rushed over to Lin Qi, bubbling with excitement like a child. Indeed, Gohan was merely a 5 or 6-year-old boy. Is that so? Lin Qi replied with a mild smile. I told you that knowledge can empower you and alter your destiny, did I not? Little did he know, all of this was a result of the rewards Lin Qi had received the previous night, which had also bestowed Gohan with the transcendent potential reward. This transcendent potential would only grow stronger with diligent training. The question lingered. When would he transform into the legendary Super Saiyan? Lin Qi continued, Gohan, just focus on your training. You need not worry about the other matters. I will speak to your mother on your behalf. Okay, teacher Lin Qi. Gohan nodded and promptly moved to another area to engage in serious training. Observing Gohan's unwavering dedication from a distance, Lin Qi felt a sense of satisfaction and relief. This indicated that he could glean more advantages from Gohan's efforts. They trained diligently until the afternoon, with Gohan drenched in sweat, yet he still perceived this as insufficient. To surpass Frieza, to defeat Frieza, and to exceed even more formidable foes, it was far from enough. This was Gohan's unwavering belief in his training. Ever since Lin Qi began instructing him, he had spoken of the vastness of the world and the universe. Gohan resolved to become a true warrior, one who would protect everyone and safeguard Earth from destruction. Gohan. At that moment, a voice called from the path adjacent to the training ground. A car approached, and from it emerged a young man. Stylishly dressed, but with an unfortunate bald head and no nose. None other than Krillin. "Hey, Uncle Krillin, what brings you here?" Gohan exclaimed, surprised by Krillin's sudden appearance at Baozi Mountain. "Gohan, haha." Krillin laughed heartily as he approached Gohan. "I visited your home and spoke with your mother. She mentioned you were training. I thought it was a joke." Krillin clapped Gohan on the shoulder, still chuckling. "I never expected that since Goku hasn't returned. Kiki's demeanor has changed so much. She actually encouraged you to train instead of study." Krillin was astonished. When he visited Gohan's home, Kiki had mentioned that Gohan was training, which startled him. He promptly inquired with Kiki to confirm the truth, only to receive a simple glare from her, stating that she had found a good teacher for Gohan. "My Gohan will not become a delinquent without education." Kiki huffed before retreating into the house, leaving Krillin bewildered. Having experienced the peculiar encounter with Kiki, Krillin couldn't help but laugh heartily upon discovering that Gohan was indeed training on the lawn. "By the way, Uncle Krillin, what brings you here?" Gohan asked during a brief respite. "Oh, right." Krillin patted his shiny bald head and shifted to the matter at hand. "Tomorrow is Master Roshi's birthday, and Master Mateto asked me to see if everyone could gather at Kame House to celebrate." Thus, Krillin revealed the purpose of his visit, Master Roshi's birthday. Master Roshi, in a bid to honor the old sea turtle, envisioned a grand birthday celebration at Kame House. "I have already extended invitations to Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Launch, though I remain uncertain as to whether they will attend." Haha. Krillin, twiddling his fingers, awkwardly laughed as he pondered the attendance of others at the sea turtle's birthday feast. "Ah, will Miss Bulma be attending as well?" Upon hearing Krillin's words, Gohan's mind was suddenly flooded with thoughts of the gravity chamber that Lin Qi had mentioned the previous day. Lin Qi had remarked that if he could borrow the gravity training room from Bulma, his strength would progress at an accelerated pace. After all, it is a mutual cultivation. "If Miss Bulma is going, then I shall go too," Gohan declared with a beaming smile, already envisioning his request to borrow the gravity training room from Bulma. "Gohan, you are quite peculiar. Why is it that you will go only if Bulma is attending?" Krillin scratched his head, utterly baffled. Fortunately, he was not overly concerned as long as he conveyed Master Roshi's message effectively. "But is that wise? Will your mother truly permit you to attend?" Krillin recalled Chi-Chi's fierce demeanor, instinctively shuddering at the thought. Hee. Gohan rubbed his nose confidently. "Under normal circumstances, Mom would undoubtedly tell me not to attend such a frivolous gathering. She would insist that I should spend the time solving additional math problems instead. But now is a different time, Uncle Krillin," Gohan proclaimed proudly. "My mother has found me an exceptionally wonderful teacher, right over there," he exclaimed, pointing towards Lin Qi, who was seated cross-legged beneath a large tree, engaged in meditation. "Oh, is that so?" Krillin gazed in the direction Gohan indicated, marveling. "This is your teacher?" "Indeed. Lin Qi not only instructs me academically, but also in martial arts. Even Piccolo is no match for him." Gohan excitedly introduced Lin Qi. "Nanny, even that guy Piccolo cannot defeat your teacher?" Krillin was taken aback by Gohan's last statement. Just then, Lin Qi, who had been meditating under the tree, opened his eyes. He stood up and approached Gohan and Krillin. Krillin was left speechless, awestruck by Lin Qi's towering presence. If even Piccolo cannot contend with him, what manner of being is he? Krillin murmured, his eyes filled with reverence for Lin Qi. However, Lin Qi paid little mind to Krillin, merely exchanging polite gestures before inquiring, "Gohan, I overheard that you are going to Kame House for the old turtle's birthday celebration?" Gohan nodded eagerly. "Yes, Teacher Lin Qi. Will you be going as well? After all, Miss Bulma will be there, and I plan to ask her for the gravity training room. I am certain that Miss Bulma, with her beauty and kind heart, will agree," Gohan expressed with unwavering confidence. "Well, that's good to hear," Lin Qi replied with a nod. "I shall not attend, and besides, I am not well acquainted with Bulma and the others, am I, Krillin?" He smiled at the visibly startled Krillin. "Ah." Krillin was still trying to process Lin Qi's greeting, standing there in a daze, still shocked by Gohan's assertion that Lin Qi could defeat Piccolo. "Oh yes." Krillin instinctively averted his gaze from Lin Qi. "Well then, Gohan, the matter of borrowing the gravity chamber is in your hands. I will explain everything clearly to your mother. Moreover, since tomorrow is the old turtle's birthday, you need not attend class. Consider it a day off. Lin Qi smiled at Gohan. Really, Teacher Lin Qi? That is truly wonderful. Gohan nearly burst with joy at the prospect of a day off, knowing that any child would be unable to contain their excitement at the mention of a holiday. Even Gohan was no exception. This is fantastic, Uncle Krillin. I told you my teacher is effective, didn't I? Teacher Lin Qi can not only persuade my mother, but also help me cultivate both academically and martial arts-wise. Tomorrow, I will surely borrow the gravity training room from Miss Bulma. We will train together. Chapter 20. Came House Crowd. What? Lin Qi is a Saiyan. Observing Gohan speaking so passionately about his desires, Lin Qi felt a wave of satisfaction. He could see from Gohan's eyes that the boy truly cherished him as a teacher. Furthermore, granting Gohan a day off was also Lin Qi's way of gifting himself a respite. He was eager to test the remarkable abilities that the rewards from the past 3 days might yield. Thus, another day of teaching passed, and Lin Qi returned home seeking a secluded spot. However, this time, no matter how he called for the system, it did not appear. What is going on? Could the system have malfunctioned? Once Lin Qi calmed himself, he realized it was unlikely to be a simple glitch. The most probable explanation was that he had exhausted the potential rewards from Gohan. 3 days of merely teaching Gohan had rendered the once activated system silent once more, akin to the previous state when Lin Qi was instructing students. Lin Qi quickly came to understand that the so-called master system required a multitude of students to flourish. Yet, with only Gohan as his sole prodigious pupil, he could not reach the status of a renowned teacher, causing the system to fall into silence. It seemed he would need to seek new disciples. Let me think, who else possesses a talent akin to Gohan's? Frieza? Lin Qi pondered, arriving at the singular thought of Frieza. It appears I shall need to find time to recruit Frieza as a pupil. But for now, would he revert to the days of lackluster teaching of children? No, that wouldn't he do. Gohan still required instruction, for with his potential, there remained a significant chance of reactivating the Master System's rewards. Life must go on, and he would continue teaching Gohan as before, until the next gifted student emerged. Resolute in his decision, Lin Qi had just settled into his chair to relish his rare day of rest, when he suddenly detected an overwhelming and peculiar odor emanating from his recliner. Damn it! Lin Qi erupted in fury. Furball, how many times must I teach you? Can't you urinate in the litter box? Then get out of here. He kicked Furball, who was blissfully sleeping in its cat bed. With a sudden meow, Fei Bo awoke to find himself suspended in midair. In a swift motion, he leapt into the room. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, atop a mountain peak, Piccolo had been meditating for an entire day and night. He was perplexed by the fact that son Gohan had chosen to stand in his way for the sake of someone he had barely met, a so-called teacher. This matter had occupied Piccolo's thoughts for an extended period, but it was not the crux of his concerns. The real issue was that Lin Qi had defeated him and revealed his long-hidden secret of merging with the old Kai. Ever since his defeat at Lin Qi's hands, he had engaged in meditation training throughout the day, yet various troubling thoughts plagued him. For instance, son Gohan's interference, Lin Qi's victory over him, Lin Qi's desire for him to submit, and Lin Qi's knowledge of his formidable power after merging. These incessant thoughts were, without doubt, disrupting Piccolo's mental focus, preventing any enhancement of his strength during meditation. Piccolo was increasingly agitated. Whenever he closed his eyes, visions of Lin Qi's haughty Super Saiyan form invaded his mind. The memory of being vanquished and lying on the ground gazing up at Lin Qi's Super Saiyan stance consumed him. Each time he recalled this, rage surged within him, rendering him unable to calm his mind for training. Suddenly, with clenched teeth, Piccolo opened his eyes wide. The mountain beneath him crumbled with a resounding crash. Yet, this was still not enough. Piccolo remained unable to settle down for training, let alone surpass Lin Qi and achieve the goal of defeating him. After meditating for a moment longer, Piccolo stood up, his expression stern. Lin Qi, if you wish for me to obey you, let us see if you possess the ability. Following a day and night of internal struggle, he resolved to fly towards the sacred land of the Kais. Just wait, Lin Qi. This humiliation will be avenged 100-fold. Piccolo declared, seething with anger. The following day marked the birthday of Master Roshi's pet turtle. A gathering was held at the Kame house. With the consent of Lin Qi and Chi-Chi, son Gohan had prepared a gift long in advance. Happy birthday, Mr. Turtle. Son Gohan placed the gift down and obediently took his seat at the table. Soon after, Yamcha, Bulma, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Oolong arrived one after another to celebrate the turtle's birthday. Witnessing this scene, Master Roshi couldn't help but feel deeply moved for the old turtle. Oh, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for remembering my old turtle's birthday, Master Roshi said, nearly brought to tears. As he spoke, he attempted to lean against Bulma for a sob, inadvertently revealing a lecherous glint in his eyes. A series of question marks erupted from the crowd. Get lost, you old pervert. I'm here to celebrate the turtle's birthday, not yours. Bulma, well aware of Master Roshi's character, retaliated with a punch to his forehead, sending him crashing against the wall with a yelp. Haha. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and the others found the scene both amusing and exasperating. They were accustomed to such interactions. Although Master Roshi had been struck, the atmosphere remained joyful. Even the birthday celebrant, the old turtle, was beaming with delight. After a spell of merriment, Son Gohan quietly approached Bulma and tugged at her sleeve. Excuse me, Miss Bulma, he said, still somewhat shy and blushing in her presence. Oh, Gohan, what is it? Bulma asked immediately upon recognizing Son Gohan. Well, Miss Bulma, I was wondering if you could lend me a gravity training room. Ah, sure, of course. Bulma replied without a second thought. Wait, what? However, once she regained her composure and looked at the young boy before her, she exclaimed in surprise. Well, what? Gohan, why do you need the gravity training room? Bulma's astonishment echoed loudly, causing everyone in the Kame house to turn in surprise. What? Gohan, you want to borrow the gravity training room? Krillin exclaimed, his jaw dropping. Even Yamcha approached, incredulous as he regarded Son Gohan. Hey, wait a minute. Isn't your primary focus supposed to be on studying? Are you really planning to train? Will your mother allow this? Yamcha questioned, raising an eyebrow. Feeling somewhat bashful under the scrutiny of so many, Son Gohan scratched his head. I recently apprenticed under a very powerful master. He's well-rounded in both academics and martial arts, so my mom isn't stopping me from training anymore, he explained timidly. Oh, I see, the others nodded in a daze. But wait, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Tien, and the others soon realized and questioned again. Gohan, technically, Piccolo should count as your master, right? You found another master? They gazed at Son Gohan in astonishment. Only Krillin had a slight understanding of the situation. Having witnessed Lin Qi the previous day, he recalled Son Gohan mentioning that Lin Qi had defeated Piccolo. This image was difficult for Krillin to shake off. Yet since it came from Son Gohan, it carried weight. Moreover, Krillin had personally encountered Lin Qi's amiable disposition. The memory of Lin Qi's imposing presence made Krillin suppress his discomfort as he recounted what he had seen and heard. Gohan's got a remarkably powerful master. According to Gohan, his master has even defeated Piccolo. Krillin stated gravely. You all know Piccolo, right? Ever since he fused with Nail back on Namek, he has had no equal on Earth. Save for Goku and Vegeta. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Gohan's teacher would be so formidable, capable of defeating Piccolo? The group fell into a contemplative silence after hearing Krillin's words. If what Krillin said was true, then Son Gohan's teacher was indeed fearsome. Hee, Uncle Krillin is right. My teacher Lin Qi has defeated Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan beamed, unsure how to respond to Krillin's praise of Lin Qi, so he simply smiled sheepishly. Then, feeling that his statement might have been inappropriate, he quickly added, but Uncle Piccolo will bounce back soon. He has gone off to train elsewhere. Upon hearing Son Gohan's admission, Master Roshi, Yamcha, and Bulma were momentarily left dumbfounded. Son Gohan's teacher had truly defeated Piccolo. Moreover, he has driven away that formidable Demon King? This is nothing short of a tremendous humiliation for Piccolo. The venerable Master Roshi, having surpassed a century in age and possessing a wealth of experience, could not help but express his sentiments upon hearing this. Everyone was astounded by Lin Qi's prowess, yet only he could truly comprehend the humiliation that Piccolo had endured. That fellow Piccolo, TSK. This is akin to Goku's triumph over him at the World Martial Arts Tournament years ago. I suspect he will wallow in negativity for quite some time, sighed Master Roshi. Observing the heavy atmosphere, a perplexed Bulma glanced at those around her and noticed their despondency. Thus, she placed her hands on her hips and erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, isn't this splendid? That guy Piccolo is nothing short of a freak, a veritable demon. Who knows what harm he might inflict upon Earth in the future. Now that Goku is absent, isn't it wonderful that someone can teach him a lesson? Bulma declared, her hands firmly on her hips. Hey, it's just a gravity chamber, right? Gohan, tell me honestly, is it your master who wishes to borrow it? Yes, replied Gohan, somewhat taken aback, yet he answered truthfully. Then I shall lend it. Bulma exclaimed with a grand flourish, exuding the aura of a wealthy woman. I simply cannot stand Piccolo's haughty demeanor. It is commendable that your teacher defeated him. The gravity chamber is mine to lend. Bulma huffed. Really, Miss Bulma? Gohan responded, his excitement palpable. Indeed. However, I am curious to see what your teacher looks like. Is he more terrifying than Piccolo? If so, I shall have to reconsider. Bulma pondered. No, Miss Bulma, Lin Qi is just an ordinary person like us, Gohan quickly interjected. After a moment's thought, he corrected himself. Oh wait. Lin Qi is not an ordinary person. He is a Saiyan, just like my father and Vegeta. What? A Saiyan? As soon as Gohan's words fell, Master Roshi, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others cast astonished glances once more. Even Bulma trembled as she uttered, Gohan, are you saying Your teacher is a Saiyan? Bulma exclaimed in shock. The mere thought of Saiyans conjured the image of the malevolent Vegeta in her mind. Saiyans are far more fearsome than Piccolo. Bulma felt a chill run down her spine, especially when recalling that Vegeta had recently stolen her spaceship containing the gravity chamber. Saiyans are equally detestable. Chapter 21. Piccolo. Let me vent. I am exceedingly angry. Bulma regretted mentioning the gravity chamber loan to Gohan, yet he remained unfazed. He smiled at the astonished crowd, saying, Yes, Lin Qi is a Saiyan who, like my father, was exiled to Earth as a child. But you can rest assured. I guarantee that Lin Qi would never wreak havoc on Earth like Vegeta did. Lin Qi is undoubtedly a good person. Gohan nodded, his eyes radiating unwavering conviction. At this moment, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the question, is Lin Qi truly a good person, since he managed to defeat Piccolo? Might he pose a threat to Earth in the future? Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Temple, Piccolo had been silently waiting outside the Grand Hall for an entire night. He had already conveyed his intentions to the old Kaioshin of Earth. In truth, there was no need for Piccolo to elaborate. The old Kaioshin could observe everything occurring on Earth. Even without observation, the old Kaioshin shared a profound connection with Piccolo, as they had once been one and the same. I never expected that merely a single Lin Qi would inspire Piccolo to contemplate the idea of reuniting with me, mused the aged Kaioshin, leaning on his cane while gazing with a smile at the resolute Piccolo nearby. Beside the old Kaioshin stood Mr. Popo, his expression one of utter confusion. Master Kaioshin, does Piccolo's desire to merge with you mean that the Dragon Balls will cease to exist? He inquired innocently. Coughing gently, the old Kaioshin, with his frail body, cast a glance at Piccolo from a distance. Dear Mr. Popo, it is precisely because I have considered this matter that I did not immediately acquiesce to Piccolo's request. At that moment, Piccolo, standing in the Grand Hall, approached with an air of indifference. He looked at the old Kaioshin and Mr. Popo, coldly stating, Old man, you said you needed to think it over. You've been pondering for an entire night, and still no decision? Piccolo directly confronted the old Kaioshin. However, in response to Piccolo's inquiry, the old Kaioshin merely smiled softly. Naturally, one must carefully deliberate the matter of merging, he replied. Piccolo, if you were in my position, occupying a position of power, you too would need to consider all aspects rather than simply the act of merging. I must take into account matters on Earth. After our fusion, would you accept the responsibilities of the Kaioshin? Moreover, have you considered that the Dragon Balls on Earth would transform into 7 stones, rendering them incapable of resurrecting anyone? Now, it was the old Kaioshin's turn to question Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression darkened, and he frowned in displeasure. Old man, spare me your convoluted explanations. I have no time for this. I came here to ask you one thing. Will you merge or not? Piccolo insisted vehemently. Yet, faced with Piccolo's aggressive demeanor, the old Kaioshin fell silent, merely displaying a knowing smile. What are you laughing at, old man? Piccolo furrowed his brow, nearly losing his temper. The old Kaioshin, however, remained unperturbed, responding with a gentle smile. I am not laughing at anything. I merely find it amusing that such a slight humiliation has led you to consider merging. This is entirely uncharacteristic of you, Piccolo. The old Kaioshin continued to gaze at Piccolo, his expression laden with meaning. This intense scrutiny made Piccolo uneasy, as he seethed with unexpressed anger. Yet, this old Kaioshin, who had once shared his essence, repeatedly pierced through his thoughts. Piccolo recalled the day he was humiliated by Lin Qi, being ordered to obey him. After all, he was the Demon King. How could he submit to anyone's command? This thought only fueled Piccolo's ire further, prompting him to hurl insults at the old Kaioshin. You refuse to merge, do you? Very well. I shall reduce this heavenly temple to ashes, leaving you to guard the ruins for all eternity as the Kaioshin. Piccolo was truly incensed this time. After enduring a sleepless night, he had found no way to persuade the old Kaioshin to merge, and now his pent-up rage erupted. With his words still hanging in the air, a low hum resonated. Suddenly, Piccolo soared into the sky, preparing to unleash his energy wave to obliterate the vast heavenly temple. However, at that moment, the sky above the Hall of the Gods suddenly darkened, with ominous clouds swirling. A chilling laughter echoed loudly, reaching the ears of the old god and Mr. Popo. Following this, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the hall, flanked by 4 hulking men resembling monsters. Carrick. The old god gasped in disbelief as he followed the sound of the laughter, his eyes wide with shock. For standing before him was none other than Carrick, who had vied for the position of the god of Earth 3 centuries ago. Is that you, Carrick II? The old god stammered, pointing at the diminutive figure with pointed ears, who bore no resemblance to a human, but rather seemed a grotesque creature. At the same time, Piccolo also noticed Carrick and his monstrous henchmen emerging from the Grand Hall. Ah, the god of Earth, it's been a long time. I must say, Your memory serves you well. You still remember that I am Carrick's son. Carrick II sneered darkly. His tale is one that many may not be familiar with. He is the man who, many years ago, attempted to reclaim the position of God of Earth for his father, Carrick, having emerged from the depths of the demon realm. However, his ambitions were thwarted by son Wukong and the young son Gohan. Ultimately, Carrick II was sent back to the land of the dead by son Gohan himself. What do you want? The old god gazed at Carrick, fear evident in his expression, overwhelmed by an indescribable astonishment. What a question to ask. I have returned for revenge, of course. Did you think I came back to play games with you lot? Carrick II revealed a ghastly smile as he produced an apple, crushing it effortlessly within his grasp. Especially that brat who sent me to the land of the dead. I can hardly wait to slay him with my own hands. His words were aimed at son Gohan, and his thirst for vengeance had never waned. Just you? You think you can exact revenge? The old god remained in a state of shock, yet he could not appear weak. Especially since he understood Carrick II's capabilities and doubted he could stir any real trouble. Of course, I cannot seek revenge alone. But what if I told you I possessed the Akaya mist, which I retrieved from the land of the dead? Carrick II declared with a sinister grin, drawing forth a magical vial containing a murky substance. Akaya mist? What is that, Mr. Popo? Have you heard of it? The old god inquired, momentarily taken aback. I have not heard of it. Mr. Popo shook his head. At this, Carrick II's veins bulged with rage. Gritting his teeth, he explained, You haven't heard of the Akaya mist? It is an evil potion that can corrupt anyone, transforming them into demons. The small-framed Carrick II bellowed. I have not heard of it. Both the old god and Mr. Popo reiterated. Observing the two men's ignorance, not only was Carrick II rendered speechless, but even Piccolo, high above, fell into silence. What nonsense. They have even managed to bring forth the Akaya mist. Piccolo muttered to himself, fully aware of the true nature of the Akaya mist as a demon. As Carrick II had stated, it was indeed a nefarious potion capable of corrupting all and bending them to his will. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Carrick's plan, the old god remained composed. He regarded the small vial of Akaya mist, believing it could only control a limited number of individuals. Thus, he dismissed it as a minor threat. Of course, I shall use the passage of the Hall of the Gods to unleash my magnificent creation upon the entire world. Carrick II proclaimed, arms outstretched, relishing in the anticipation of his victory. Heh, you truly underestimate me, the god of earth, the old god replied with a deep, mocking smile, ever ready for confrontation. Even Mr. Popo stood prepared to fight alongside him. Who said I would fight you? I can simply seal you within my magical vial. And that would suffice. Carrick II retorted with a triumphant smirk. He then produced another small vial, opened its mouth towards the old god and Mr. Popo. And in an instant, it seemed as if a tremendous force of suction emerged from the vial, drawing the old god and Mr. Popo inside. The old god and Mr. Popo shrank down, imprisoned within the so-called magical vial. Inside this diminutive vessel, the shrunken forms of the old god and Mr. Popo struggled desperately against the walls, shouting in vain, but to no avail. This scene left Piccolo, observing from above, utterly astonished. The demon race possessed such a formidable artifact. If I could trap Lin Qi in there, would it not yield the same effect? But merely the thought of it led Piccolo to abandon the notion. Lin Qi's strength was likely far superior. A single misstep could lead to the vial bursting under his might. Thus, while the vial could contain the old god and Mr. Popo, to Piccolo, it was of no practical use. Hey, up there, Piccolo. I remember you too. Had it not been for your alliance with Sun Wukong back then, you can either come down now and beg for mercy, or you can choose to be corrupted and become one of my minions. After subduing the old god and Mr. Popo, Carrick II wore a victorious grin. Piccolo, high above, regarded Carrick II's actions with utter disdain. If you think you can make me submit, I suggest you reconsider, for I am in no mood for games. Filled with rage, Piccolo charged towards Carrick II, eager to vent his frustrations regarding Lin Qi, and Carrick II was just the right target for his ire. The four demon kings, witnessing Piccolo's charge, did not turn to face him, but instead made their way toward the hall's passage. Carrick II summoned his four monstrous subordinates, hoping they could deal with the obstinate Piccolo. Simultaneously, he had a more urgent task at hand, to unleash the Akaya mist through the passage of the Hall of the Gods, corrupting everyone worldwide and transforming them into demons. His loyal followers. Chapter 22. Lin Qi, leave it to me to take care of your mother, Gohan. Meanwhile, elsewhere within the turtle hermit's abode, son Gohan, Krillin, and the others remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in the Hall of the Gods. They were lost in thought over son Gohan's words, pondering whether Lin Qi was so powerful that he might cause destruction on Earth. If destruction were to occur, who among them could stand against him? When would son Wukong return? However, They did not dwell on these thoughts for long, as peace reigned at present, and son Gohan assured them that Lin Qi was not a villain. So, they set aside their worries and focused on celebrating the turtle hermit's birthday. Krillin and the others moved beach umbrellas and chairs outside, preparing for a small party. Just then suddenly, a mist descended from the sky. Was it raining? Master Roshi, Krillin, and the others were perplexed by the fog that had enveloped the previously clear weather. The mist cascaded over everyone, and soon, cries of agony erupted from Master Roshi, Bulma, and the others. What's happening, Master Roshi? Miss Bulma, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha were taken aback by the sudden upheaval. However, it was not long before they too succumbed to the influence of the Akaya mist, their eyes turning crimson. They had been corrupted. Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, and even Oolong. Everyone was ensnared by the dark enchantment. What's going on? At that moment, Gohan was still frolicking in the sea with a turtle, but the chaos on the beach left him utterly shocked. It seemed as though everyone was casting malevolent glances in his direction, causing Gohan to grow increasingly anxious. He stepped onto the shore, calling out, Uncle Krillin, Grandpa Roshi, Miss Bulma, what's wrong with you? Noticing something amiss with his friends, Gohan bravely approached, yet Krillin, Master Roshi, and the others remained silent, their expressions dark as they advanced menacingly towards him. Thankfully, Gohan reacted swiftly, leaping back just in time. Uncle Krillin, Grandpa Roshi, he shouted desperately, hoping to awaken his friends from their trance. Yet, Krillin and Master Roshi, along with Yamcha and Tien, seemed impervious to his cries. Their faces twisted into sinister smiles as they lunged at him, intent on claiming his life. Realizing the dire situation, Gohan knew he had no choice but to unleash his power. He shouted, brimming with energy and ready to face their onslaught. In less than a minute, Krillin, Master Roshi, and the others collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Gasping for breath, Gohan was bewildered by how a peaceful celebration for the turtle had transformed into this nightmarish scene. Even the turtle, who had been his playmate moments ago, now exuded a terrifying aura. Oh no, Mom and Mr. Piccolo. After incapacitating Krillin and the others, Gohan suddenly remembered Chi-Chi and Piccolo. Could they have fallen victim to the same fate? An ominous premonition washed over him. Hastily, Gohan transported the unconscious forms of Krillin and the others back to Master Roshi's house. He then departed the scene, soaring back to his home atop Korin Tower. He flew with great urgency, fearing for his mother's safety. However, along the way, he noticed that the villagers had also succumbed to malevolence. Engaging in looting and chaos, an entire world plunged into turmoil. Gohan's heart raced with anxiety as he struggled to comprehend the catastrophe that had befallen the world. Upon arriving home, he called out Mom, Mr. Piccolo. To his relief, he found the interior of his home was not in disarray like the outside world. Mom, Mr. Piccolo? Gohan queried, observing Piccolo tending to Chi-Chi, both appearing unaffected by the chaos outside. Why is this happening? Gohan pondered, astonished that his home remained safe amidst the surrounding chaos. Gohan, you're back, Chi-Chi exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. Mom, what on earth is going on? Gohan asked, still concerned despite the comfort of her embrace. Perhaps it's best if I explain, Piccolo said, rising and gesturing for Gohan to follow him outside. After ensuring Chi-Chi was calm, Gohan stepped out behind Piccolo. Mr. Piccolo, what is happening? He inquired. Piccolo's expression grew grave as he replied, it seems this is the work of the Akaya mist. He promptly elucidated the situation to Gohan, drawing from his extensive knowledge. Karak 2? He's returned from the realm of the dead? Gohan gasped in astonishment upon learning about Karak 2 and the Akaya mist. The revelation that Karak 2 had mastered a mist capable of corrupting everyone left Gohan utterly astounded. Mr. Piccolo, why have you, my mother, and I not been affected? Gohan pressed, seeking clarity. I believe it's because our inherent abilities surpass the influence of the Akaya mist, allowing us to remain uncorrupted. As for your mother, I administered the super divine water to her, restoring her to normalcy. Super divine water? Gohan echoed, taken aback. Yes. It purifies those who have been corrupted and serves as the natural antidote to the Akaya mist. Piccolo explained further, revealing that he had brought the super divine water with him, which had safeguarded Chi-Chi from peril. Regrettably, I only possess a single vial, insufficient to cleanse the entire world. He sighed. Is there no other solution? Gohan clenched his fists, his mind racing with thoughts of his corrupted friends, Krillin and Master Roshi, and a deep-seated anger towards Karak 2. There is a way, Piccolo revealed. The Heavenly Temple contains super divine water, and through its portals, it can be distributed globally. That's fantastic. Gohan exclaimed, his spirits lifting. If we can do that, everyone will return to normal. Mr. Piccolo, I will go at once, he declared, ready to take flight towards the Heavenly Temple. Gohan, wait. Piccolo called, halting him. What is it, Mr. Piccolo? Gohan stopped in his tracks. First, Take this vial of super divine water to help your friends. Then, you can proceed to the heavenly temple to confront Karek II, Piccolo advised, handing Gohan a reassuring pill. If you find yourself in danger, I will intervene. Rest assured, I will look after your mother. Okay, Mr. Piccolo. Gohan nodded, filled with determination. The reminder of his mission brought him back to his senses. He had to rescue Krillin, Master Roshi, and the others. With renewed confidence from Piccolo's support, he accepted the vial and set off towards Master Roshi's house. And with that, Gohan departed. As Chi-Chi emerged slowly from her home, a look of maternal concern reminiscent of a mother's anxiety for her child embarking on a long journey graced her features. Can Gohan truly manage on his own? She murmured. Indeed, Mrs. Sun, Lin Qi replied with a gentle smile, offering Chi-Chi reassurance. It is merely a matter of dealing with a mere Karek II. He is no match for Gohan. Besides, even if Gohan were to falter, I shall be there to support him. Allow me to assist you back inside for some rest. He added. Oh, very well. Chi-Chi agreed, as Lin Qi helped the ailing Chi-Chi back into the house. Within the Kame house, after Gohan had administered the super divine water to Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma, and others, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the group learned of the misdeeds of Karek II. They were all taken aback. How is it possible that Lin Qi possesses such knowledge? Even the intricacies of the demon realm and the mist of Akia? They gasped in disbelief. Moreover, Lin Qi had the antidote to the mist of Akia, the super divine water, on hand. The enigma that was Lin Qi left them momentarily speechless. Goodness! Bulma exclaimed, noting the tension and gravity in the room as she placed her hands on her hips. Why are you all fretting so? Now that we know Lin Qi is not a villain, what more is there to ponder? If Lin Qi were truly malevolent, would he have provided us with the antidote? Our immediate priority should be to eliminate that scoundrel, Karek II. Bulma, embodying her spirited demeanor, made the matter perfectly clear to everyone. Upon hearing her words, the group experienced an epiphany. Master Roshi promptly declared, Bulma is correct. Krillin, Tien, you must hasten to the Supreme Kai's temple and ascertain whether anything untoward has transpired. Furthermore, if Karek II was able to unleash the mist of Akia from the Supreme Kai's realm, it indicates that he is indeed present there. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, you must locate the super divine water and defeat Karek II to restore peace to the world. Master Roshi spoke earnestly, and the group nodded gravely in agreement. Finding the super divine water and vanquishing Karek II became their shared mission. As for Lin Qi, Bulma articulated her thoughts. Exactly, that is your current task. Regarding Lin Qi, he saved us, so let us not view him through the lens of a villain. Once you have dealt with Karek II, we can express our gratitude properly. Bulma smiled, relieved to have returned to normalcy, grateful not to have succumbed to the demonic transformation. However, as Bulma asserted this, Krillin interjected with a note of skepticism. But can we truly defeat Karek II? He questioned, a weight of concern etched across his face. An air of apprehension hung over the group. What if they were unable to prevail against Karek II? What if they faced utter defeat? Who would save the Earth then? As Krillin's words lingered in the air, a heavy silence enveloped them once more. Yet, at that moment, Gohan remained untroubled. Uncle Krillin, you need not worry about our ability to overcome Karek II, for I shall be accompanying you, Gohan declared confidently. Moreover, should I find myself unable to defeat him, my master has assured me he will intervene. In the Kame house, the group was momentarily taken aback by Gohan's proclamation. Wait, Krillin exclaimed, his expression a mixture of disbelief and alarm. Did you just say you intend to face Karek II alone? His incredulity reflected in the faces of Master Roshi, Tien, and the others. Gohan, that seems rather audacious, Yamcha remarked, exasperated. Though they acknowledged Gohan's formidable abilities, the notion of him confronting Karek II single-handedly filled them with trepidation. Even Tien nodded in agreement. Indeed, Gohan, while we are uncertain of Karek II's strength, the fact that he unleashed the mist of Akia from the Supreme Kai's realm suggests he has already vanquished both the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo. At this, Tien's expression darkened, envisioning the might of the formidable Karek II who had emerged from the Demon Star. Yes, Gohan, Master Roshi added, attempting to counsel him. You just mentioned that if you cannot defeat him, Lin Qi will assist? But do you truly believe that even with your master's arrival, he will be able to best Karek II? Master Roshi's skepticism was evident as he fixed his gaze on Gohan. This doubt resonated with the others, who silently shook their heads. Despite never having witnessed Karek II's prowess, the mere fact that he could cause worldwide chaos with the mist of Akia implied he was potentially stronger than Piccolo. Perhaps it would be wise, Gohan, to summon your master to join us in confronting Karek II, Krillin suggested after a moment of contemplation. All right, I'll do that, Gohan replied, though he felt a pang of disappointment. Inwardly, he sighed, realizing that his friends had yet to grasp Lin Qi's true might. Thus, Gohan returned to the home at Baozi Mountain and conveyed Krillin and the others' request to Lin Qi, inviting him to join their fight against Karek II. Master, I beseech you, Gohan said earnestly, bowing deeply as if he were a humble student. Truth be told, I am somewhat reluctant to intervene. Your strength alone suffices, Gohan, Lin Qi replied nonchalantly, lounging in his chair with an air of calm. Is that so? Gohan was momentarily swayed by Krillin's foreboding words, starting to doubt his own abilities. You must have faith in the power of knowledge, Lin Qi reiterated, waving a hand dismissively at Gohan. Very well, Gohan responded, emboldened by Lin Qi's affirmation. His fists clenched tightly in determination. Master Lin Qi, I shall face Karek II alone. Gohan resolutely nodded. For the sake of everyone, for humanity, for Earth. With that, Gohan swiftly departed, soaring alone toward the Supreme Kai's temple. This time, he refrained from summoning Krillin, Tien, or the others, for he understood that bringing more companions would only risk their lives unnecessarily. Better to trust in Lin Qi's words and confront the challenge head-on. Gohan, can he truly succeed? At the entrance, gazing at Gohan soaring into the heavens, Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with trepidation. Do not worry, Mrs. Sun, Gohan will undoubtedly prevail. And even if this lad falters, I shall be here. Lin Qi adjusted his posture, smiling as he lifted the freshly brewed tea Chi-Chi had prepared, consuming it in one swift motion. In the cosmos, amidst the desolate terrain of a remote planet in the seventh universe, a spacecraft lay anchored, surrounded by a rugged landscape marred by numerous craters. Clearly, this place had recently endured a fierce conflict, with smoke lingering in the air. However, contrary to appearances, no battle had transpired here. These depressions were the result of a single individual's efforts, Vegeta. Vegeta had been training on this nameless planet for several months. Yet he remained unable to transcend his limits and transform into a Super Saiyan. Damn it, is it still not possible? Am I incapable of achieving the Super Saiyan transformation? Can I not surpass Kakarot? Exhausted, Vegeta collapsed beside the spacecraft, cursing Goku with fervor. I shall surpass you, Kakarot. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. After a brief respite, Vegeta's eyes glimmered with a renewed fighting spirit. Struggling, he crawled back into the spacecraft, making his way to the gravity training room, where he set the gravity to a staggering 100 times Earth's. With a low hum, the craft's gravity intensified. This only exacerbated Vegeta's already battered state, forcing him to the ground. How infuriating! How infuriating! As a proud prince, Vegeta summoned his willpower to rise once more under the immense pressure of the 100-fold gravity. Gritting his teeth, he resumed his training, executing one-handed push-ups. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The gravity system of the spacecraft began to emit steam and a cacophony of sounds from prolonged use. The gravity system has malfunctioned. The gravity chamber reverted to normal levels, prompting Vegeta to spring into action to investigate. It's smoking, it's broken. The gravity system is truly incapacitated. The relentless training had rendered the machine useless. The return to normal gravity was ample evidence of this. After assessing the equipment, Vegeta seethed with rage, his teeth clenched. He was despondent. He could not surpass Goku through gravity training. In a fit of anger, he unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating the gravity apparatus in the chamber. With this act, he felt a slight sense of relief, though his gaze remained cold. Humph, that barbaric woman on Earth had better pray it gets repaired. Vegeta clenched his fist, his expression fierce. Consequently, with the gravity system out of commission, Vegeta was unable to continue his training regimen. He had no choice but to return to Earth. Wait a moment. If Karek II is indeed from the demon realm, then he must know the path to the demon world. Lin Qi mused softly after comforting Chi-Chi and coaxing her to take a nap. At this moment, Lin Qi was nearly ready to consider this place his home. He unabashedly picked up an apple from the table and began to eat, his mind racing with thoughts. If Karek II truly hails from the demon realm, then there must be many prodigies residing there. Perhaps Beerus and Babidi? A plan suddenly ignited in Lin Qi's mind. Why not capture Karek II and inquire about the demon world? This way, I could journey to the demon realm and recruit more talented individuals as my students. Oh, what a splendid idea. I am indeed a genius. Delighted, he took another bite of the apple. Those familiar with the Dragon Ball series know that the demon realm cannot be accessed via instant transmission. Thus, Lin Qi must capture Karek II to learn the route to the demon realm in order to gather disciples. I shall wait until Gohan has concluded his business before making my appearance. Lin Qi bit into the apple again, unconcerned about Gohan's ability to overcome Karek II. On the contrary, he felt reassured about Gohan's prospects. In Lin Qi's estimation, Karek II possessed a combat power of at most 200,000. Meanwhile, Gohan had the potential to surpass even that, his strength having evolved significantly. Furthermore, Gohan might inadvertently transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Who could possibly contend with that? Who could rival him? Thus, Lin Qi was confident in Gohan's upcoming battle. He even contemplated making his entrance after the confrontation with Karok II had concluded. In stark contrast, Krillin and the others were not as composed. They grew increasingly anxious while waiting in the Kame house. As Gohan had been absent for a considerable time without returning with Lin Qi, Master Roshi, we are becoming increasingly worried, Krillin and the others fretted. Concerned about the developments at the Supreme Kai's temple, we can wait no longer. Ultimately, Master Roshi resolved, perhaps Gohan's teacher is reluctant to assist us. Or perhaps he is merely a coward, so this matter must rely upon us. With no sign of Gohan's return, Master Roshi couldn't help but harbor negative impressions of Lin Qi. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha shared similar sentiments. Master Roshi's words resonated with their thoughts. Perhaps Gohan's delay was due to Lin Qi's cowardice. Let us not wait any longer. One person more or less makes no difference. We must immediately proceed to the Supreme Kai's temple and rescue the Supreme Kai. Under Krillin's leadership, Yamcha, Tien, and Den flew toward the Supreme Kai's temple with serious expressions. Chapter 24, One Punch for the Demon Realm King, Gohan's Astonishing Progress. On their way to the Supreme Kai's temple, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others appeared weighed down by their thoughts, as they harbored doubts. Even though Lin Qi had saved them with the Super God Water, it did not negate the impression that Lin Qi was a coward. Otherwise, why had so much time passed without any sign of Gohan and Lin Qi? Now, without Gohan, the few of them were uncertain if they could face Karok II. Thus, they were troubled. Meanwhile, a fierce battle erupted at the Supreme Kai's temple. Piccolo was engaged in combat against the four kings of the Demon Clan. As Piccolo charged toward Karok II to vent his fury for his defeat at Lin Qi's hands, Karok II summoned his four demon kings to confront him. Bang, 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 boom, boom. The plaza of the Supreme Kai's temple was filled with cracks, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Piccolo struggled to hold his ground against the four kings of the Demon Clan. Initially, Piccolo had underestimated the four kings, believing them to be mere underlings. It was only upon engaging with the four demon kings that Piccolo realized they were far more formidable than he had initially presumed. In a fierce clash, Piccolo found himself entangled in a relentless battle. Surrounded by the four demons, he fought valiantly for a considerable duration. Suddenly, a surge of rage erupted within him, sending the demon kings reeling, yet their faces still bore sinister smiles, indicating that this display of power was insufficient to vanquish them. Thoughts raced through Piccolo's mind as he contemplated a strategy to defeat them one by one. Seizing the opportune moment, he charged towards a rather slender demon king, intent on incapacitating one before moving on to the others. However, the synergy among the demon kings was remarkably cohesive. As one was attacked, the others swiftly filled the gaps in their defense. This relentless exchange continued for over 100 exchanges. At last, Piccolo found a fleeting opportunity to distance himself from the demon kings. It became evident that he could no longer conceal his true strength. Taking a deep breath, he removed the white turban from his head. With a resounding thud, the turban struck the ground, creating a significant crater. The demon kings were momentarily taken aback, astonished that he had been hiding his power. The leader of the demon kings glared at Piccolo with an expression of grim determination. But that was not the end of it. Before the demon king could finish his sentence, Piccolo cast aside the cloak he had worn for so long. With another thud, the ground bore witness to yet another deep indentation. Now, the demon kings were clearly stunned, realizing that it was not merely the turban, but also the cloak that bore immense weight. Oh, how splendid it is to finally unleash the pent-up fury I have harbored these past few days. Stretching his limbs, Piccolo let out a cold chuckle, preparing to confront the demon kings. Just then, a voice echoed from beneath the divine temple. Uncle Piccolo. It was Gohan, arriving just in time. Gohan, observing Piccolo's prolonged struggle against the demon kings, felt a surge of urgency. Uncle Piccolo, allow me to assist. Glancing at the dire situation, Gohan furrowed his brow, his eyes ablaze with righteous anger. Anyone who dares to harm those close to me shall face death. Gohan's fury was palpable. Gohan, Piccolo, momentarily stunned, was taken aback. Uncle Piccolo, you need not say a word. I will deal with these ruffians. Despite his youthful stature, Gohan had matured into a true warrior through the trials faced on planet Namek. In a flash, he soared into the sky, his speed rendering everyone momentarily speechless. Gohan appeared before one of the demon kings, launching a furious punch that struck with devastating force. Boom! The demon king felt a peculiar absence within his body. In shock, he looked down to find a gaping hole where his torso once was. He had been pierced through by this young boy's fist. Overwhelmed by disbelief, the demon king collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. What? Piccolo and the remaining three demon kings were utterly astounded. They had never anticipated that the seemingly diminutive Gohan could unleash such formidable power, dispatching a Demon King with a single blow. Even Piccolo, in his astonishment, struggled to comprehend the magnitude of Gohan's strength. Gohan, you. Piccolo stammered, lost for words. Uncle Piccolo, I will make them pay 100-fold for the harm they've caused you. Gohan replied with unwavering determination. He then landed with a resounding thud, crushing the lifeless body of the fallen Demon King beneath his foot, reducing it to mere dust. All present, except for the oblivious Karak II still within the temple corridor, stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a single word. Die? Gohan declared, his steely gaze unwavering as he advanced on the next Demon King. No, no. Another Demon King succumbed to Gohan's iron fist, falling instantly. What are you waiting for? Witnessing Gohan's swift and decisive actions, the remaining two Demon Kings exchanged glances before launching their assault from opposite sides. One to the left, one to the right, an impeccable strategy. No matter how strong Gohan might be, he could not possibly fend off their combined onslaught. Yet, in truth, Gohan had already anticipated their movements. He simply sidestepped one of the attacks with ease. In an instant, he delivered an uppercut to the chin of the attacking Demon King. Crack! The Demon King's head and body split apart in a gruesome spectacle. With a casual kick, Gohan obliterated the remnants of the head. At this point, the last remaining Demon King, witnessing such terror, lost all resolve to continue the fight. Seeing Gohan's fearsome presence, he promptly turned to flee. Just then, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien arrived, inadvertently crossing paths with the fleeing Demon King. What? Krillin exclaimed, bewildered. What had just zipped past him? But in the next moment, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. Gohan, with a sudden burst of speed, appeared before the final Demon King as if he were a shooting star. With an expression devoid of emotion, Gohan raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy. Buzzing. The energy wave struck true, obliterating the last Demon King who had sought to escape. Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien stood in complete awe, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. Chapter 25, Piccolo, Gohan. Have you truly become a warrior like Lin Qi? In this manner, tranquility returned to the Divine Temple's plaza. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien gathered around Gohan, their astonishment palpable. Gohan, did you really eliminate all of them? Krillin asked, gazing at the remnants of the demon corpses on the ground, unable to believe his eyes. Indeed, Uncle Krillin. I have dealt with all the demons, although I forgot which one was Karak II. Gohan's previously stoic demeanor finally broke into a smile. For a moment, Krillin was at a loss for words, trembling slightly at the sight of the corpses scattered about. Tien and Yamcha were equally shaken, speechless in the wake of the carnage. They had noticed the intense atmosphere of battle as they approached the Divine Temple, realizing that any one of these foes would have been a formidable challenge for all four of them combined. Yet, the debris strewn across the ground was swiftly obliterated by the formidable power unleashed by Son Gohan. This vividly illustrates the immense strength he possesses. Krillin and the others were aware that Son Gohan had grown stronger, but they had not anticipated just how formidable he had truly become. Even the celestial Piccolo was taken aback, sharing the same sentiments as Krillin and the others. While he had contemplated Gohan's potential for growth, he never imagined he could ascend to such heights. Was all of this a result of Lin Qi's influence? The thought of Gohan's current prowess inevitably brought Lin Qi to Piccolo's mind. Could it be that Lin Qi was the architect of Gohan's remarkable transformation? After only a few days of training, had Gohan truly surpassed him? Piccolo found this notion hard to fathom. Initially, back at Buu's house, he could hardly believe Gohan had caught up with him so swiftly. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand, he was utterly convinced. No, rather than being completely convinced, it was more a recognition of Gohan's strength. As for Lin Qi, although he was indeed impressive, Piccolo's assessment concluded that he could not measure up to Son Goku. With a smirk, Piccolo recalled the day he was defeated by Lin Qi. Lin Qi, if old Goku were here, you might not stand a chance against him. He mused to himself in the heavens. Subsequently, Piccolo approached Son Gohan. Gohan, inside, there's a significant threat from the second Karak, who has unleashed the Akaya mist, causing the entire world to fall under its dark influence. He explained the dire situation. To his surprise, Gohan simply waved his hand dismissively and replied, Uncle Piccolo, I'm already aware of that. You know? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan nodded gently. Yes, my teacher informed me. At this revelation, Piccolo was rendered speechless. Here he was, battling fiercely to uncover the Akaya mist scheme, while Lin Qi, at home, had already grasped the entirety of the situation and even relayed it to Gohan, who was now poised to resolve it himself. Piccolo stood there, utterly stunned. As the group gathered, ready for action, Gohan addressed them, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo, everyone. Let us charge in together and find the super divine water to restore everyone to normal. All right, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha eagerly responded to Gohan's rallying call. Yet, Piccolo couldn't help but feel bewildered. Super divine water? What is that? Isn't it just a mystical water that enhances potential? Can it truly revert ordinary earthlings back to their original state? Have I been away from you all for too long, falling behind in knowledge? With a sense of skepticism, Piccolo followed Gohan and the others into the Heavenly Temple. Within the Heavenly Temple, in a chamber containing the super divine water, the second Karak had already established dominion over the area and was in the process of unleashing the Akaya mist upon the world. To thwart Karak's reckless actions, Gohan and his companions ventured here. I never expected you to defeat my 4 heavenly kings of the demon clan. Karak sneered coldly, eyeing Gohan and the others from the entrance of the temple. His gaze quickly zeroed in on Gohan among the crowd, his teeth gritted in anger. Son Goku's son, I didn't expect you to be here. Karak recalled the events from a year prior when, upon returning to reclaim his father's position as the heavenly god, Gohan's intervention had propelled him back into the depths of the demon clan. Release Lord Kami and Mr. Popo, Gohan demanded, his expression steely. He immediately spotted the small magical vial in Karak's possession, containing Lord Kami and Mr. Popo. With hostages in play, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others hesitated to act, leading to a tense stalemate. After a moment of heavy silence, Karak, maintaining a composed facade, smirked as he shook the vial in his hand. If you wish to save them, let us see if you possess the capability to do so. With those words, Karak pretended to toss the vial containing Lord Kami and Mr. Popo over the edge of the temple. No, Gohan, we cannot allow him to drop Lord Kami and Mr. Popo, Krillin shouted frantically. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo feeling the urgency of the situation. Yet, faced with Karak, who wielded their friends as leverage, they felt utterly powerless. Just as Karak reveled in his triumph, Gohan suddenly froze, his demeanor shifting. In an instant, Gohan dashed forward with astonishing speed, appearing before Karak in a blur. With a swift motion, he snatched the vial from Karak's grasp, returning to his companions in a heartbeat. The vial now firmly in his possession. Karak was left speechless, unable to comprehend how Gohan had so decisively rescued Lord Kami and Mr. Popo. With a resounding crash, Gohan raised the vial high and shattered it, freeing Lord Kami and Mr. Popo from their confinement. The two appeared momentarily dazed, bewildered by their sudden change of circumstances. What just happened? How did we end up in Gohan's hands? How did we escape from the vial? They questioned, equally perplexed. Lord Kami, Mr. Popo, you must leave this place at once, Gohan urged them. Oh right. Lord Kami and Mr. Popo, understanding the impending battle, cast a final glance at Karak before hurrying away. Wait, Lord Kami. Gohan called out to him one last time. What is it, Gohan? Lord Kami turned back, puzzled. It's nothing major, but I just wanted to say, if we need to bring down this fiend, demolishing this temple wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Gohan inquired, seeking Lord Kami's approval. And no, that is fine. Go ahead and demolish it, Lord Kami stammered, momentarily stunned, but ultimately nodded in agreement upon seeing Gohan's resolute expression. At last, Gohan felt unburdened, a smile breaking across his face. However, the others, Piccolo, Krillin, and the rest, were taken aback by the transformations Gohan had undergone. They felt that this was not the Gohan they once knew, who had previously been timid and easily frightened, prone to tears over the smallest matters. Although he had fought valiantly on Namek, remnants of his timid nature had lingered. But why now? It seems as if he has undergone a transformation. His gaze is resolute, as if he has lost something. With every punch, he strikes down the Demon King, and with each word, he threatens to dismantle the Divine Temple. This is hardly the Son Gohan we know. Where is the gentleness that defines him? Piccolo, Krillin, and the others couldn't help but reflect. Son Gohan has changed. I spent an entire year trying to mold him into the ideal warrior I envisioned, yet it took Lin Qi merely 3 days. Who exactly is Lin Qi? It dawned on Piccolo that the reason for Son Gohan's remarkable transformation lies with one person, Lin Qi. Truly, that man possesses an exceptional teaching ability. Piccolo gazed at Son Gohan's small frame and found himself murmuring praises for Lin Qi. In the divine passage, Son Gohan locked eyes with Kalek too. All right. Now I can dispose of you without any concerns, Son Gohan said, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he addressed Kalek too. Oh, you believe that rescuing that worthless deity is something to boast about, and that it guarantees your victory over me? Kalek too retorted with a mocking laughter. Son Gohan shook his head, not at all. However, today, you pose a threat to Earth and humanity, and you must perish. He did not harbor any illusions about defeating Kalek too, but he firmly believed that such a menace to Earth and humanity deserved nothing less than total eradication. It was a lesson imparted by Lin Qi during class. The thought of even stronger foes looming in the future made Son Gohan approach Kalek too with renewed seriousness. Ha ha, what grandiose rhetoric you spout. Kalik too guffawed at Son Gohan's resolute words. You accuse me of endangering the Earth and humanity? Everyone harbors a darker side. I merely assisted them in unleashing their inner malevolence. Can you truly blame me for that? Very well, then go ahead and blame away. With a sinister grin, Kalik too shrugged nonchalantly. Moments later, his previously diminutive form swelled and grew into a towering figure, reaching a height of 3 meters. Alongside his increased stature, his skin transformed from pale to a vibrant green, and his muscles expanded as if inflated, brimming with power and devastation. Kalik too had transformed. Chapter 26, Vegeta's Shock. Are there other masters besides Kakarot? Kalik too has undergone a metamorphosis. His massive frame now fills the Divine Temple's ceiling. Krillin and the others were taken aback by Kalik too's transformation, particularly Piccolo, who had not managed to defeat the transformed Kalik too even when teaming up with Goku. A year had passed since Kalik too's return, and he seemed stronger than ever. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Kalik too, everyone couldn't help but worry for Son Gohan. What immense power! Indeed, Gohan is in danger. Krillin and Tien's eyes were filled with concern for Son Gohan. Naturally, Son Gohan dared not underestimate any adversary. Witnessing Kalik too's display of strength, he resolved to reveal his own power. Huh! Son Gohan's voice rang out coldly. Instantly, an incredibly potent aura erupted, whipping the surroundings into a fierce wind. Wow! Gohan's energy is nearly on par with Kalik too's. Krillin shielded himself from the gust, astonished at Son Gohan's strength. Tien and Yamcha nodded in agreement. Everyone could sense that Son Gohan's aura was not inferior to Kalik too's. This meant that this is not a battle we can intervene in. We should withdraw to avoid interfering with Gohan's fight. Piccolo, what about you? Krillin earnestly analyzed the situation, contemplating whether to leave the Divine Temple to prevent disrupting the impending clash. He looked at Piccolo with sincere intent. Piccolo remained silent. Among them, he was the only one who could slightly intervene in the battle between Son Gohan and Kalik too. Naturally, Piccolo was reluctant to depart. Let us go, everyone. Frustrated, Krillin ceased to concern himself with Piccolo and waved his hand, leading the group out of the Divine Temple. Deep down, they understood that only Piccolo remaining could have any impact. Bang! Crash! Just as Krillin and the others had not ventured far from the room, they witnessed the ceiling shatter and the entire chamber lay in ruins. Son Gohan and Kalik too had begun their battle. Realizing this, Krillin and the others immediately turned their attention back to the room. Who would emerge victorious? If only they could engage in combat within the hyperbolic time chamber. What a splendid temple this is, now reduced to such chaos. Krillin lamented upon seeing the destruction of the room's furnishings. Had they been in the time chamber, they could have fought to their heart's content without affecting the outside world. Yet now, Son Gohan and Kalik too had merely exchanged a few blows and already ravaged a portion of the temple. No wonder Son Gohan questioned if demolishing the Divine Temple would be permissible. It turned out he was serious. The battle between Son Gohan and Kalik too swiftly tore through the room and burst into the open air. Not far away, Piccolo silently observed the clash. Krillin, Tien, and the others were momentarily entranced. They watched as Son Gohan and Kalik too fought their way from within the temple into the skies above, momentarily lost in awe. Wait a moment. It seems we can now search for the super divine water, and while Gohan holds off Kalik too, we could save all of humanity. Krillin gazed towards the horizon, the two combatants still entangled in their struggle. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality and said to Tien and Yamcha, "Hey, Tien, Yamcha." Tien and Yamcha immediately responded, quickly setting out to find the super divine water. Krillin, we understand without you needing to say more. Meanwhile, a spaceship was gliding toward Earth. Aboard this vessel was none other than Vegeta, who had just completed his training and was now recuperating. With a cold gaze directed out the window, his arms crossed and expression steely, he muttered, finally back in this wretched place. Kakarot, you better be back on Earth, or else. Vegeta's eyes were icy as he peered outside. Just then, as he entered Earth's atmosphere, he suddenly sensed two powerful auras. No, it was one. Vegeta calmed himself and concentrated on the sensation of the battle. He paused for a moment. Although there were two energies engaged in combat, one was unmistakably stronger. Who could it be? Vegeta murmured to himself. He couldn't fathom who on Earth possessed such formidable power, rivaling his own. Could it be Kakarot? No. That's impossible. If it were Kakarot, his battle power would far exceed 3 million. Vegeta suddenly furrowed his brow while lost in thought. Who could this formidable being, emanating a power akin to his own, possibly be? When had Earth given rise to such a remarkable individual? Who was he truly? In that moment, Vegeta found himself torn between envy and jealousy. He had traversed the cosmos, enduring countless trials and tribulations to reach his current battle power of 3 million. Yet now, Earth had birthed another like him. This person was not Kakarot, So, who could it be? Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, producing a sharp crack as his gaze shifted towards the earth, which was becoming increasingly ominous. In the sacred world of the Kais, Krillin, Tien, and the others had successfully located the super divine water. They utilized the passageway of the sacred world to unleash this water, restoring normalcy to humanity across the globe. The crisis had been averted, yet the battle between Gohan and Karak II remained unresolved. The clash between Gohan and Karak II raged on above the sacred world. Initially, the two fighters seemed evenly matched, but as time wore on, even the transformed Karak II began to falter against Gohan's might. Gohan sensed this shift, an awareness shared by Krillin and Tien below. Yet, the battle in the skies showed no signs of concluding. Why was this the case? The onlookers could clearly see Gohan gaining the upper hand, yet he still struggled to defeat Karak II. What was happening? Krillin pondered the fight unfolding above, lost in thought. Indeed, even they could discern that Gohan's strength had surpassed that of Karak II, so why was victory still elusive? Tien was equally perplexed, and Krillin, Yamcha, and the others were left in a fog of confusion. Despite the favorable circumstances, they were unable to secure a decisive victory. All eyes were filled with bewilderment. Except for Piccolo, who was intently observing the aerial duel. Suddenly, Piccolo seemed to grasp a crucial detail, and an epiphany struck him. I understand now. I comprehend why Gohan cannot secure a victory, he exclaimed. What do you mean? Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien inquired, perplexed. It's the immortality, Piccolo declared, his face serious. Immortality? The revelation stunned everyone present. Yes, exactly. Krillin suddenly recalled, his shock palpable. Goku, Piccolo. And I faced Karak II before, and I had forgotten that he wished for immortality from the dragon. With Piccolo's insight, Krillin finally remembered that Karak II had indeed wished for immortality from the dragon. Gazing at the fierce battle, witnessing Gohan's dominance yet prolonged struggle, they connected the dots. Karak II was immortal. If that were the case, how could Gohan defeat Karak II? Panic surged through Krillin as his body trembled uncontrollably. The fear was palpable. Immortality, what a daunting concept. Among them, Krillin was the most timid. Although Gohan's strength far exceeded that of Karak II, the latter's immortality could potentially wear Gohan down to exhaustion. Despite the disparity in power, victory could still rest with the immortal Karak II. How could they overcome such a foe? Krillin's thoughts spiraled, and he found himself collapsing onto the ground. Had it not been for Gohan's unexpected ambush on Karak II in the past, he would not have fallen into the realm of death. Such an opportunity to catch Karak II off guard again seemed improbable. Reflecting on Gohan's first triumph over Karak II, Krillin shook his head. Defeating Karak II would require sending him back to the realm of death. Yet now, Gohan remained unaware of this critical point, engaged solely in combat. Gohan, frustrated, taunted. What's the matter? Are you losing your edge? Weren't you just claiming you would defeat me? Though Karak II had sustained a severe blow from Gohan, the pain was fleeting, as his body would instinctively heal, a testament to his immortality. I particularly despise you and your father, as well as Piccolo. If it weren't for you, I would have long since ruled this world. Karak II sneered, wiping the corner of his mouth. As Karak II's arrogance grew, Gohan's irritation flared. He began to suspect that his opponent was indeed an indestructible monster, as Karak II repeatedly endured injuries without apparent consequence. Unless Karak II was significantly stronger. Gohan had observed that he was, in fact, slightly weaker. After a moment of anger, Gohan gradually regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he began to contemplate. What would my teacher do if faced with such an immortal adversary? Drawing upon the teachings of Lin Qi from the past few days, Gohan's face brightened with realization. He had found a solution. Sealing. Yes, that's it, sealing. Lin Qi had once explained the relationship between Beerus and the Kais. A fateful bond. Lin Qi had stated, though Beerus is an immensely powerful god of destruction, there are ways to prevent him from annihilating Earth, or even the universe. What methods? Gohan had asked. By capturing the Kai and using him as leverage against the god of destruction, Lin Qi had replied with a smile. Since the god of destruction and the Kai share a fateful bond, the demise of one leads to the other's end. However, Beerus is quite clever. He sealed the ancient Kai and concealed him within a sword. This way, even if the current Kai perishes, his lifespan remains unaffected. This strategy is remarkably effective. By sealing the ancient Kai, Beerus essentially attained eternal life. After sharing this, Lin Qi had advised Gohan. If you ever encounter an opponent you cannot defeat or who is immortal, sealing them is a commendable option, much like Beerus. Recalling this lesson, Gohan had an epiphany. Sealing seemed to be an excellent strategy for dealing with Karak II. However, he hesitated once again. Due to the fact that Lin Qi had never taught him the art of sealing, he was utterly ignorant of the techniques required for such a task. However, Sun Wukong had indeed heard tales of the ancient Kai and old Piccolo. It was said that a century ago, there existed a human on Earth. the master of the turtle hermit, known as Master Mateto, who had once sealed old Piccolo using sealing techniques. Furthermore, the old Kai had attempted to seal Piccolo during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Thus, both the old Kai and Piccolo were undoubtedly adept in the art of sealing. Lord Kai, Uncle Piccolo. Upon recalling them, Sun Wukong called out their names with fervor. Acknowledging his summons, the old Kai and Piccolo nodded knowingly. They understood that the only way to effectively resolve the crisis at hand was to completely seal away Character 2. Piccolo, shall it be you or I? The old Kai approached Piccolo with heavy steps. Humph. Piccolo crossed his arms defiantly, turning his head away. Old man, you refuse to merge with me. Yet you expect me to perform the sealing? How could it be so convenient? Clearly still irked by the old Kai's previous reluctance to fuse, Piccolo displayed his displeasure. A mere Lin Qi is of no consequence, is it? The old Kai coughed heavily, his weary body struggling. Isn't the current crisis of greater importance than Lin Qi? Then, if I were to merge with you, would you be able to deal with the immortal Character 2 and seal him away? The old Kai softened his tone towards Piccolo. In his eyes, as long as they could prevent Character 2 from corrupting the earth, he was willing to agree to anything. This was far more significant than Piccolo's personal vendetta against Lin Qi. Old man you. Even Piccolo was taken aback at the mention of fusion. Are you truly willing to merge with me solely for the sake of Character 2? He looked back in astonishment at the aged yet devoted old Kai, feeling utterly surprised. Haha, my frail body cannot endure much longer. Merging with you could prolong my life. The old Kai smiled faintly. As long as you defeat Character 2 and the local deities after our fusion, I shall harbor no grievances regarding your desire to vanquish Lin Qi. The pallor of the old Kai's face was momentarily brightened by a hint of a smile. Observing this, everyone could see he was imploring Piccolo. Lord Kai, Lord Kai. Seeing this, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of losing such a guardian of Earth. They were deeply moved. Especially in this critical moment. Sealing was the only viable solution to eliminate Character 2. Even in the skies, Sun Wukong felt a surge of emotion. If only my master were here, perhaps we wouldn't need to seal Character 2, he sighed. At that moment, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air. A strikingly handsome young man appeared beside Sun Wukong. It was Lin Qi, arriving just in time. Lin Qi. Below. Piccolo was about to acquiesce to the old Kai's request for fusion, only to be taken aback by Lin Qi's sudden appearance next to Sun Wukong. Piccolo was astonished. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha also glanced towards the sky in disbelief. It truly was Lin Qi. Krillin, having met him once, recognized him immediately. Is this really Lin Qi? Why did he suddenly appear here? As for Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, who had never encountered Lin Qi before, their curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Lin Qi, having used instant transmission, smiled and inquired of Sun Wukong. Wukong, I sense the opponent's energy has diminished. Have you already defeated him, Master? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Lin Qi had arrived so swiftly, it was almost surreal. How did you come so quickly? Oh, this technique is called instant transmission. With it, one can arrive at any location in an instant. Would you like to learn? I can teach you next time, Lin Qi explained, raising his index and middle fingers to his forehead. Yes, yes. Faced with such an impressive technique and Lin Qi's warm smile, Sun Wukong instinctively nodded in agreement. Thus, Lin Qi's presence seemingly promised a resolution to the dilemma at hand. Observing this, the old Kai furrowed his brow. He hastily urged Piccolo. Piccolo, let us fuse now. Huh. Initially taken aback by Lin Qi's sudden appearance, Piccolo recalled that he was on the verge of merging with the old Kai, and his adversary now stood before him. A grin spread across Piccolo's face. Haha, how fortuitous. Chapter 28, Demon Realm? Egg Realm. Never heard of it. Meanwhile, in the heavens, Lin Qi surveyed the situation and then glanced at the astonished faces below. He pointed at Character 2 and asked Sun Wukong, Wukong, have you not yet defeated him? Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Master, it's not that I don't want to defeat him, but he is immortal. He explained that Character 2's immortality made it exceedingly difficult to eliminate him. Oh, I see. I almost forgot about that, Lin Qi chuckled, recalling Character 2's immortality. It was no wonder Sun Wukong had been unable to subdue him, merely weakening his energy. It's all right, Lin Qi smiled reassuringly. Just focus on defeating him. His immortality is not an issue. I will handle the aftermath. Okay, Master Lin Qi, Sun Wukong replied, momentarily dazed, before nodding instinctively. Prior to Lin Qi's arrival, he had lacked the confidence to defeat or seal Character 2. Now, with Lin Qi's assurance, he felt emboldened. Who would have thought? His master had a plan, even for dealing with immortality? Could it be through sealing? With Lin Qi's arrival, Sun Wukong's burdens lessened significantly, and he even found himself chuckling softly. Meanwhile, Character 2, witnessing Lin Qi's appearance and Sun Wukong's newfound cheer, was momentarily stunned. What's the matter with you? Can you really afford to laugh when you haven't even won against me yet? Carrick too was perplexed by Sun Wukong's demeanor. However, Sun Wukong did not engage him in conversation. Instead, he steeled his expression and charged forward with determination. "Yeah," Sun Wukong roared, unleashing a powerful punch upon Carrick too. "You brat." Carrick too, taken aback, felt the surge of Sun Wukong's amplified speed and strength. He gazed in astonishment at his own battered body, then let out a hollow, sorrowful laugh. "Son Gohan, you are powerless against me. I am immortal." The second king Carrick chuckled grimly, and in an instant, his wounds began to heal completely. Son Gohan, unperturbed by Carrick's apparent recovery, delivered another swift kick to his face, contorting it into a grotesque visage. Carrick's words became slurred and indistinct, as he seemed to curse at Son Gohan in a fit of rage. Simultaneously, he was astounded by the rapid progress Son Gohan had made. His incredulous gaze shifted to the figure behind Son Gohan. Could it be that person standing behind him? Relying on his immortality, Carrick returned to his original form, casting a haunting glance at Lin Qi. Ever since Lin Qi's sudden appearance, it seemed that Son Gohan had grown increasingly formidable. Even though Son Gohan understood that he could not defeat him, he still exerted himself with fervor. Just moments ago, prior to Lin Qi's emergence, Son Gohan had been baffled as to why he could not overpower him. But now, everything had changed. It was the presence of the man behind him that had instilled confidence in him. Carrick's glare turned menacingly towards Lin Qi. "Who are you really?" He sensed that Lin Qi's identity was far from ordinary, and his eyes burned with fury. Lin Qi, noticing his ire, simply smiled in response. "In truth, my identity is of little consequence. The reason I am here is that I have a few questions I would like to pose to you. Should you provide satisfactory answers, perhaps I will allow Gohan to spare your life." Lin Qi's gaze, clear and penetrating, met Carrick's as he articulated his inquiries. "Do you know the location of the demon realm? Are you aware of the passageway to it, or the means to reach it?" Lin Qi's questions concerning the demon realm were pivotal for him. To Lin Qi, it appeared that Son Gohan's potential had been fully realized, and he was no longer able to gain further rewards from him. Thus, he resolved to seek new disciples to enhance his strength. This was Lin Qi's ambition. Ideally, he wished to gather a multitude of talented students, achieving greatness akin to that of a god of destruction or the Omni King. Only then would he dare to reveal himself, confident that no one would challenge him. Otherwise, Lin Qi felt that his power had yet to reach its zenith. He always sensed that while he had attained a Super Saiyan level, formidable foes like Cell and Majin Buu still awaited him. What would happen if he achieved a mysterious state? Surely, beings like the God of Destruction and the Grand Priest would surface. None of these transformations provided Lin Qi with the sense of invincibility he sought. He yearned for a state of true supremacy, where no one would dare to provoke him. Only then could he lead a comfortable life in this Dragon Ball universe. Presently, Lin Qi inquired about the demon realm, eager to recruit its prodigies as his students, believing this to be his most pressing task. He knew that the demon realm harbored many talents, hence his desire to explore the possibility of gathering disciples from there. However, much to his dismay, Carrick proved to be utterly ignorant in response to Lin Qi's questions. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Carrick shook his head. "What demon realm? I know only of the demon clan. I have never even heard of such a place." He tossed his head dismissively, revealing a contemptuous expression. It appeared he genuinely had no knowledge of the demon realm. "You don't know of the demon realm?" Now it was Lin Qi's turn to feel unease. He seemed to have stumbled into a trap of his own making. Observing Carrick's defiant demeanor, it appeared that he truly had no knowledge of the demon realm. This was perplexing. After all, as a member of the demon clan, wasn't he supposed to hail from the demon realm? Lin Qi found it curious and pressed Carrick further. Given that Carrick had been defeated by Son Gohan, he still possessed a sliver of patience to inquire about these matters. Yet, Carrick remained obstinately ignorant. Regarding the repeatedly mentioned demon realm, he merely furrowed his brow, offering Lin Qi a response. "What do you mean I emerged from the demon realm?" "Nonsense. I crawl my way out from the death zone," Carrick proclaimed loudly, attempting to validate his claim. Lin Qi fell silent. After hearing Carrick's response, he finally grasped the reality of the situation. It turned out that the demon clan and the demon realm were two distinct entities. How foolish he had been to conflate them. The demon clan on Earth had no connection whatsoever to the demon realm in the universe. They were entirely separate worlds. He had narrowly avoided a blunder. Lin Qi scratched his head in frustration. Initially, he had hoped to engage with Carrick to glean insights about the demon realm, as one could not simply teleport there, but rather had to seek knowledge in this manner. He had not anticipated that Carrick was not from the demon realm. What a miscalculation. Lin Qi had envisioned finding several talents within the demon realm to recruit as disciples, aiming for rewards such as Dabura and Babidi. Yet, it seemed he had not even brushed against the demon realm. The thought of this left Lin Qi feeling inexplicably vexed. "Gohan, hurry and make him disappear. Get rid of him." In light of Carrick's brazen admission of his identity as a member of the demon clan, Lin Qi waved his hand in irritation. He no longer wished to lay eyes on this individual. But Lin Qi-sensei, he is immortal. Son Gohan was attentive to Lin Qi's words. Yet he found himself at a loss when faced with an immortal being. Immortal? Is that truly such a remarkable feat? Upon realizing that Carrick was not from the demon realm, Lin Qi regarded him with palpable disdain. Blast him, hurl him into the sun. Even if he is immortal, he cannot withstand the relentless scorching of the sun, turning to ashes. Finally, Lin Qi dismissively waved his hand, issuing his final ultimatum to Son Gohan. Blast Carrick into the sun. At this pronouncement, even Son Gohan was taken aback. Lin Qi-sensei, throw him into the sun? Will that truly work against an immortal? Son Gohan was astonished. He had anticipated Lin Qi would resolve the situation with some sealing technique, never expecting a solution involving hurling Carrick into the sun. Not only was Son Gohan caught off guard, but even Kuririn, Yamchu, Piccolo, and Old Kai were equally surprised. Piccolo and Old Kai were especially bewildered. They had planned to fuse their strengths and employ a sealing technique akin to the Mafuba to confine Carrick. Yet, here was Lin Qi suggesting that merely casting Carrick into the sun would eliminate his immortality? Goodness, that method was rather ingenious. As Clin listened from below, he couldn't help but extol the virtues of Lin Qi. Indeed, how could we have overlooked this? Tianjin Fan analyzed the situation with great insight. If we could utilize the temperature of the sun to suppress the immortal essence of Carrick too, he would inevitably revert to his normal state. Yamucha nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, precisely. In that case, Carrick too would be condemned to an eternity of suffering. It is truly torturous. This was a strategy that few could conceive. Even Piccolo interjected with sarcasm. So, should I just push him into the sun then, teach? Son Gohan pointed at Carrick too, seeking Lin Qi's final confirmation. Yes, push him, it's fine. Unleash all your strength and send him flying into the sun. Lin Qi nodded, tacitly approving. At that moment, upon hearing Lin Qi's plan, Carrick too erupted into maniacal laughter. You think you can hurl me into the sun to obliterate me? What a jest. Carrick too, nearly deranged, cast a sinister grin at Lin Qi and Son Gohan. I am immortal, and Son Gohan's power is hardly superior to mine. How could he possibly send me to the sun? Ridiculous. Carrick too laughed once more, finding the notion utterly absurd. Son Gohan glanced at Lin Qi, who nodded encouragingly. With newfound confidence, he clasped his hands together, and a colossal wave of energy began to coalesce in his palms. Came. Haim. He chanted, unleashing the immense Kamehameha wave toward Carrick too. With a thunderous roar, the tremendous energy surged forth like a roaring dragon. Carrick too's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such a powerful energy wave was emanating from Son Gohan. Attempting to evade, it was too late. He could only brace for the impact of the Kamehameha. He cried out in anguish, unable to withstand the onslaught for long. Son Gohan. In his final moments of despair and torment, Carrick too desperately called out Son Gohan's name before vanishing from the horizon. No, not merely vanishing. He was propelled by Son Gohan's energy wave into the atmosphere, into the cosmos, and ultimately into the sun, simultaneously, in a spaceship returning to the Earth's atmosphere. Vegeta observed this colossal energy wave with astonishment. This energy, it is Son Gohan's ki. Chapter 29, Vegeta's world collapses. Who guided Son Gohan? As Vegeta sat in his ship, he stared at the ki wave before him, suddenly recognizing the familiar aura. It was indeed Son Gohan. In that moment, Vegeta felt as though the sky had fallen. Witnessing the ki wave propel Carrick too into the sun, he pondered when Son Gohan had acquired such formidable power. The most potent of the two energies he had sensed earlier belonged to Son Gohan. Vegeta's expression darkened with disbelief. How could such a powerful aura belong to Son Gohan? He recalled the time on Namek when he had barely acknowledged Son Gohan's presence. Yet, mere months later, Son Gohan had reached such terrifying heights. This power was on par with his own. Vegeta felt a mixture of humiliation and rage. After training for months in the depths of space, he returned to find his strength eclipsed by Son Gohan's. It was as if the sky had collapsed around him. Stunned, he gazed wide-eyed at Son Gohan's ki wave sending Carrick too into the sun. Vegeta, panting and his chest heaving, was clearly infuriated by the spectacle before him. As previously stated, he had fought tooth and nail in space to achieve a battle power exceeding 3 million, while Son Gohan had effortlessly surpassed him on Earth. Who was it? Who had been guiding Son Gohan from behind the scenes? Vegeta's veins bulged with anger, his fists clenched tightly. And a surge of power began to simmer within him, though he was oblivious to it. His pride was once again trampled. He, the strongest Saiyan. The proud prince of Saiyans, gazed into the distance from his ship, grappling with a torrent of emotions. Could it be? Kakarot. Kakarot had indeed returned. Vegeta gritted his teeth, yearning to unleash all his frustrations upon the father and son duo. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for him. Not only had he been surpassed, but so had his son. Vegeta's pride was deeply wounded, making it difficult for him to accept the reality of being outdone by son Gohan. At this point, his only hope lay in persuading that foolish woman to swiftly repair the gravity training system, allowing him to surpass them both in no time. Kakarot, just you wait. And son Gohan, you too shall wait. No matter how strong you become, you will never be a match for me. Prince Vegeta, clenching his fists. Fury radiated from his eyes. He vowed to surpass this father and son duo. Thus, with unwavering determination to eclipse son Goku and son Gohan, Vegeta set his course back to Earth. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Palace, everyone was rejoicing and celebrating son Gohan's triumph over Karak 2. In the skies above, son Gohan smiled and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lin Qi for his assistance. Teacher, it is thanks to you that I was able to completely eliminate Karak 2 today. Oh, it was but a trivial matter, Lin Qi waved dismissively, downplaying his involvement. Gohan, you must continue to train diligently. The Earth may face similar crises in the future, and when your father is absent, it will be up to you to resolve them. Are you aware of the heavy responsibility that rests upon your shoulders? Lin Qi smiled, patting son Gohan on the shoulder with care. Teacher Lin Qi, I understand. Son Gohan nodded earnestly. For this purpose, I even borrowed a gravity training room from Bulma, so we can train together and improve side by side. Excellent. Such a mindset is commendable, Lin Qi praised, acknowledging son Gohan's resolve. However, merely relying on the gravity training chamber may prove insufficient for his enhancement. It appears that seeking genius in the demon realm is futile. Thus, he must focus on the present. His target, then, is Frieza, taking Frieza as his disciple. To this end, Lynch intends to return and begin preparations. I shall await your good news. I will return to the Capsule Corporation and wait for you. Lynch finally bid farewell to Gohan. Wait, Teacher Lynch. Gohan unexpectedly called out to him. Aren't you going to meet my friends? I've spoken highly of you before them. Gohan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping that Lynch could also become friends with Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien. Yet, Lynch gently shook his head, suggesting that it would be better to meet another time, assuring him that there would surely be another opportunity. Thus, Lynch departed in an instant with a swift teleportation. Upon Lynch's departure, Gohan returned to his companions, slightly disheartened. Gohan, you were amazing. Gohan, you are so strong. Gohan, you are even more formidable than your father. Upon Gohan's return, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and others lavished him with praise for his triumph over the second incarnation of Garlic. Is that so? But I still believe my father is stronger, Gohan replied, slightly bashful as he rubbed his nose and looked down. Ha ha ha, you are already on par with your father. Krillin and Tien erupted into laughter. Victory ultimately belonged to them, and the atmosphere was filled with exuberant cheers. Even Piccolo gave Gohan a thumbs up, stating, Gohan, you did exceptionally well. Receiving Piccolo's praise and recognition, Gohan beamed with joy. Really? Uncle Piccolo? Thank you. Haha, it was all thanks to Teacher Lynch. I merely lent a hand. Gohan appeared quite humble in front of Piccolo. However, upon mentioning Lynch, Piccolo's expression shifted subtly as he discreetly twitched his lips. Turning to the Elder Kai, Piccolo inquired, So, old man, shall we fuse? Piccolo still harbored resentment over his defeat by Lynch. Unexpectedly, the Elder Kai changed his demeanor, leaning on his staff as he approached the group. Clearing his throat, the elderly Kai stated, Although I am aware that my time is limited and fusion would allow us to share lifespan, you are hesitant to become the guardian of Earth. Now that the second Garlic has been vanquished by Gohan, fusing would only result in the loss of a guardian on Earth. What do you mean? Before the Elder Kai could finish, Piccolo's displeasure was evident. Frowning, he replied, Are you saying you refuse to fuse with me? Indeed, I refuse. However, should such a crisis arise on Earth in the future, that would be a different matter. The Elder Kai flashed a toothless smile, saying, But I believe such crises will not occur again, for Earth now has warriors like Gohan and Goku. At the very least, it also has the mysterious warrior, Teacher Lynch. I think rather than fusing with you, I would prefer to benefit this Earth during my remaining years. After speaking, the Elder Kai turned and hobbled back to the dilapidated Kai's temple. Mr. Bobo, how long will it take to repair these structures? It should take at least 10 or 8 days, right? Oh, 10 or 8 days. That's not too bad. Mr. Bobo, looking perplexed, bid farewell to Krillin and the others before following the Elder Kai back to the Kai's temple. Now, outside the temple, only Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and the others remained. The Elder Kai is truly something. Gohan achieved such a great feat, yet no reward was given, like a wish with the Dragon Balls or some gold and silver jewelry. Yamcha jokingly remarked with a rather superficial comment. Uncle Yamcha, I don't need any gold or silver jewelry, Gohan declined. Haha, I was just kidding, you might not need it. But perhaps your mother would appreciate it. Yamcha laughed, awkwardly scratching his head. Well, let us leave it at that. At that moment, Krillin pondered for a moment before sharing an important decision with everyone. Since the Elder Kai has offered no reward, let us celebrate our victory in defeating the second garlic ourselves. Everyone, let us gather at Kame House for a party. Krillin proposed a celebration for Gohan's victory over garlic. The location would still be Kame House. That sounds splendid, Gohan. You should invite your teacher. I would very much like to befriend such a warrior. Surprisingly, Tien, who typically shunned crowds, agreed, clearly intrigued by Lin Qi's prowess and wishing to become acquainted with him. Krillin's suggestion was met with unanimous approval, and the group erupted into cheers once more. Hooray, it's a party! Krillin exclaimed, raising his hands in excitement. Gohan, equally delighted, remarked, does this mean that in addition to Old Turtle's birthday, we will have another party, right? Krillin nodded, indeed. Gohan then suggested, how about we go to Miss Bulma's house? Everyone was taken aback. Gohan shyly scratched his head and explained, actually, I want to take this opportunity to discuss the use of the gravity training chamber with Miss Bulma. Seriously, Gohan, you just finished battling and are already thinking about training? Krillin teased, you really are just like Goku, cut from the same cloth. I remember when you used to love reading the most. Gohan blushed and replied, I still love reading. I can balance both studying and training, as Teacher Lin Qi taught me. Krillin remarked, you certainly hold Teacher Lin Qi in high regard. It seems he has surpassed Piccolo in your esteem. Gohan affirmed, yes, Teacher Lin Qi, Uncle Piccolo, and my father are the three individuals I respect the most. Well then, Krillin conceded, I'm at a loss. Everyone, let us meet at Bulma's house. He declared with a chuckle, announcing the party location. However, shortly thereafter, Vegeta's spaceship made an unexpected landing in Bulma's backyard. Chapter 30. Frieza, there is not just one Super Saiyan on Earth. After resolving the matter with the second garlic, Lin Qi returned home to find his abode in disarray, thanks to his pet cat. The sofa and coffee table bore scratches from the cat's claws, while litter was scattered across the floor. Upon entering the chaotic home and noticing Fat Bew peacefully napping in his recliner, Lin Qi felt a surge of frustration. Fat Bew, if I can't teach you any better, I might as well sell you off. Perhaps I should confine you to the restroom for some reflection. Lin Qi sighed, grabbing Fat Bew by the legs and unceremoniously tossing him into the bathroom. Whoosh. Thus, in the depths of slumber, Fat Bew was ruthlessly cast into the restroom by Lin Qi. Upon awakening, still bewildered and unaware of the events that transpired, it found itself confined within the restroom. Meow. Fat Bew emitted a series of pitiful cries. With the matter of Fat Bew resolved, Lin Qi finally had a moment of leisure to contemplate the prospect of taking Frieza as his apprentice. In truth, there seemed little to ponder. It was not overly complicated. Merely a matter of subduing Frieza. Lin Qi propped his chin upon his hand, lost in thought. Yet, what could I possibly teach Frieza? Surely, I cannot instruct him in reading? As Lin Qi recalled the disassembled Frieza, pieced together haphazardly after being defeated by Son Goku, he pondered what knowledge he could impart. Considering Frieza's background as a real estate magnate, why not teach him about financial investment and management? With this thought, a smile finally graced Lin Qi's face. Yes, teaching Frieza about financial investment and management would be ideal. In his previous life, Lin Qi had been a university student, and alongside theoretical knowledge, he had also taken numerous specialized courses. By sheer coincidence, he had studied some aspects of financial investment and management. Although his knowledge was somewhat superficial, it would be more than sufficient to instruct Frieza. With everything decided, Lin Qi immediately honed in on Frieza's energy signature. Following that, he executed a swift instant transmission, vanishing from the room. At that moment, Fat Bew was pawing at the restroom doorknob, and just as it managed to pry the door open slightly, it witnessed Lin Qi's sudden disappearance, leaving it utterly stunned. Wow, my master is incredible. In a fright, Fat Bew's fur bristled, and it quietly shut the restroom door. Vowing never to be mischievous again, the scene shifted to Universe 7, aboard a spacecraft resembling a spider. At this moment, Frieza had just reconstructed his new body and emerged coldly from the shattered nutrient glass. And Master Frieza, the surrounding subordinates knelt in reverence upon witnessing Frieza's resurrection. Where's my father? Frieza's gaze, heavy with emotion, glanced at his newly formed limbs, flexing them slightly. He had not anticipated that he could claw his way back from the gates of hell through the latest technology. This was thanks to his indomitable vitality and cutting-edge reconstruction technology, granting him a second chance at life. King Cold is in the main cockpit, a subordinate reported, trembling. Hee. This new body seems significantly stronger than before. Frieza assessed his newfound power, realizing that the latest advancements had indeed enhanced him considerably. Haha, my son Frieza. You have finally returned to life. Truly, you are my proudest son, and with this, our Frost Demon clan shall once again reign supreme across the cosmos. Upon hearing of Frieza's revival, King Cold hurried from the main cockpit. Father, I seek vengeance. Frieza did not meet King Cold's gaze directly, but instead cast his eyes toward the window, revealing his hatred for Son Goku. What? Vengeance? He. Initially taken aback, King Cold quickly grasped his son's desire for retribution. Consequently, King Cold ceased to impede Frieza and, with a faint smile, remarked, logically, the one who defeated you was a Super Saiyan. It would be proper for us to seek revenge against him and prove that our Frost Demon clan is the mightiest race in the universe. However, Frieza, you have just been resurrected. King Cold hoped that Frieza would take a moment to calm down. No, father. I demand vengeance now. Frieza interrupted King Cold, his eyes burning with fury. Overwhelmed by hatred, he was beyond reason, and no one could deter him at this moment. Very well. Observing his son's unwavering resolve, King Cold reluctantly acquiesced. However, on one condition, I shall accompany you to Earth, so I may witness the Super Saiyan who defeated my son. It matters not, Frieza replied, his eyes still cold, as he extended a hand to grasp the air forcefully, as if he were choking Son Goku. He then intoned ominously, but there is no need for you to intervene, father. Simply watch as I vanquish that wild monkey. As Frieza's chilling words echoed, his subordinates felt the oppressive aura of their cosmic overlord, sending a shiver down their spines. How terrifying. This is the mighty King Frieza. The subordinates could do nothing but lower their heads in silence, fearful of provoking the wrath of their cosmic sovereign. Suddenly, Lin Qi appeared aboard Frieza's spacecraft. Hee, Frieza. Quite the bold proclamation, Lin Qi greeted the resurrected Frieza with a smile. Who are you? The subordinates, including Frieza and King Cold, were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this young man. Lin Qi and Frieza, along with King Cold, locked eyes. Frieza narrowed his gaze, studying Lin Qi intently. Unfazed, Lin Qi smiled back, maintaining his composure. Who dares to speak disrespectfully to King Frieza? The subordinates quickly regained their senses, brandishing laser guns in unison, aimed squarely at Lin Qi. Who are you? Even Frieza maintained a calm demeanor as he addressed Lin Qi. Oh, there's no need for such hostility. Lin Qi waved his hand dismissively, smiling at Frieza. I've been listening to your conversation. Regarding your talk of vengeance, I advise against seeking your own demise. What? You dare claim that King Frieza is seeking his own demise? Die. In the crowd, one reckless subordinate, lacking foresight, fired his laser gun at Lin Qi. Bang. The beam of the laser gun was discharged, but in that fleeting moment, Lin Qi executed an instant transmission, reappearing behind the reckless subordinate. With a swift motion, Lin Qi delivered a precise strike to the back of the subordinate's neck, rendering him unconscious in an instant. What? King Cold was taken aback by Lin Qi's speed. Only Frieza continued to gaze intently at the man before him. Frieza spoke. Who exactly are you? Lin Qi, realizing the gravity of the moment, decided to drop the pretense. I am, in fact, a human from Earth. My purpose for coming here is quite simple, to take you as my apprentice, to make you my student. Lin Qi plainly articulated his objective. He was well aware that persuading Frieza to become his student would not be an easy feat. Thus, he remained composed. Frieza's piercing gaze remained fixed on Lin Qi, withholding an immediate response. Had it been his former self, he would have mocked Lin Qi mercilessly. However, since his defeat at the hands of Son Goku, the air of imperial arrogance he once possessed had been diminished. Thus, he was inclined to hear Lin Qi's reasoning behind claiming he was courting his own demise. Frieza inquired, why do you assert that seeking vengeance against Son Goku is a path to self-destruction? Observing Frieza's calm demeanor, Lin Qi nodded in approval. It appears that your experiences on Namek have softened your once ironclad imperial heart. What did you say? Frieza, upon hearing Lin Qi reference the events on Namek, felt an immediate surge of rage, veins throbbing at his temples. Gradually, his fury intensified. This incident marked a humiliating chapter in his history. A lifetime of disgrace from being defeated by a mere monkey. The mere mention of such a past was enough to ignite his anger. Yet, he exercised restraint. Frieza could discern that Lin Qi remained remarkably composed, even in the presence of himself and his father. Moreover, Frieza was oblivious to Lin Qi's origins. Thus, despite his anger, he refrained from taking action. As for why I labeled your actions as self-destructive, the answer is simple. Lin Qi patted a trembling subordinate of Frieza's, gesturing for him to step aside. He then approached Frieza, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially, because, you see, there is more than one Super Saiyan on Earth. With a sly lift of his eyebrow, Lin Qi cast a profoundly enigmatic glance at Frieza, implying, you understand. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. Incredulity etched on his face as he regarded Lin Qi's confident demeanor. For a fleeting instant, he found himself believing Lin Qi's words. He fell into a stupor. What is it, Frieza? King Cold, noticing Frieza's peculiar expression, inquired promptly. Chapter 31. No more pretenses. I shall take you, Frieza, as my disciple. Dad. He claims there is more than one Super Saiyan on Earth. Frieza, snapping back to reality, gazed at Lin Qi intently. Damn it. Those haunting memories continue to assail him. The mention of Super Saiyans instantly conjured the image of Goku's merciless gaze during that fateful encounter, leaving an indelible mark upon Frieza's psyche. He had only recently been resurrected, still lingering in the shadow of the Super Saiyan. What? There is more than one Super Saiyan? Even King Cold was taken aback by Lin Qi's assertion. However, as a cunning elder of the Frost Demon clan, he quickly regained his composure. What does it matter if there are additional Super Saiyans? Frieza, do you truly believe our Frost Demon clan cannot contend with them? After a moment's contemplation, Frieza considered his father's words and found them compelling. The Frost Demon clan indeed possessed strength capable of rivaling Super Saiyans. Despite a long-standing legend warning against provoking Super Saiyans, that was a tale from millennia past. The current might of the Frost Demon clan was hard to fathom, potent enough to dominate the universe. Especially after his experiences on Namek, he began to perceive that Super Saiyans might not be as formidable as once thought. Though his own hubris had led to his downfall against Goku, Goku was merely one Super Saiyan. Now, within his clan, there existed many beings far more powerful than Super Saiyans, such as his father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler. Such realizations diminished his fear. Besides, having been reborn into a mechanical form, his combat prowess had significantly escalated. Frieza had originally intended to seek vengeance against Goku upon his resurrection. Thus, with King Cold's timely words of encouragement, Frieza felt a resurgence of courage. Indeed, father, I am now far stronger than before. Moreover, I have eradicated the Saiyan race. How could there possibly be so many Super Saiyans? They are merely a few stray monkeys. Even if a horde were to appear, I would not flinch. With King Cold's reminder, Frieza regained his confidence. He spoke with such conviction, bolstered by the enhancements his mechanical form provided. This transformation indeed rendered him far superior to his former self. Hence, Frieza was brimming with confidence in his ability to vanquish Super Saiyans and Goku alike. Is that truly the case, Frieza? What if I told you that I, too, am a Super Saiyan? Witnessing the confidence radiating from Frieza, Lin Qi suddenly erupted into laughter, posing an existential question. In a swift motion, Lin Qi seized Frieza's other hand. You? Frieza faltered, memories of Namek flooding back. He recalled attempting to shoot a laser at the fleeing Gohan, only for Goku to appear before him in an instant. Seizing his wrist, the sensation was eerily reminiscent. Unpleasant memories surged forth, and Frieza felt a dull ache in the hand Lin Qi grasped. Could it be that you are also a Super Saiyan? The mere thought caused Frieza to involuntarily retreat, yet he remained ensnared by Lin Qi's grip. Lin Qi held firmly, his gaze deepening with intensity. Frieza sensed an impending dread, his eyes wide with fear. What are you planning? With a slight smile, Lin Qi abruptly released Frieza's hand. Then, before Frieza's very eyes, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Lin Qi transformed, Super Saiyan Lin Qi. In a flurry of golden energy, Lin Qi's formidable presence loomed before Frieza. He effortlessly transitioned into his Super Saiyan form, mere inches away from Frieza. Frieza had anticipated this moment. Witnessing the terrifying transformation once more, he trembled, instinctively stepping back, his expression one of sheer terror. The overwhelming aura of Super Saiyan Lin Qi erupted, sending all of Frieza's subordinates hurtling backward, while the ship's machinery succumbed to destruction. Alarms blaring in chaos. Even King Cold, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief at the sheer intensity of Lin Qi's transformed state. Is this the essence of a Super Saiyan? For the first time, King Cold experienced the overwhelming pressure exuded by a Super Saiyan. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he felt a twinge of apprehension. All of Frieza's subordinates were engulfed in fear by this display. At that moment, Lin Qi's aura utterly overshadowed both Frieza and King Cold. What say you, Frieza? Do you still remain unafraid? Lin Qi's expression was icy, yet a smirk graced his lips. Clearly, Frieza was rendered speechless, though his retreating steps betrayed his trepidation. Frieza harbored a palpable fear of Super Saiyans. After all, not long ago, he had been vanquished by the Super Saiyan Goku. Frieza swallowed hard, striving to conquer the trepidation that the Super Saiyan instilled within him. He was not Goku, and thus, there was no cause for fear. Frieza murmured to himself, attempting to persuade his own mind, providing a semblance of psychological comfort. Gradually, he observed that Lin Qi merely transformed without taking any action, and the confrontation had yet to commence. Frieza felt a slight easing of his anxiety. As he began to regain his composure, he swallowed again and inquired curiously, "What is it that you desire?" Recognizing that his transformation had indeed served its purpose of intimidation, Lin Qi smiled and reverted to his normal state. "In truth, it is nothing of great significance. I did not come here to engage in combat with you. The reason I mentioned your journey to Earth being a path to self-destruction is due to the presence of numerous Super Saiyans there, alongside another matter." "What matter?" Frieza furrowed his brow, perplexed. "That is, I wish to take you on as my disciple," Lin Qi proclaimed. "What? You wish to take me as your disciple? Frieza was taken aback, doubting his own hearing. He could not fathom that Lin Qi would make such an outrageous proposition. Indeed, to take you as my disciple. Understanding that Frieza would not easily accept him as a teacher, Lin Qi continued, with your current strength, venturing to Earth would indeed be self-destructive. However, should you become my apprentice, it would be a different story. I assure you that after becoming my disciple, you would be capable of defeating those Super Saiyans. Lin Qi smiled, exuding confidence. Then, he issued a warning to Frieza, stating, Yet, if you refuse to become my disciple, I guarantee that you shall come to realize that you are indeed on a path to self-destruction. Lin Qi spoke with a jesting tone. Yet Frieza recognized that this might not be mere jest. Frieza remained silent. Observing this, Lin Qi displayed a gesture of goodwill. Of course, you might find my words somewhat exaggerated. Your silence suggests you believe you can still conquer the Super Saiyans? But I must say, you are mistaken. Lin Qi confidently beckoned Frieza. You may attempt to see if you can prevail against me right now. With a smile, Lin Qi continued, alternatively, you could wager with me to discover whether seeking vengeance against those Saiyans on Earth is indeed a self-destructive endeavor. Should you lose the bet, you shall willingly acknowledge me as your master. Should I lose, I shall gladly serve you. What say you? Lin Qi maintained his smile as he regarded Frieza. In truth, this was the purpose of his visit, to propose a wager with Frieza rather than to engage in direct confrontation. Lin Qi's transformation was merely a means of intimidation, designed to render Frieza speechless, without any intention of attacking him. He understood that the proud character of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza would not easily concede defeat. Thus, he had not come to brawl, but to lay the groundwork for a wager. The reason Lin Qi had elaborated so extensively was to set the stage for a bet, aiming to compel Frieza to lose. If Frieza lost the wager and still refused to acknowledge him as a teacher, then he would consider overcoming him later. This was Lin Qi's strategy to earn Frieza's genuine respect. This approach was far more effective than attempting to subdue him outright, for if he merely defeated Frieza, the latter might never comply with him. However, if he were to wager against Frieza on the very strength he prided himself on and emerge victorious, Frieza would undoubtedly concede. Consequently, he would willingly accept Lin Qi as his master and perhaps even regard him with utmost respect. As for why Lin Qi was confident in this wager against Frieza, it was because Frieza's current mechanical form was utterly outmatched by Gohan, who possessed the potential to transcend. What? You say Gohan has yet to master his transformation? That is inconsequential. Lin Qi had come to negotiate terms with Frieza, and upon returning, he would immediately teach Gohan to transform into a Super Saiyan. Was that not a trivial matter? Hence, Lin Qi proposed the wager. If Frieza declined to engage in the bet, compelling him would yield similar outcomes. Thus, Lin Qi was in no rush. Initially, he had intended to win over Frieza through virtue, yet what he received in return were distancing remarks. Enough pretense. Let us lay our cards on the table. I shall first observe Frieza's own thoughts. Lin Qi directed his gaze towards Frieza. After saying so much, if Frieza truly refused to recognize the opportunity before him, then he would have no choice but to subdue him. Chapter 32, The Trash of Earth. I, Vegeta, have returned. You propose a wager to see if I am indeed seeking self-destruction on Earth? And if I lose, I must acknowledge you as my master? After hearing Lin Qi's words, Frieza fell into a profound silence. Lin Qi's transformation into a Super Saiyan had indeed startled him, yet it only startled him momentarily. The previous words of King Cold had restored Frieza's confidence. He felt that now, in his mechanical form, he was significantly stronger than before. Therefore, he harbored no fear of the Super Saiyans. Moreover, the Ice Demon clan was not inferior to the Super Saiyans. Upon hearing Lin Qi's proposition of becoming his disciple, Frieza, after a moment of silence, erupted into laughter. Ho ho ho, how amusing. Father, someone dares to wager with me about whether going to Earth is self-destructive and even dreams of taking me as their disciple. Hee hee, for a fool so eager for death, how should we teach him a lesson? Frieza's laughter was ominous. Having realized his own strength and that of his entire lineage, Frieza gradually grew more self-assured. King Cold, upon hearing this, found Lin Qi's wager to be exceedingly amusing. The Super Saiyan before them had the audacity to propose such an absurd bet with his son. Furthermore, they were unlikely to lose. Such a person, it was clear, deserved the most severe consequences. King Cold taunted Lin Qi. However, this amusing wager is indeed rare. Frieza, you should agree to it. In due time, once he has become your subordinate, you can torment him thoroughly before ultimately eliminating him. King Cold chuckled with pride. As Frieza contemplated the backing of his father, his confidence swelled. Hee hee, father, I think likewise. He sneered, few dare to engage in a wager that guarantees my victory. To have a Super Saiyan willingly come forth to become my subordinate, it will be delightful to torment him before I end him. After uttering these words, Frieza clenched his fists, filled with wrath. His hatred for the Super Saiyans had reached its zenith. To suggest that I should acknowledge you as my master is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Frieza gritted his teeth as he spoke to Lin Qi, who remained far more composed than Frieza and his father. This was because he, like them, believed that the wager was undoubtedly in his favor. Upon hearing Frieza's agreement, Lin Qi exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, he could gain a disciple without resorting to violence. Lin Qi was quite elated. Very well, it is settled then. We shall meet again on Earth. When you find yourself on the brink of defeat, I shall appear. And at that moment, you may become my pupil. Lin Qi's excitement at Frieza's acceptance of the wager surpassed even that of Frieza and his father. He waved goodbye to them and then vanished from their sight in an instant. Wait, he disappeared? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment as he watched Lin Qi leave. Lin Qi's sudden appearance and equally sudden disappearance, coupled with his final words and the radiant smile on his face, were more brilliant than theirs. Gradually, Frieza began to awaken to a realization. Could it be that the man spoke the truth? Are there truly many Super Saiyans on Earth? Frieza couldn't help but recall Lin Qi's actions, all of which exuded confidence. This included transforming into a Super Saiyan to intimidate him, and the final bet, which claimed that going to Earth would be tantamount to seeking death. All these signs radiated Lin Qi's unwavering self-assurance. As Frieza reflected on this, a sense of panic began to creep in. Father, we won't lose to him, will we? Frieza asked King Cold, momentarily lost in thought. He recalled how Lin Qi had coerced and enticed him. It did not seem like he was fabricating stories after all. Could it be that everything Lin Qi said was true? Going to Earth truly meant seeking death. Huh. Frieza, do try to remain calm, and do not let that fellow's mere words intimidate you, King Cold replied, arms crossed with an air of satisfaction. Do not forget, even if there are indeed many Super Saiyans on Earth, even if everything that man claims is true, your journey to Earth will still be a path to demise. Remember, I have yet to transform. King Cold's smug remark jolted the still-dazed Frieza back to reality. The mere thought of King Cold's strength upon transformation reassured Frieza considerably. Indeed, Father, you have yet to transform. Even if they possess numerous Super Saiyans, they are certainly no match for you. The moment Frieza considered this, a grin spread across his face. Haha, without me lifting a finger, your mechanical form is already stronger than that fellow's Super Saiyan. Now, regain your confidence, Frieza, King Cold urged gravely. All right, Frieza nodded emphatically. If all else fails, we can summon your brother Cooler to join us on Earth. I refuse to believe that we would face utter ruin. King Cold chuckled. Once again, Frieza found himself swayed by his father's words. Contemplating his own strength and the might of his lineage, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Forget about it, Father. It's better not to call Cooler. As you know, we have never really seen eye to eye. Frieza chuckled darkly. Haha, better safe than sorry. With my mechanical form, coupled with your transformation, we will be more than sufficient to deal with those Saiyans. And so, after Lin Qi's departure, Frieza and his father conferred for quite some time. Ultimately, Frieza regained his confidence and rallied his subordinates to embark towards Earth, seeking vengeance and the complete annihilation of the Saiyan race. Upon returning to Earth via instant transmission, Lin Qi was approached by Gohan, who informed him of a party being held at Bulma's home to celebrate their victory over King Karlik II. Gohan hoped Lin Qi would attend, taking the opportunity to introduce him to everyone. Lin Qi agreed, stating he would arrive shortly, and Gohan set off ahead to Bulma's residence. At Bulma's house, in the front yard, a magnificent mansion was surrounded by lush greenery and exquisite gardens. At this moment, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others were gathered in the front yard, enjoying a barbecue to celebrate their triumph over King Karlik II. Piccolo did not attend, as he preferred solitude. Laughter and joy filled the air, and even Bulma joined in the merriment. Gohan, didn't you say your teacher would be coming? I must thank him profusely for preventing my corruption, Bulma said as she grilled skewers of meat. Yes, yes, Gohan replied with a beaming smile. Teacher Lin Qi said he would be here shortly to meet everyone. That's wonderful. I am quite eager to meet your teacher, Gohan. Tien chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, Gohan, seeing how much everyone looked forward to meeting his teacher, felt a surge of happiness. Gohan, didn't you mention that you and your teacher needed access to the gravity training room? I've already arranged it. All that remains is for your teacher to arrive and claim it. Bulma smiled, distributing the freshly grilled skewers to everyone. Thank you, Miss Bulma. Gohan grinned widely. The lively gathering continued, but then an unexpected guest suddenly arrived. Whoosh, boom. It turned out to be the spaceship that Vegeta had previously stolen from Bulma's home, crashing clumsily into the front yard. Wow, what's happening? Has the thief returned? Bulma exclaimed, her mood souring as she watched her stolen ship land in a dilapidated state. Puff, hiss. The hatch of the spaceship opened, releasing a cloud of white smoke, and from within, a ragged warrior slowly emerged. Well, Earthlings, it has been a while. Vegeta stood at the entrance of the spaceship, surveying his defeated foes with a slight smirk. His gaze then locked onto Bulma, and he barked, Hey, you foolish woman of Earth. Fix my spaceship at once. and arrange for a new gravity room. Chapter 33. Vegeta, I surpass myself, and now my son surpasses me? Bulma furrowed her brows at Vegeta's shout. With her hands on her hips, she retorted without hesitation. What are you saying, Vegeta, you barbaric Saiyan? You want a new gravity room? I'll tell you straight. I have already given it to Gohan. You thief. As Bulma scolded him, she stepped closer to the spaceship's hatch, angrily poking Vegeta's chest with her finger. It was now Vegeta's turn to be taken aback. He never expected Bulma to be so bold as to approach him and speak in such a manner. After all, this foolish woman had once been terrified to the core at the sight of him. How daring you are now. Although Vegeta appeared tattered in attire, his overall injuries had significantly healed, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Finally, with a stern countenance, Vegeta uttered, You foolish woman, have you forgotten that Kakarot is not on Earth? How dare you shout in my presence? Humph. Bulma, crossing her arms, arrogantly tossed her head aside and let out a derisive snort. Even in Goku's absence, I still dare to challenge you. She added, You should clean yourself up. Your filthy appearance is truly nauseating. Bulma pinched her nose, feigning disgust. What did you say? You've given the gravity room to Gohan. At this revelation, Vegeta was astounded. The mere thought of Bulma bestowing the gravity room upon Gohan ignited a flicker of rage within him. That gravity room was his invaluable tool for training to surpass Goku. To think it was given to Gohan. Sensing the escalating tension, Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien rushed forward to intervene in Bulma's reckless behavior. All right, Miss Bulma. Let it be. Krillin chuckled sheepishly as he stepped closer to Bulma. However, as he approached Vegeta, he was abruptly shoved aside. Thud. Krillin was sent sprawling 3 meters away. With a frigid demeanor, Vegeta continued, Humph. Do not presume I am unaware of your earthling thoughts. Do you truly believe Gohan's current strength can rival mine? What a joke. He cannot even transform into a Super Saiyan. Why would I fear him? Clenching one fist while extending the other, he bellowed towards Gohan amidst the crowd. Gohan, I command you to hand over the gravity room. Vegeta's fierce expression was directed at Gohan, who, even beside Bulma, felt the gravity of the situation and instinctively stepped back in shock. No, I refuse to give you the gravity room, for it is a promise made with Master Lin Qi. Gohan, who had been seated at the dining chair, immediately rose to face Vegeta after hearing his furious roar. His expression turned steely, a palpable tension brewing between them. Hee. Lin Qi? Is that the one guiding you from behind? At the mention of Lin Qi's name, Vegeta let out a cold laugh. I shall see if you truly possess such prowess under his tutelage. Gohan, do you dare to fight me? Vegeta smirked devilishly, executing his signature gesture of pointing his thumb at himself, exuding an air of haughty provocation. The onlookers fell silent, acutely aware that Vegeta's words were not mere jest. Vegeta was a foe whom only Goku could defeat. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien sensed impending danger and readied themselves for battle, the atmosphere thickening ominously due to Vegeta's declaration. Well, the dashing Saiyan has returned. Would you care for a warm cup of afternoon tea? At that moment, Bulma's mother emerged from the kitchen with a smile, carrying tea. Oh dear, it seems I forgot to prepare the pastries. Her appearance seemed to disrupt the tense atmosphere. Mother, this is not the time for afternoon tea. Bulma exclaimed, exasperated, urging her mother to leave quickly while she hid behind Gohan. Then, she quietly whispered to Gohan, Gohan, teach this impolite fellow a lesson. Gohan nodded, Miss Bulma, I will. Vegeta dares to contend for the gravity room with my master. I shall resolutely protect Master Lin Qi's gravity room. Gohan's voice was grave as he fixed a determined gaze upon Vegeta. He understood Vegeta's formidable strength. Even after recently defeating King Cold, he could not guarantee victory against Vegeta. Yet, for the sake of his master's gravity room, he was prepared to face death. Well, it seems now is not the time for tea. Bulma's mother, sensing the altered atmosphere, maintained her optimistic smile despite the tension. Humph. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort and flashed Gohan a smug grin. Let me see just how much of your father's strength you have acquired. With that, Vegeta launched himself at Gohan with a powerful punch. Boom. Vegeta charged towards Gohan with a heavy blow. Gohan, pushing Bulma aside, braced himself to withstand the strike. Humph, is that all your strength? Vegeta remarked, surprised by Gohan's ability to absorb his punch, though he feigned disdain. Gohan, hearing these words, erupted in fury. Boom, boom, boom. The objects in Bulma's front yard, including chairs, tables, and umbrellas, were violently shaken. Even Vegeta was taken aback. Gohan's power had indeed risen to such heights. Merely his outburst forced Vegeta to retract his fist. This strength was truly on par with his own. It was well known that he had toiled tirelessly in the cosmos to reach this level. Returning to Earth, he found Gohan had acquired a strength that rivaled his own without any effort. How could Vegeta not be astonished? Hee, is this all you've got? Gohan, you still have a long way to go. Despite the turmoil within, Vegeta maintained his prideful facade. Subsequently, Vegeta too succumbed to fury, and the two powers were evenly matched. Hey Vegeta, if you're going to fight, take it somewhere else. Don't destroy Miss Bulma's home. It houses the gravity room that my master specifically requested. Gohan coldly addressed Vegeta, sensing the gravity of the situation and fearing for Bulma's home and the entire West City. With that, he flew off to another location. Humph, the gravity room. You, Gohan, dare to contest me for it. Vegeta's fury reached new heights. The mere mention of the gravity room caused his anger to surge. It was not just any room. It was his shortcut to training, the key to surpassing Goku, and a crucial tool for his transformation into a Super Saiyan. How could Gohan even dare to mention it? Wouldn't this infuriate Vegeta? Seeing Gohan depart, he immediately followed in a fit of rage. In the Bulma household, only Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien remained. What should we do? Should we go help? Krillin asked anxiously. Go on, see what's happening, Yamcha hesitated. Yes, let's go. I'm not keen on losing another son before Goku returns. Tianjin Fan gazed up at the two figures gradually diminishing into mere specks and immediately pursued them, eager to lend assistance. Alas, what a predicament this is. The gravity chamber has vanished. Is it not feasible to simply construct another? Why does Vegeta allow himself to become so incensed over such a trivial matter? Krillin sighed heavily. It was not long ago that they had just resolved Earth's crisis, and now a furious Vegeta had emerged once more. How could one not lament the capricious fate of Earth? Perhaps Vegeta has come to realize that his power pales in comparison to Gohan's, which has ignited such wrath within him. Yamcha, shaking his head in resignation, echoed Krillin's sentiments. Consider this, Krillin, if you were to toil alone in the cosmos, only to return and discover that someone has surpassed you, particularly if that someone is the offspring of your rival. It would be one thing for your adversary to outstrip you, but for their progeny to do so as well, would that not shatter your spirit? Perhaps so. After pondering Yamcha's analysis, Krillin felt a twinge of sorrow. Vegeta's pride is indeed formidable. Ultimately, Krillin sighed. Enough of this idle chatter, Krillin. We must hasten to observe their battle. If we delay, we may find ourselves collecting the remains of someone. Yamcha took flight, urging Krillin to follow swiftly. Krillin, shaking his head in resignation, finally soared toward the aura of combat. Chapter 34. Lin Qi's Guidance, Son Gohan's Breakthrough to Transcendence. Meanwhile, after departing from West City, Son Gohan discovered a deserted island. Here, an intense battle erupted between him and Vegeta. Boom, bang, dust and debris flew as the rocky terrain crumbled. Vegeta, consumed by humiliation and anger, unleashed a barrage of fierce blows upon Gohan. While Gohan was certainly able to defend himself with caution, there were moments when a lapse in vigilance led him to endure a powerful strike from Vegeta. Yet, after a brief adjustment, Gohan retaliated with a decisive kick. The combatants exchanged blows, each gaining the upper hand at different intervals. For a time, Gohan and Vegeta were evenly matched, neither able to dominate the other. However, the more evenly matched they became, the more Vegeta's anger escalated. Why was it that after months of rigorous training in the cosmos with the gravity chamber, he still found himself bested by Gohan, who merely stayed at home? Was it solely due to talent? Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, could not fathom that the son of an inferior warrior could surpass him. Was his own aptitude truly inferior? Was it possible that he could not even best Gohan? Each time this thought crossed his mind, Vegeta's rage ignited further. Thus, in a fit of fury, he and Gohan exchanged over 300 blows, their combat remaining neck and neck. A moment's distraction or a lapse in focus could spell defeat for either party. Vegeta, now consumed by fury, found that while his anger fueled his combat power, it still did not grant him the victory over Gohan. The longer the battle persisted without resolution, the more frantic Vegeta became. Could Gohan truly be this formidable? Impossible. Impossible. Vegeta roared, suddenly releasing an immense aura. Whoosh whoosh. The color of his hair subtly shifted, yet he still had not attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was still one step away from achieving that transformation. Meanwhile, Gohan remained calm and cautious, wary of a counterattack from Vegeta. Clang. After thousands of exchanges, as Gohan deftly evaded Vegeta's furious onslaught, a figure suddenly appeared between them, effortlessly extending a finger to block Vegeta's strike. Vegeta's powerful blow was thwarted. It was not Kakarot. Who was it? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the man before him. Gohan, I have arrived. At that moment, a voice resonated from the figure. Gohan, noticing the newcomer, swiftly distanced himself from Vegeta, exclaiming with excitement, Teacher, you're here. Indeed, I have come. Lin Qi appeared before Gohan with a smile. Lin Qi? Could he truly be this formidable? To effortlessly block Vegeta's full-force assault. Nearby, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan, who had been spectating, were equally astonished. They had known of Lin Qi's impressive capabilities since his sudden appearance in the Heavenly Temple, but they had not anticipated his strength to surpass even Gohan's. The ease with which Lin Qi had deflected Vegeta's full-force strike left everyone, including Vegeta, in a state of shock. You are Lin Qi? The man behind Gohan's training. Upon hearing Gohan call Lin Qi's name, an inexplicable rage ignited within Vegeta. Had Lin Qi not intervened to guide Gohan, there was no way Gohan could have reached such strength. Thus, Lin Qi's sudden appearance had undoubtedly stoked the flames of Vegeta's fury. Without Lin Qi's guidance, Gohan could not possibly have been evenly matched with him. Gohan, what is the meaning of this? I went to Bulma's house and heard that you were fighting, so I followed your energy. Lin Qi addressed Gohan without acknowledging Vegeta. Ignored once more, Vegeta's anger flared anew. Gohan felt a twinge of apprehension at the prospect of being reprimanded by his stern teacher. Vegeta wanted to seize the gravity chamber, and I was reluctant to yield, so we engaged in combat, Gohan confessed, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. I see. Lin Qi nodded in approval of Gohan's actions. Then, turning to Vegeta, he smiled. The gravity chamber was borrowed from Bulma by us first. It is only fair that we use it before you. Or perhaps, we could share? Lin Qi offered a mysterious smile, gazing intently at Vegeta. Vegeta fell silent. Unable to mask his despondency, his spirit dampened by Lin Qi's presence. Observing Lin Qi's calm demeanor after effortlessly blocking his full-force strike, Vegeta understood that this individual was no ordinary foe. Lin Qi was shrouded in mystery, with power that undoubtedly eclipsed everyone present. No, it was possible that even Kakarot could not contend with him. Vegeta was stunned by this realization. Noting Vegeta's silence, Lin Qi turned back to Gohan and inquired, Gohan, do you truly require this much time to subdue Vegeta? Shall I teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan now? Lin Qi proclaimed. What? Teacher, you can teach the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. His surprise was mirrored by Vegeta, who stood across from him, unable to contain his own shock. The transformation into a Super Saiyan could be taught. Wasn't it said that only a rare few could achieve this legendary form? How could Lin Qi so casually declare that he could teach it? Vegeta paused momentarily, while Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien also stood dumbfounded. This is quite simple, really. Come here. And I shall explain, Lin Qi continued. Seeing son Gohan's interest, he leaned closer and whispered the secrets of the transformation into his ear. Is that really going to work? Teacher? Son Gohan asked, still skeptical after hearing Lin Qi's instructions. Whether it works or not, you will find out by trying, Lin Qi replied with a confident smile. Your power has already reached the threshold for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Do you truly believe I would deceive you? Faced with Lin Qi's unwavering confidence and recalling that he had never misled him before, son Gohan ultimately decided to trust Lin Qi and began his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan's energy surged, causing the ground beneath them to tremble and the winds to swirl ominously. What is happening? Is it possible that Lin Qi was telling the truth? Is Gohan really about to transform into a Super Saiyan? Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien felt the shift in Gohan's energy and were filled with trepidation. Even Vegeta, observing the escalating aura surrounding Gohan, was struck with disbelief. Gradually, as Gohan's power intensified, the energy surrounding him began to shimmer in golden hues. His hair transformed into a radiant gold, resembling flames of pure fire. Son Gohan had successfully become a Super Saiyan. Chapter 35. The transformation into Super Saiyan. Vegeta, can you even compare? If not, shall I teach you? Lin Qi remarked as he beheld son Gohan's successful transformation, a smile brightening his face. With his guidance, and given son Gohan's sufficient combat prowess, he had indeed achieved the form. As for why it wasn't a legendary transformation, that was because such enlightenment required Gohan's own realization, akin to the new bro. Lin Qi merely understood the method of transformation into a Super Saiyan. As long as one's power level was adequate, the S cells reached a requisite quantity, and the energy was concentrated at the nape of the neck. These were the secrets Lin Qi had discreetly imparted to son Gohan. Witnessing Gohan's metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan left everyone utterly speechless. Gohan, such a tremendous aura, this is a Super Saiyan. They exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Gohan had transformed. The nearby mountains bore witness to the astonishment of Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, who were awestruck by the sheer impact of the Super Saiyan transformation. Only Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien had previously seen Goku transform on King Kai's planet, but due to the distance, they hadn't felt its full magnitude then. Now, standing before them, the oppressive force left them utterly stunned. Incredible, simply incredible, they murmured, unable to recover from the overwhelming sight. No wonder Goku could defeat Frieza. This strength is truly formidable. Even Krillin, who had never seen a Super Saiyan before, was profoundly shaken. Yet, the most shocked of all was Vegeta. He stood there, wide-eyed and frozen, watching as Gohan effortlessly transformed. After a considerable pause, he muttered, "How is this possible? A Super Saiyan is supposed to be exceedingly rare. How could it be taught in just a few words, allowing one to transform so easily? This is inconceivable." Vegeta's mind was clouded with disbelief, yet he could not deny the truth before him. Standing in front of him was indeed Son Gohan, a Super Saiyan. The golden locks, the dazzling golden aura, and that fierce demeanor. Gohan had genuinely succeeded. This was undoubtedly a crushing blow to Vegeta. His heart ached, painfully so. He never imagined that Gohan would transform into a Super Saiyan before him, and right before his eyes. How could Vegeta not feel enraged? Yet, anger would not change his inability to transform into a Super Saiyan. He could only cast an incredulous gaze at Lin Qi. Yes, it was Lin Qi. Because of his few words, Gohan had actually succeeded in transforming. Vegeta was left in shock, questioning how Lin Qi had accomplished this, staring at him in disbelief. The world had turned upside down for Vegeta. "Teacher Lin Qi, is this truly a Super Saiyan?" Son Gohan inquired, scrutinizing his shimmering transformation with curiosity. "Indeed, you might even surpass your father now." Lin Qi replied with a gentle smile. "What? I am stronger than Dad now." Son Gohan stood there in astonishment. Goku had always been a figure of immense strength in his eyes. To think that he had now surpassed him brought him immense joy. "When Dad returns and sees that I have also learned to transform into a Super Saiyan, he will surely be astonished." Son Gohan proudly touched his nose. "Yes, perhaps. I mentioned before that your father will be back soon." Lin Qi nodded, reaffirming the truth of Goku's impending return. Hee. Son Gohan beamed with confidence. Then he turned his gaze toward Vegeta, gradually regaining his cool demeanor. "So, Vegeta, do you still wish to compete with me for the gravity chamber?" Son Gohan inquired casually. He was relatively courteous to Vegeta. As long as Vegeta knew when to back down, Gohan would not trouble him. "Humph." Hee. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression icy as he glared at Son Gohan and Lin Qi. Hee. Ha ha ha. Vegeta recognized that he could not contend with a Super Saiyan and would inevitably lose this battle. He initially scoffed, then erupted into maniacal laughter. What's going on? Is Vegeta losing his mind? Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, who were spectating, felt a sense of dread. Son Gohan stood rooted, perplexed as to why Vegeta suddenly began laughing maniacally. Was it because his transformation into a Super Saiyan had struck a blow to Vegeta's pride? Yet, the only one who understood the reason for Vegeta's crazed laughter was Vegeta himself. After a maniacal laugh, Vegeta found himself reflecting on his behavior, feeling rather foolish. He reminisced about his time on Namek, when he could effortlessly defeat Gohan with a single blow. Yet now, he had not only been bested by Goku, his own father, but also by Gohan himself. This series of humiliations drove Vegeta into a frenzied state of laughter. He had always aspired to surpass Goku, but he never imagined that one day he would be outmatched by Goku's son, a mere lower-class warrior and the offspring of a lower-class warrior, who had ascended to the status of Super Saiyan. And what of himself, the proud Saiyan prince? Ultimately, Vegeta scoffed bitterly. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for the duo of Goku and Gohan. "Let it be destroyed. I am weary." His pride wounded, Vegeta recognized his inability to compete with Super Saiyan Gohan. Thus, he conceived a bold notion to obliterate the Earth. In this collective demise, all would be equal, and such thoughts brought a semblance of comfort to his heart. He chuckled maniacally, leaping into the sky, arms extended backward, his body slightly tilted, gathering a massive orb of purple energy. Gallic Gun. Vegeta unleashed the tremendous energy wave toward the ground. Oh no, Vegeta is intent on annihilating the Earth. Krillin realized the gravity of the situation. Gohan, hurry and stop Vegeta." Yamcha and Tien echoed his alarm, hoping Gohan could save them. In truth, Gohan had already sensed Vegeta's intentions the moment he ascended into the air. Without hesitation, he instantaneously transported himself, arriving at the ground even faster than Vegeta's energy wave. Gohan's expression was grim as he raised a hand and waved it gently. The colossal Gallic Gun rebounded from the ground, tracing an arc into the atmosphere. The crisis of Vegeta's attempt to destroy the Earth was thus averted with such ease by Gohan. "Wonderful. I thought I was a goner. I'm not even married yet," Krillin exclaimed, relieved as he patted his chest. "What?" Vegeta, witnessing this, displayed an incredulous expression. "I was faster than that boy. And yet he managed to catch up and thwart me." Vegeta gritted his teeth, realizing he had seized the moment when Gohan was conversing with Lin Qi. He had not expected that Gohan, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, would not only possess immense power, but also a significant increase in speed. In an instant, Gohan had thwarted his ambition of destruction. "You cannot continue this way, Vegeta," Lin Qi interjected, shaking his head. "If you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan, I can certainly assist you. There is no need to contemplate the annihilation of the Earth." Lin Qi's calm demeanor struck a nerve in Vegeta. Vegeta, proud and obstinate, refused to accept any assistance. Silence. This is all your fault. He spat, directing his rage at Lin Qi. If it weren't for your interference, how could Gohan surpass me? If not for your meddling words, how could he have transformed into a Super Saiyan and outdone me? Vegeta's anger flared, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Lin Qi. If you hadn't insisted on sharing the gravity chamber, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Acknowledging that his plan for mutual destruction had failed and would not present another opportunity, he directed all his fury at Lin Qi. Lin Qi, bewildered, shrugged. What did I do? I said I would help you become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, I find you rather ungrateful, Lin Qi remarked, rolling his eyes at Vegeta. Be quiet. I do not require your assistance to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta snarled, his fury reaching a boiling point as he attempted to attack Lin Qi. Yet, Lin Qi had anticipated this. He deftly evaded Vegeta's strike, teasing him all the while. What is the matter, Vegeta? Aren't you the proud Saiyan Prince? Can't even defeat me? Vegeta's anger intensified, recalling his past triumphs before arriving on Earth, where he had met continual setbacks, further eroding his pride. Clenching his teeth, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet he could not even graze the hem of Lin Qi's garment. Cursed! Cursed! Vegeta seethed with indignation. He had anticipated Lin Qi's strength, but never imagined he would be unable to touch even a thread of his clothing. And Lin Qi was not even a Super Saiyan. Vegeta pondered how there could exist beings stronger than Frieza, stronger than a Super Saiyan. In disbelief, he gazed at Lin Qi, who merely smiled lightly. What is the matter, Vegeta? Lacking in strength? Do you need me to give you time to go home and drink some milk for energy? When Vegeta remained unfazed, Lin Qi continued his mockery. Did you say go home and drink milk? Vegeta momentarily paused. He was accustomed to humiliating others with such taunts. Now, to have them thrown back at him was an affront beyond measure. A blatant insult. Recovering from his shock, he erupted with rage. How dare you? How dare you? This time, Vegeta fully unleashed his latent power, fists clenched, standing firm as he erupted with all his potential energy. In full view of the onlookers, Vegeta, in a fit of extreme fury, successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 36, Dragon Ball Technology, Lin Qi's newly acquired third disciple. Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and others stood astonished. Vegeta, you too. Even Gohan could not suppress his astonishment. Vegeta has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. This, undoubtedly, poses a significant threat to everyone. As the atmosphere thickens with tension and concern, only Lin Qi stands unfazed, having just humiliated Vegeta. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan, a smile graces his lips. Look, Vegeta, this is the essence of becoming a Super Saiyan. Lin Qi stands nonchalantly before Vegeta, confidently crossing his arms as he gazes at him. What? Vegeta, momentarily blinded by rage, glances at his own transformation with disbelief. Golden hair, a golden aura akin to Gohan's. Could this truly be the Super Saiyan transformation? I too have become one. Vegeta is momentarily lost in thought as he observes his own change. This is evidently the Super Saiyan transformation he has long yearned for. To his astonishment, he has mastered it. For a fleeting moment, he is torn between anger and elation, standing dumbfounded, unable to believe that he, too, has ascended to the level of a Super Saiyan. Could it be that all of this is his own doing? Vegeta murmurs, casting a perplexed glance at the smiling, self-assured Lin Qi beside him. Just as he is engulfed in confusion, Lin Qi interjects. Anger. What? Vegeta is taken aback once more. Unlike Gohan, whose transformation stemmed from understanding, yours is fueled by rage. Coincidentally, your method of transformation aligns with that of Kakarot. Lin Qi explains with a grin. Kakarot. At the mere mention of Goku, Vegeta's fists clench in fury. His resentment towards Goku surpassing him has always lingered. Now that he too has become a Super Saiyan, perhaps there lies a chance to reclaim his superiority, were it not for my repeated humiliations igniting your fury with your capabilities. It might have taken you another year or two to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Enjoy your victory, Vegeta, Lin Qi concludes. Vegeta falls silent, reflecting on Lin Qi's words. Indeed, were it not for Lin Qi, he would have been oblivious to how long it would take to surpass that insufferable Kakarot. Lin Qi, observing the confident and smiling figure before him, Vegeta feels an urge to strike him. Then, raising his gaze, Vegeta locks eyes with Lin Qi and says coolly, Do you think I would ever express gratitude? Don't be ridiculous. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he declares, true to his proud nature, he would never show gratitude to anyone, not even to Lin Qi, who just taught him the transformation into a Super Saiyan. This is Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Qi's unwavering smile and lack of response, Vegeta finds himself at a loss for words. It seems Lin Qi possesses an uncanny ability to read his thoughts. as if he can see through to his very soul. The sensation sends a chill down Vegeta's spine. Therefore, he threatens Lin Qi, "Just wait. I shall return to defeat you." Clenching his fist in anger, he vows, and then, before the eyes of the onlookers, he takes flight, leaving the scene. Teacher, are you really just going to let Vegeta leave after you just taught him to become a Super Saiyan? Gohan, having returned to his normal state after the battle, approaches Lin Qi. Everything is fine. Lin Qi gestures dismissively and then adds, "Gohan, you will need Vegeta to protect the Earth. He is an essential part of the equation." "Really? Him?" Gohan remarks, observing the vanishing figure of Vegeta with a hint of skepticism. "Well, it's still a good thing overall," Lin Qi smiles and responds. "Now, there will be no one competing with us for the gravity chamber." True enough, Gohan chuckles upon hearing this. After resolving matters concerning the gravity chamber, Lin Qi meets with the Z fighters. Upon returning to Bulma's home, she is captivated by Lin Qi's handsome appearance, eagerly exclaiming, "Wow, what a handsome guy. Gohan, is this your teacher? If I had known your teacher was so charming, I would have moved the gravity chamber right to your doorstep." Bulma curiously examines Lin Qi, even throwing an arm around his shoulder with a beaming smile. Lin Qi, finding no discomfort in the attention, shares in the jovial atmosphere with everyone. However, Yamcha clears his throat, subtly signaling Bulma, "Hey, I'm still here, so don't get too carried away." Everyone laughs heartily, and the mood lightens once again. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien successfully make Lin Qi's acquaintance. Lin Qi, possessing the strength to endure until the Majin Buu saga, feels no need for concealment. There is yet to be anyone capable of defeating him. However, he remains aware of the looming threats beyond Buu, including powerful deities like Beerus and Champa. These figures represent insurmountable challenges in his current state. Moreover, there is Frieza. Lin Qi ponders how Frieza will return to Earth after their wager. Will he be training? Or? The answers elude him. If Frieza indeed trains, trouble could arise. Presently, only Lin Qi's mysterious Super Saiyan state might stand a chance against a trained Frieza. Yet, even that may not suffice. Seizing the opportunity before Frieza's arrival, Lin Qi resolves to find another prodigy to take under his wing. After the gathering, Lin Qi returns home, feeling that while peace reigns, the stability is fragile. What if unforeseen events transpire? For instance, what if Beerus awakens prematurely? Or if Champa suddenly locates the Super Dragon Balls on Earth? Or if Frieza transforms into Golden Frieza? Or worse yet, what if Zamasu, who swapped bodies with Goku, crosses into this timeline? Lin Qi calculates the days, estimating that Frieza will reach Earth in about a month. He intends to make the most of this time to recruit several more talented apprentices and grow stronger. His current power level does not suffice. He aspires to surpass the gods of destruction, the Grand Minister, and even the Omni King. Lin Qi is confident that with a multitude of disciples, he will achieve this goal. In the following days, Lin Qi teaches Gohan new knowledge while contemplating the search for fresh talent. "Teacher, I've brought Miss Bulma's new gravity chamber." One day, Gohan suddenly announces that he has acquired a new gravity chamber. Since their training occurs outdoors after class, the multifunctional capsule can present a vast gravity chamber without concern for space. Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, opened a universal capsule, and with a resounding boom, a spacious house materialized on the Baozi Mountain lawn. Dubbed a gravity chamber, it was, in essence, a 3-bedroom apartment. Lin Qi marveled at the advancements in Dragon Ball technology, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that this capsule, no larger than a size 5 battery, could conjure a 3-bedroom dwelling?" The wonders of Dragon Ball technology are truly astounding. Bulma's father is indeed a genius. Upon entering the gravity chamber and stepping into his room, Lin Qi was struck by the comprehensive amenities, evoking the impression that even the smallest of sparrows possesses all its vital organs. Suddenly, he paused, realization dawning upon him as he murmured, "What did I just say? Did I just call Bulma's father a genius?" As he recalled his own words, a smile crept onto his lips. "Oh, I've figured out who my next student will be." Chapter 37. The legendary Super Saiyan Gohan versus Golden Frieza? How intriguing. Dr. Gero. Yes, precisely. Thanks to the gravity chamber technology brought by Bulma, Lin Qi thought of his prospective disciple, Dr. Gero, a brilliant scientist akin to Dr. Brief. Lin Qi pondered. This fellow surely has not yet committed any crimes, nor has he turned to malevolence, nor created any androids, right? If he is indeed a prodigious talent, Dr. Gero certainly fits the bill. However, considering that Son Goku dismantled the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero must still harbor resentment over that incident. Upon reflection, would taking Dr. Gero as a disciple lead to conflict with Son Gohan? After all, they would both be my students. It's a dilemma of loyalty, but what of it? I'll let them sort it out if it comes to that. Lin Qi realized he was overthinking, setting aside the potential tensions between Dr. Gero and the Sun family. He recalled his previous wager with Frieza. If he were to take Frieza as a disciple, Would that not incite a clash with Goku and the others? Likely resulting in another fierce battle, legendary Super Saiyan Gohan versus Golden Frieza? The mere thought amused Lin Qi. Thus, he concluded that he had been overly concerned. There was no need to dwell on such distant possibilities. First, he must focus on strengthening himself, and in due course, he would manage them all effortlessly. As for what to teach Dr. Gero, Lin Qi had yet to decide. But where could he find Dr. Gero? Asking Bulma would likely yield the answer. Lin Qi leaned in contemplation, realizing he had not yet determined where to seek Dr. Gero. With these thoughts, Lin Qi exited his room and ventured outside the gravity chamber. Son Gohan was still inside, examining the various mechanical contraptions with keen interest. "Teacher, how do we start this?" Gohan inquired eagerly, his curiosity palpable as he touched everything in sight. Having never used such advanced technology, he appeared somewhat naive. Press here. This is the central control console. Lin Qi instructed step by step, guiding Gohan to the main pillar button within the gravity chamber. Buzzing. Under Lin Qi's command, the console's display screen immediately showcased the number 100x. The gravity chamber was thus set to 100-fold gravity. "Wow, this is so heavy, teacher," Gohan exclaimed, feeling the immense pressure for the first time. In his usual state, he nearly buckled under the weight. Fortunately, Gohan's adaptability was remarkable. It wasn't long before he conquered the 100-fold gravity, leaping and running with ease. "Teacher, this gravity chamber is incredible. I feel as if I'm back in the days when Uncle Piccolo trained me," Gohan excitedly told Lin Qi, swiftly punching and jumping. Discovering that his strength was nearly unchanged from when he was 4 years old, even under 100-fold gravity. If he were to further acclimate, his speed and power would surely increase exponentially. Is that so? I hardly feel anything while standing here. Shall we try 200x? Lin Qi chuckled at Gohan's enthusiasm and pressed the button for 200x. Buzzing. The gravity chamber shifted to 200-fold. "Wow, teacher, my movements are so sluggish now. Everything feels so heavy, like my punching speed is that of an ordinary person." Gohan struggled to walk under the intensified gravity, though this was also due to his lack of quick adaptation. In contrast, Lin Qi, with a combat power of 10 million, remained remarkably unperturbed under the 200-fold gravity. "Gohan, you stay here and train diligently. I need to step out for a moment," Lin Qi instructed, preparing to seek out Dr. Gero. "Wait," Gohan called out as he noticed Lin Qi placing 2 fingers on his forehead, understanding that Lin Qi was about to use instant transmission. He approached, his expression filled with anticipation. "Teacher, that technique is so cool. I want to learn it too." "Want to learn? All right then, I'll teach you right now," Lin Qi replied with a smile, beginning to instruct Gohan in the art of instant transmission. After departing from Baozi Mountain, Lin Qi followed Yamcha's energy signature to Bulma's residence. In truth, he did not need to follow anyone's energy. He could go wherever he pleased. Upon arriving at Bulma's home, he immediately sought her out for information regarding Dr. Gero. "Dr. Gero, you say?" Bulma pondered, resting her chin on her hand as she recollected. Clad in a lab coat, she was evidently engaged in a scientific project with her father. However, this version of Bulma sported an unkempt hairstyle that Lin Qi found somewhat unappealing. "Oh, I remember now," Bulma suddenly exclaimed. "I once read in a scientific magazine that Dr. Gero is a mad scientist. His current residence is in Orange Star City." "Orange Star City?" "Yes, precisely." "Well then, until next time, Miss Bulma." Lin Qi confirmed Dr. Gero's address and instantly vanished from her sight. Disappeared? This teacher of Gohan is truly remarkable. Bulma blinked in bewilderment, momentarily lost in thought. Lin Qi arrived in Orange Star City, only to realize he had neglected to ask for the exact address. "Oh, I must return," he sighed. As he pondered this, he found himself at the entrance of an elementary school. It was the end of the school day, and many parents awaited the arrival of their children. Among them was a conspicuous black Maybach parked prominently at the school gate. "Daddy." At that moment, a little girl with twin ponytails excitedly ran up to the Maybach, her backpack bouncing behind her. Surrounding bodyguards opened the door for her, and she gleefully climbed inside. "Oh, my sweet daughter, Dilly. Daddy hasn't come to pick you up from school in a long time. You're not upset with me, are you?" Seated in the back seat of the car was a jovial, bearded gentleman with an exuberant afro. He was none other than the world champion, Satan. The little girl beside him was naturally his daughter, Biddy Lee. "No way. Daddy is the world champion and is busy with boxing matches." Young Biddy Lee shook her head with understanding, her face radiating happiness. "Haha, then today, Daddy will take you out for a grand feast." With that, the bodyguard closed the car door, and the Maybach slowly glided out of the school gate. As fate would have it, Lin Qi encountered the father-daughter duo upon his arrival in Orange Star City. He found the scene quite amusing, as if the universe had orchestrated this moment, allowing him to meet characters from the Dragon Ball world one by one. Speaking of Biddy Lee, the little one seemed to possess a promising foundation. Lin Qi recalled that Biddy Li's talent appeared commendable, considering she was the daughter of the world champion. It was Satan who claimed the championship title during the tournament, in which Sun Wukong did not participate. Had Biddy Li not lived in her father's shadow, who knows how far she might have surpassed him if she devoted herself to rigorous training. Lin Qi pondered. Since he initially took Gohan as his disciple because he was the son of the tournament champion, Sun Wukong, it stood to reason that Biddy Li, being the daughter of the tournament champion Mr. Satan, could also be a worthy student. How intriguing that notion seemed. Moreover, in light of his uncertainty regarding how to subdue Dr. Gero and impart valuable lessons to him, teaching a gifted child appeared to be a splendid idea. Lin Qi suddenly found himself harboring the desire to take Biddy Li under his wing as his student. Chapter 38. Satan, who does Lin Qi think he is? Daring to teach my daughter. With this thought in mind, Lin Qi decided to act. The following day, after school, he found Biddy Li just as she was leaving. Little one, would you like to have a tutor? I'm quite skilled. Lin Qi immediately expressed his intentions, smiling with a grin reminiscent of a sly vendor. Who are you? Biddy Li, the little girl with twin tails, looked at Lin Qi with innocent curiosity, her hands cautiously clutching her backpack straps. Me? I'm. Lin Qi hesitated, concocting a new identity on the spot. I'm a friend of your father. My dad is a world champion. Are you also a fighting champion since you're his friend? Biddy Li asked, her eyes widening with curiosity. I'm not a fighting champion, Lin Qi admitted, his lips twitching as the little girl's logic ensnared him. He realized that lying didn't quite suit him, a model citizen. Then you're not my father's friend. Biddy Li exclaimed disdainfully. I'm leaving now, uncle. My dad is waiting for me over there. She pointed to a direction. Curious, Lin Qi turned to follow her gesture. Where's Satan? Realizing he had been played, he chuckled helplessly and turned back, only to find that Biddy Li had already scampered away. Her personality is quite reminiscent of Xiao Fong, Lin Qi mused, chuckling at the playful 6-year-old Biddy Li. Then, with a flash of movement, Lin Qi appeared right in front of Biddy Li. Hey, trying to trick me, huh? I am Mr. Satan's daughter. At that moment, Biddy Li was still gleefully eluding capture, completely oblivious to Lin Qi's presence ahead. Ouch! Biddy Li collided with Lin Qi and tumbled to the ground. Ouch, that hurts, she cried, sitting on the ground and rubbing her head. Oh, it's you again, creepy uncle. Biddy Li stood up, dusting herself off, and glared at Lin Qi with newfound hostility. She pouted, forming her tiny fists in a mock taekwondo stance. Biddy Li showed no fear, standing defiantly before Lin Qi. He couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable scene. However, after a moment of reflection, he said, Biddy Li, although I am not a fighting champion, the son of the last tournament champion is my disciple. Would you like to learn martial arts from me to eventually surpass your proud father? Lin Qi spoke sincerely, extending a hand that gathered a small orb of energy. What's this? A trick? Biddy Li gazed curiously at the balloon-like object in Lin Qi's palm. My dad said these are mere illusions. After witnessing Lin Qi's display, Biddy Li scoffed, her expression filled with disdain. However, you did manage to convince me of one thing, surpassing my detestable father. Uncle, as long as you're not a bad person, I'll reluctantly accept your request to be my martial arts teacher. With that, she crossed her arms defiantly, embodying an air of superiority for one so young. Lin Qi couldn't help but smile at her audacity. You truly are quite the little schemer. Nevertheless, it's a success. I've managed to recruit you as my student. He then informed Biddy Li that he would be around every day after school, and all she needed to do was find him here. Rest assured, I will train you to become the world's best. Lin Qi promised. Not a chance, uncle. My dad is the world's best. Biddy Li shot him a dismissive glance. Lin Qi merely chuckled, not bothering to retort. By the way, uncle, what is your name? Biddy Li inquired. My name is Lin Qi. Lin Qi, Biddy Li echoed, then excitedly exclaimed, Lin Qi sensei. Hello, I'm Biddy Li. A few days later, at the Satan residence in Orange Star City, Satan sat quietly on the sofa, simmering with frustration. He had recently noticed that his daughter, Biddy Li, had been returning home quite late after school. He felt compelled to inquire about the matter. I'm back, Biddy Li exclaimed, her twin tails bouncing as she entered, her hands tugging at her backpack straps, her face aglow with joy. Biddy Li, is there something you've been hiding from your father? Satan asked sternly. He realized he had neglected to pay enough attention to her, with his wife having passed away early and his focus on gaining fame through fighting competitions. He often overlooked his daughter's growth. Lately, he had been displeased to see her returning home just as night fell. Facing his inquiry, Biddy Li remained unperturbed. What could I possibly conceal from my father, if not the fact that I have engaged a new tutor? You've hired a new tutor? Satan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Then furrowed his brow. Why was I not informed of this? Where is he? There hasn't been any unusual presence in our home, has there? The look on Satan's face was one of bewilderment. He had not anticipated that his daughter had reached the maturity of seeking out a tutor for herself. "Oh, Daddy," Bidalai said playfully, sensing her father's stern demeanor and immediately adopting a more affectionate tone. "You needn't worry. The tutor I've found is not for academic purposes. Rather, he is a martial arts instructor who can teach me the art of cultivation." Sticking out her tongue, Bidalai dismissed her father's inquiries and retreated into her room. In the living room, Satan was left in a state of confusion. "I am a world champion, after all. Does my daughter truly require a martial arts instructor? Humph, I shall see what charlatan dares to take my money," Satan declared solemnly, resolute to meet Bidalai's martial arts teacher. He was determined to ascertain the credentials of this individual who dared to instruct his daughter. Meanwhile, in Bidalai's room, she returned and, as usual, immediately began testing the results of her training. "Yes," she exclaimed, launching a kick at the punching bag suspended in her room. With a resounding thud, the 200-pound bag ruptured, spilling its sandy contents onto the floor. Observing the mess, Bidalai calmly wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, "It appears the butler will need to replace the punching bag again tomorrow. Surpassing my father is but a matter of time." Time flew by, and a month slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this period, son Gohan grew increasingly curious about what Lin Qi was up to, as they had agreed to train together, yet he had mysteriously vanished. What could be keeping him? Son Gohan pondered. After completing his homework, he dutifully made his way to the gravity chamber to train. Upon entering the chamber, son Gohan immediately adjusted the gravity to 300 times Earth's normal level. "Wow," he exclaimed, embarking on the most fundamental exercises. He was growing increasingly accustomed to the intense gravity, finding himself at ease. At 300 times the gravity, he could endure it without transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, in the midst of his training, son Gohan suddenly sensed a formidable energy emanating from beyond the Earth. It was Frieza. His expression darkened. He promptly ceased his training and, filled with dread, returned home to call Master Roshi. "Krillin, are you sensing this?" Son Gohan asked gravely while donning his battle attire from the Namek saga. On the other end of the line, Krillin's face was equally somber. "Yes, Frieza is alive. Moreover, there are other powerful presences accompanying him." Chapter 39. The Z warriors are on edge as Frieza arrives with the entire Frost Demon clan. "Gohan, do you believe you possess the strength to confront Frieza?" Krillin inquired anxiously. "Uncle Krillin, I am uncertain," son Gohan replied, changing into his battle gear while conversing with Krillin. In addition to Frieza, there are other formidable energies. His expression grew serious as he realized the gravity of the situation. Just as Lin Qi had warned, Frieza was indeed alive, and given the current circumstances, it was evident that Frieza had summoned allies. What could they possibly do? "I cannot reach Master Lin Qi," son Gohan murmured. He wished that if only Lin Qi were present, he would surely find a solution to this crisis. "Enough, Gohan. At this juncture, we must take things one step at a time. We cannot rely solely on your teacher, especially when the fate of the Earth hangs in the balance," Krillin stated earnestly. "Yes, Uncle Krillin," son Gohan responded. The two bid farewell over the phone and promptly took to the skies, heading towards the location of Frieza's spaceship. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood atop a mountain peak, eyes closed in meditation. For days, he had sought to surpass his limits, to transcend the boundaries of a Super Saiyan. Yet he had not succeeded. Though forced into the Super Saiyan form by Lin Qi, he understood that this was still insufficient. He needed to surpass the Super Saiyan. However, for the past month, Vegeta had only been able to meditate on the mountaintop, even zoning out. But today was different. He sensed several potent energies from beyond the Earth. "Frieza!" Vegeta's eyes snapped open. "Damn it, Kakarot hasn't killed Frieza yet." He fumed. Vegeta had long harbored a deep-seated fear of Frieza, a shadow that loomed large since childhood. Particularly on Namek, where Frieza had personally taken his life, this trauma had left him vulnerable, even prompting tears from someone with such pride. Every time he reflected on it, he gritted his teeth in anger. Now, as a Super Saiyan, he should have no reason to fear Frieza. Yet, upon sensing the two formidable energies alongside Frieza, his expression darkened further. "Damn Kakarot! Damn Frieza!" Vegeta clenched his fists and took flight towards the location of Frieza's ship. In Orange Star City, it was just after school when Lin Qi stood outside the gates, awaiting Bidalai's arrival. "Master Lin Qi, I'm out of school," Bidalai exclaimed cheerfully as she approached with her backpack. Unbeknownst to her, her father, Mr. Satan, was lurking nearby, wearing sunglasses and hiding behind a wall. "So, it is you who has been seeing my daughter every day?" Mr. Satan suddenly emerged, reprimanding Bidalai. "Come here, Bidalai. Do not associate with dubious individuals. I am here to take you home." Mr. Satan positioned himself protectively in front of Bidalai, glaring at her with anger. Daddy?" Bidalai tilted her head, surprised that her father had come to pick her up today. However, upon hearing Mr. Satan's disparaging remarks about Lin Qi, her expression darkened. "You must not speak of Master Lin Qi in such a way. He is not dubious," Bidalai retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. Look at him. He's pale and scrawny. How could he possibly be a martial arts instructor? Bidalai, you've been deceived by this charlatan. Come home with your father. Mr. Satan disregarded his daughter's anger and continued to insist she return home. Lin Qi, however, remained silent, his thoughts no longer focused on Mr. Satan. He had sensed Frieza's energy and muttered to himself, "So, you really dare to come to Earth? This planet is no longer home to just Son Goku as a Super Saiyan." Lin Qi's lips curled into a smirk, confident that his bet was a sure win. It was merely a matter of time. What? However, standing before him, Satan was taken aback and inquired, "What did you say? Who is coming to Earth? What Super Saiyan?" Watching Lynch talk to himself, Satan felt utterly bewildered. He contemplated asking Lynch whether he was running a fever, yet he still harbored a hostile demeanor. "I don't care what nonsense you are spouting. Just leave my daughter at once." Satan's expression turned serious as he stepped forward to shove Lynch, urging him to depart. Yet, with Satan's strength, he could hardly budge Lynch an inch. After pushing, Satan found Lynch unfazed and grew curious. He then exerted more force, but still failed to move Lynch even slightly. "How strange. What trickery are you employing?" Satan regarded Lynch with suspicion. "What trickery?" At that moment, Lynch finally snapped back to reality. However, he chose to ignore Satan's presence, instead smiling at Bidalai. "Bidalai, my dear pupil, a rather amusing thought has just crossed my mind." "What is it?" Bidalai asked, puzzled. Lynch continued to gaze at her bewildered little face, saying, "Having taught you so much, it's time I expose you to the wider world, so you don't become too arrogant with your newfound abilities. I shall take you to witness an alien battle, allowing you to realize the vast chasm that still lies between you and them." "Oh, what kind of battle, Teacher Lynch?" Bidalai's curiosity was piqued. "You'll find out once we go," Lynch chuckled, walking over to her and ruffling her hair. "Let us be off." "Okay." Bidalai nodded vigorously, suddenly remembering Satan's presence. She turned to him and said, "Daddy, I'm going with Teacher Lynch to another place. I'll be back later." Bidalai waved cheerfully at Satan. Seeing this scene, Satan was momentarily stunned. So, this fellow was attempting to whisk away his daughter right before his eyes. How could Satan tolerate such an affront? "Stop right there." Thus, Satan immediately called out to halt them, his anger directed at Lynch. "I don't care what trickery you are using. I will not allow you to take my daughter." Upon finishing his declaration, Satan unleashed his most powerful flying kick at Lynch, hoping to teach him a lesson. Whoosh. However, Lynch executed a swift instant transmission, whisking Bidalai away and vanishing from Satan's view. Satan stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, his face a mask of shock. He vanished? Is this not an illusion? Frieza's spaceship slowly entered Earth's atmosphere. "Daddy, this is Earth," Frieza remarked, gazing out at the azure expanse, speaking to King Cold. So this is Earth? It appears much smaller than I had imagined. It wouldn't fetch a good price if sold. Perhaps it would be better to just destroy it." King Cold, seated in the captain's chair, cast a languid glance at Earth. "If you destroy it, I will be unable to exact my revenge." Frieza recalled his experiences on planet Namek, filled with hatred. "Whether it be Goku or that fellow who visited our ship, they shall all perish." Frieza clenched his fists, vowing to eliminate Goku and Lynch. Meanwhile, in another seat, a figure resembling Frieza chuckled lightly. "Hey, Frieza, are you really going to kill someone just because of a wager?" Cooler said nonchalantly, his legs crossed and a satisfied expression on his face. "I was hoping to recruit that fellow who wagered with you as my subordinate." "This matter is not for you to decide, Cooler," Frieza suddenly retorted. "I was already impatient enough to bring you along, so you'd best keep the noise down." "My dear brother Frieza," Cooler replied with an unchanging smile. "Do you think I wanted to come to this godforsaken planet? I would not have come if it weren't for Father saying it was to aid you in your revenge. You just want to come here to bicker." Frieza snapped back. "What? You can't even say thank you for my help? Thank your mother. If you're not satisfied, shall we settle this with a fight? I'll fight your mother." Both Frieza and Cooler had fiery tempers, and despite being brothers, their relationship was far from amicable. Thus, they began hurling insults at each other, attacking each other's mothers as well as King Cold's wife. Hearing this, King Cold's expression darkened significantly. He immediately intervened to stop their quarrel. "Enough. First, let's resolve the situation on Earth. Then you can bicker to your heart's content." Faced with such troublesome siblings, King Cold felt quite exasperated. Finally, the spaceship settled into a serene silence as it gradually descended onto a desolate part of Earth. Chapter 40. The Great Special also arrives. The first sword upon landing. First strike on Frieza. "Are we certain Frieza's ship has landed here?" Bulma inquired, scanning the barren landscape of Earth. Indeed, there are two other powerful presences accompanying Frieza, though their identities remain unclear. Gohan nodded solemnly in response. He, along with Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Piccolo, and others, had gathered together. Bulma had joined them, eager to witness Frieza, whom she had never encountered during her time on planet Namek. She had expressed to Gohan, "Gohan, You must protect me when the time comes. Of course, Gohan replied, somewhat awkwardly. However, he too felt a swell of anxiety within him. Given his current strength, he was unsure if he could contend with Frieza, especially with two formidable allies at Frieza's side. Facing 3 opponents alone would undoubtedly be a daunting challenge. Speaking of which, Gohan, Bulma glanced at the assembled group and asked, "Where's your teacher? Why hasn't he arrived yet? I feel safer when he is around." Although Bulma had never witnessed Lin Qi in action, she believed that since he was capable of training someone as powerful as Gohan, he must possess considerable strength himself. Yet, as Bulma scanned the area, she could not find Lin Qi anywhere. "My teacher, he might be occupied," Gohan said, somewhat embarrassed. Little did they know that Lin Qi had already arrived, bringing Bidalai along to watch the spectacle, but he chose not to meet with the others. "Is this the aura of Frieza? It feels quite potent. At least it seems equal to yours, Gohan." Yamcha spoke up. He and Tien had not yet experienced Frieza's aura firsthand. Now that they did, they were taken aback. Had it not been for Gohan's earlier stunning display, perhaps Yamcha and Tien would have been completely overwhelmed by Frieza's formidable presence. But for now, they were merely relieved. It was as though Frieza's aura loomed before them, appearing evenly matched with the formidable Super Saiyan, Gohan. At that moment, Krillin, observing Yamcha's overly casual demeanor, quickly interjected. "But let's not forget, aside from Frieza, there are 2 other formidable presences." Upon hearing this, both Yamcha and Tien's expressions darkened. The atmosphere became thick with silence. For none could ascertain whether Gohan could truly contend against 3 opponents in the absence of Goku. "What do we do? What do we do? The thought of Gohan facing 3 foes fills me with dread for our planet." Yamcha fretted. Krillin spoke the harsh truth. If Gohan were to face all 3 alone, they would merely be prolonging their existence with no dignity left to confront Goku. "Humph, a bunch of cowardly fools." At that moment, Vegeta, who was perched on another peak alongside Piccolo, made his presence known with a scoff. "Vegeta." The group was taken aback, confusion etched on their faces. "How did you come to be here?" "Humph, blame that imbecile cockroach for failing to eliminate Frieza," Vegeta retorted, dismissing Yamcha and Tien as insignificant. "I have come to deal with Frieza myself. What does it matter if it's 1 against 3? Frieza and his cohorts stand no chance against me, the great Vegeta." With a self-satisfied grin, he pointed to himself, performing his signature gesture, and added with a sneer, "Just watch as I vanquish Frieza." His words plunged the crowd into silence. This was no time for panic, yet blind confidence could lead to disaster. They all realized the gravity of the situation and remained mute. Even Gohan was at a loss for words. Thus, they awaited Frieza's ship to descend to the ground. Vegeta was the first to launch himself into the air. Frieza sought revenge on Goku, yet Vegeta too yearned for vengeance against Frieza. "Wait, Vegeta, you're being reckless," Gohan cried out, attempting to halt Vegeta's advance. When he realized he could not, he swiftly followed. "Hey Gohan, everyone, you're all being too impulsive." As the others frantically pursued Vegeta and Gohan, they did so discreetly. "Yamcha, Krillin, don't leave me behind," Bulma shouted at the departing figures. Ultimately, without Gohan to guide her, she had no choice but to rely on Krillin for support. "Miss Bulma, I already told you to leave early," Krillin protested. "Enough chatter, keep up with them," Bulma scolded as they faced the daunting mountains ahead. Eventually, unable to fly, Bulma begrudgingly followed Krillin. They concealed themselves in the shadows, observing quietly. Meanwhile, Piccolo remained atop the peak, his expression as stoic as ever, watching the absurd scene unfold. Unlike Vegeta and Gohan, he took note of another presence. "Is someone else here?" At that moment, a blue-haired youth, Trunks, descended from a time machine. Having traveled back 20 years, he sighed in relief upon arrival but quickly sensed the powerful auras of Frieza and his cohorts, realizing something was amiss. "Wait, could my arrival have altered the timeline?" Trunks pondered, astonished by the multitude of strong energies surrounding him. 1, 2, 3, no, 5 formidable auras. What on earth is happening? As he stepped down from the time machine, he was bewildered, questioning whether he had crossed into the wrong timeline or caused temporal chaos. However, he knew one thing. Before Goku returned, Frieza had already set foot on Earth. "It appears I have no choice but to intervene," Trunks murmured, drawing his sword from behind. "Today, I shall slay Frieza." Unbeknownst to Frieza, his fate was sealed, as he was about to confront not just Goku, but 3 Super Saiyans. Chapter 41. The Alteration of History. Trunks in shock. What on earth is happening? On Earth, in a desolate area, Frieza's ship had landed. Is this truly Earth? It hardly seems like a place where I would meet my demise, he mused, gazing upon the barren landscape while recalling the words of Lin Qi. "Father, I propose we eliminate all the humans here before Goku and those Super Saiyans arrive, so they may witness the terror of our Frost Demon clan." Frieza suggested with a sinister smile, seeking approval from King Cold. "That is a commendable idea, Frieza. It is rare for us to be in agreement," Cold replied. Having disembarked from the ship, finding it hard to disagree with Frieza's proposition to annihilate all Earthlings in celebration of their clan's arrival, Frieza scoffed, ignoring Cold. Ever since their quarrel aboard the ship had been quelled by King Cold, he had lost his sense of humor, even as he inhaled the air of Earth. Frieza's rage simmered beneath the surface, and now was the time to unleash it by slaughtering all humans. Frieza activated the device hanging before him to assess the surrounding battle power. What a pitiful planet. Did that fool Lin Qi not claim there were more Super Saiyans on Earth? Yet, within 100 miles, there isn't even a single fighter with a power level above 5. How laughable. Frieza mocked Lin Qi's exaggerations. What Super Saiyans could possibly emerge from this place? How could my arrival here be a path to my demise? Such warnings are utterly unfounded. Thankfully, I did not heed that fool's advice to avoid this planet. Frieza was relieved he had not listened to Lin Qi's absurd claims, and remarked, Father, had I known the Earthlings were this weak, I wouldn't have bothered to bring the insufferable Cooler along. Cooler remained silent, wishing to chastise Frieza. But then, King Cold interjected, Very well, since there are no Super Saiyans here, Frieza, as you suggested, let us first eliminate all Earthlings before that one named Goku returns. The eyes of the Kurdish king flickered momentarily. His subordinates, immediately comprehending the unspoken command, hastily grasped their weapons and dispersed in various directions to fulfill the mission of eliminating all Earthlings. However, at that very moment, to Frieza's astonishment, his scouter emitted a deafening series of alerts. Beep, 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 beep. Frieza gazed in bewilderment at the information on the scouter. To the southeast, there was a power level of 5,000. To the northwest, 2 individuals with power levels of 10,000 were approaching. They were all heading in this direction. Frieza was not so much taken aback by the combat prowess of these individuals, but rather by their uncanny ability to locate him with such precision. Could it be that these individuals, like that enigmatic Lin Qi, possessed the ability to manipulate their power levels? This realization left Frieza somewhat flummoxed, as he recalled battling such a group with the ability to control their fighting power during the Namek saga. Simultaneously, Trunks, having successfully compressed the time machine into a capsule, was en route to Frieza's location. Trunks sensed something amiss and promptly halted his flight. After careful discernment, he realized that 2 formidable energies were racing towards Frieza's direction. But who could they be? His mother had informed him of the events that had transpired here, yet the original history was not like this, and there had been no powerful auras seeking out Frieza. Moreover, there were no 2 potent presences accompanying Frieza. What on earth was happening? Trunks stood still. A look of incredulity etched on his face, filled with questions. He was keen on understanding the unfolding events, though he had been sufficiently cautious. A new wave of uncertainty loomed over him. He feared that by traversing to this timeline, he had inadvertently altered the historical narrative he once knew. In essence, since his arrival in this timeline, everything he had understood about history had ceased to exist. That was the gravest concern. Nevertheless, he resolved, regardless of the circumstances, to investigate further. Should he discern anything amiss, he would take action. With a determined mindset, Trunks took to the skies once more. This time, he chose not to confront Frieza directly, but rather to conceal himself in the shadows and observe closely, ensuring that the events unfolded as his mother had recounted. Suddenly, amidst Frieza's astonishment, Vegeta descended gracefully to the ground. Frieza, he bellowed upon arrival. I should be grateful that Kakarot did not finish you off on Namek. Otherwise, I would not have this chance to personally claim your life today. Vegeta landed, casting a fierce glare at Frieza. What? Frieza exclaimed, momentarily stunned upon recognizing Vegeta as the first to arrive. Then, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, I wondered who it might be. It is none other than my once favored subordinate, Vegeta. How utterly amusing. You think you can slay me? Frieza mockingly guffawed, his bravado unwavering. He then addressed the Kurdish king and Gula. Father, this Vegeta is quite familiar to us. It was I who dispatched him on Namek. I wonder how he has returned. Daring to come here seeking death. Let me send him back to hell once more. With a sinister chuckle, Frieza began to advance slowly towards Vegeta, exuding an overwhelming sense of menace. Seeing this, Vegeta momentarily froze, clenching his fists, unwilling to show any signs of weakness. Meanwhile, the Kurdish king and Gula crossed their arms, merely casting a casual glance. Do as you wish, Frieza, the Kurdish king remarked. If it is just Vegeta, dealing with him will be as effortless as squashing an ant. I toyed with his father, King Vegeta, in the same manner. Now it is only fitting that you, my son Frieza, take pleasure in him. The Kurdish king smirked, reminiscing to evoke memories of humiliation for Vegeta. As expected, Vegeta's face flushed with shame upon hearing the Kurdish king's taunts about his father's disgraceful past. They were a proud warrior race, the Saiyans. How could they ever serve the cold-blooded Frieza race as mere pawns? Anger surged within Vegeta. However, as he observed Frieza drawing closer, His fury inexplicably dissipated, replaced by a serene smile. Frieza, Vegeta spoke. Do you truly believe that Kakarot is the only Super Saiyan? You are gravely mistaken. A triumphant smirk graced Vegeta's lips, as he momentarily recalled that his purpose here was to defeat Frieza, not to dwell on the— What do you mean? Frieza sensed an underlying message in Vegeta's words. He then recalled Lin Qi's warning. Hey, Frieza, there isn't just one Super Saiyan on Earth. If you go there, you're walking into your own demise. The chilling realization began to creep into Frieza's heart. Suddenly, Vegeta's hair began to rise, and the very atmosphere around him shifted dramatically. With a thunderous cry, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan before Frieza's very eyes. Chapter 42. All Z warriors transform into Super Saiyans. A most frightening episode for Frieza. Nanny? Super Saiyan. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. Just like the Super Saiyans he had encountered in Goku and Lin Qi, he displayed a look of sheer shock. Vegeta, you too are a Super Saiyan. Frieza felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. With Vegeta, this marked the third time he had witnessed the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Each transformation left a lingering sense of dread in him, as Goku had left an indelible impression on his mind. That gaze, it was the same gaze. Initially, Frieza had stepped forward, but upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan, he instinctively recoiled several steps, panic overtaking him. Gradually, he found himself retreating to stand before the Kurdish king, seeking refuge. Father. Frieza turned back, his expression contorting into one of utter dismay. Frieza, it is merely one Super Saiyan. There is no need for such fear. King Cold spoke calmly. There's me here, and your brother. We have more people than he does. So what if Vegeta is a Super Saiyan? Even if that so-called Super Saiyan named Son Goku returns after 3 hours, what difference will it make? We have more men than you, Vegeta. King Cold sneered. He looked at Vegeta with an increasingly amused expression, as if to say, it's just a single Super Saiyan. We have the numbers. Crushing you will be as easy as crushing your father before you, like squashing an ant. Heh, father, it seems you're right. We really do have more people than they do, Frieza said with a smirk. Seeing no one standing behind Vegeta, he grew even more confident. Frieza laughed again. You said coming to Earth was a death wish? Just one Super Saiyan, just Vegeta? I'd like to see how this Lin Qi of yours plans to make me die here. But Vegeta's expression didn't change at all in the face of King Cold's and Frieza's mockery. Right now, he wanted only one thing, revenge. No matter how many of them there were, he was determined to take revenge on the Frost Demon race that once treated him like a dog. The tension was palpable as both sides stood on edge. At that moment, hiding in the shadows and quietly observing everything, Trunks was completely shocked. Seeing Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan left him utterly dumbfounded. Dad actually? He couldn't believe it. Vegeta had already achieved the Super Saiyan transformation before Trunks was even born. No, to be exact, before Vegeta had even met Bulma, before they'd fallen in love, before they'd gotten married, he had already become a Super Saiyan. This doesn't make sense, Trunks thought, utterly stunned. This completely contradicts the history I know. He clearly remembered what his mother had told him. Vegeta had only become a Super Saiyan after witnessing Goku defeat Frieza on Earth in his Super Saiyan form. That sight had deeply shaken Vegeta, igniting his obsession with surpassing Goku. He'd sworn to himself that he must become a Super Saiyan. And finally, 1 or 2 years after Frieza came to Earth, he succeeded. But now, Vegeta had transformed early, completely breaking from the history he knew. This isn't how it's supposed to go. Could Mom have told me the wrong version of history? No way. She lived through the Frieza invasion herself. There's no way she could have been mistaken. Trunks' head buzzed. Too many contradictions flooded his mind at once, leaving him dazed. Could it be that my arrival here caused the timeline to change? That my very presence altered history? His eyes widened in disbelief. Then doesn't that mean I become the sinner who changed history? The thought made Trunks' head spin. He nearly fainted. This time-space storyline was completely absurd, beyond imagination. No, now is not the time to think about that. Soon, the most level-headed Saiyan calmed himself down. Dad's in trouble. This isn't the time to get lost in thought. Seeing Vegeta about to face Frieza's group alone, Trunks' expression darkened. If necessary, I'll step in to help Dad. Still hiding, Trunks carefully drew his sword, running his hand over the blade lovingly. It's time. My first strike after coming ashore will be to cut down Frieza. Swish. Clack. Just then, as Trunks prepared to draw his sword and reveal himself, a figure landed nearby. Son Gohan had finally caught up, landing steadily beside Vegeta. Wait, Gohan. Trunks froze for a moment. To avoid disrupting the timeline even more, he hesitated. Better hold on, I'll see how this plays out first. As Vegeta and Frieza's forces stood on the brink of battle, Gohan's timely arrival shifted everyone's attention. Another fool courting death? Frieza's brow furrowed slightly. Another person had appeared. Frieza had already felt a faint unease ever since Lin Qi said, Earth has more than one Super Saiyan. And now, yet another one showed up. Frieza frowned. Something felt off. But when he got a clear look at who it was, his face suddenly lit up with an even wider smile. Well, so the one courting death is the son of an old acquaintance. Covering his laughing mouth with the back of his hand, Frieza sneered at Gohan. He remembered clearly what Gohan had been like on Namek. If someone that timid and cowardly could become a Super Saiyan, it would be the biggest joke in the universe. Frieza chuckled mockingly and said openly to Gohan, even if you want to transform, you can't. You are just a snot-nosed child. If even a brat like you could become a Super Saiyan, then the title Super Saiyan would really have lost all meaning. Frieza laughed as he taunted Gohan. In his mind, Vegeta transforming he could accept. After all, Vegeta had a power level in the millions on Namek. But Gohan, he shook his head in disbelief. When they fought on Namek, Gohan's power level had been only a few 100,000. If someone that weak could become a Super Saiyan, then Frieza would be utterly dumbfounded. But Gohan, standing nearby, hadn't planned to transform right away. However, after hearing Frieza's mockery, calling him cowardly and weak, Gohan's old insecurities stirred. Yes, that had once been true, but ever since meeting Lin Qi and becoming his student, Gohan had changed. He was no longer that frightened boy. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Hearing Frieza claim he couldn't become a Super Saiyan, Gohan let out a powerful roar. Right before Frieza's eyes, yet another Saiyan transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Gohan, stunned, watching the golden aura erupt around him. No, impossible. Even you little brat. Frieza's voice trembled with shock and rage. His eyes filled with disbelief. But before he could finish speaking, a group of others appeared behind Gohan. Gohan, we have also arrived. As the tension escalated towards a confrontation, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Piccolo made their way to the front lines of the battlefield. Upon recognizing these familiar faces and recalling Gohan's recent transformation, Frieza was taken aback and exclaimed, Could it be? Are you all Super Saiyans? Frieza's mind raced back to the words spoken by Lin Qi. There is more than one Super Saiyan on Earth. Your journey there, Frieza, is nothing but a path to your own demise. Suddenly jolted from his recollections by the sight of Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, a wave of apprehension washed over Frieza. He fixated on Gohan, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is it possible that all of you can transform into Super Saiyans like him? Have I stumbled upon a nest of them? Lin Qi, is this all part of your trap to lure me to Earth? Frieza gasped in terror, retreating several steps in fear of the assembled warriors. Regardless of King Cold's presence behind him, Frieza could not halt his backward flight. This time, he was utterly disoriented. Fear gripped him, rendering him impervious to King Cold's attempts at reassurance. Chapter 43, Super Saiyan vs. The Frost Demon? Frieza, 3v2, the advantage is mine. At this moment, in a desolate part of Earth, Trunks, concealed in the shadows, witnessed Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan, along with the arrival of Krillin, Yamcha, and the others. Trunks was momentarily stunned. How can this be? Did I just hear Frieza say that Krillin and Tien are also Super Saiyans? For a prolonged moment, Trunks stood frozen, grappling with disbelief. No, this cannot be. Krillin and Tien are merely Earthlings. How could they possibly be Super Saiyans? Ultimately, the future Trunks regained his composure. He understood that Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and the others were undoubtedly not Super Saiyans. Nonetheless, this revelation was astonishing enough, as it starkly contrasted with his understanding of history. What on earth is happening? This is entirely different from what I know. Trunks murmured to himself. Could it be that I have traversed into an alternate timeline? He shook his head to dismiss the notion. No, that's not right. Here, Goku has yet to return. I haven't crossed into a different timeline. Rather, the history here seems akin to a fantastic tale, entirely divergent from what my mother told me. Trunks felt dizzy again. Observing Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan, he couldn't help but exclaim, Even you, Gohan, have attained the Super Saiyan transformation? Hidden in the shadows, Trunks watched Gohan with a mixture of astonishment and excitement. This was his dear Gohan, after all. In Trunks' timeline, aside from the unfamiliar Vegeta, Gohan was the one with whom he shared the deepest bond. To witness Gohan, at such a tender age of 5 or 6, mastering the Super Saiyan transformation was profoundly moving for Trunks. If the history of this timeline unfolds in such a manner, he believed that Gohan could indeed cultivate his strength to defeat the androids. As this thought crossed his mind, tears welled in Trunks' eyes. He recalled the sorrowful fate of all the Z fighters in his timeline, who perished at the hands of the androids. Gohan, who had focused on his studies during his youth, had scarcely any opportunity to train. When the androids finally appeared, Gohan had only just managed to transform into a Super Saiyan to hold his own against one of them. Yet, there were two androids. If Gohan had already transformed into a Super Saiyan at this moment, perhaps he would not have suffered the grievous loss of an arm for Trunks' sake. Perhaps he would not have perished. These painful memories were ones Trunks wished to avoid revisiting. He resolutely stifled his tears. His purpose in this time was to reshape the course of history. Now, without his intervention, history had already changed significantly. This was a positive development. And Trunks should feel exhilarated. Yes, Mother, Gohan, let us cast aside that hellish timeline. I hope to alter history for the better, Trunks silently vowed, preparing to continue his covert observation and await the opportune moment to act. With Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan and the emergence of Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, and the others, Frieza was consumed by dread. He feared that behind Gohan stood a host of warriors capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. Thus, Frieza retreated in fright. Even with King Cold and Gula at his back, he could not conceal the alarm etched across his face. Frieza, remain composed. King Cold's voice resonated heavily in Frieza's ears. Father, no, I truly feel unsteady, Frieza stammered, his tone laced with panic. He glanced at Vegeta and Gohan, who had transformed into Super Saiyans, and recalled Krillin and Piccolo, his old adversaries from Namek. Frieza mused, if Gohan has transformed, then with so many present, could they not also become Super Saiyans? This is terrifying. Just as Lin Qi stated, I have come to Earth to confront a horde of Super Saiyans. My arrival here is the epitome of folly. Frieza, calm yourself. Have you forgotten that the Saiyan race has been extinguished? King Cold's voice cut through Frieza's turmoil once more. At this, Frieza froze. King Cold's reminder struck him. The Saiyan race had indeed been annihilated, and he himself had obliterated their home planet, Vegeta. Gazing at Gohan and the others behind him, Frieza summoned his courage to assert, the Saiyans are extinct. Even if there are survivors in exile, it is implausible for there to be a horde of them. So, you are not Super Saiyans, are you? Frieza forced himself to regain his composure and even directed a weighty inquiry to Krillin and the others. What was Frieza contemplating? Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien exchanged bewildered glances. He can't possibly think we can all transform into Super Saiyans, can he? Has he been intimidated by our presence? Krillin chuckled, attempting to mask his incredulity. He was reluctant to believe that Frieza could be so cowardly. After all, in Krillin's eyes, Frieza was the cosmic tyrant who had taken his life. Krillin was one of the few who had truly experienced Frieza's terror, so seeing Frieza rendered speechless. He emitted a nervous laugh to veil his own fear. Observing the reactions of Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, Frieza realized he had indeed overreacted. Frieza hastily masked his anxiety with a derisive chuckle. He then proclaimed, more than 20 years ago, I personally obliterated the Saiyan homeworld of planet Vegeta. Furthermore, even the Saiyans dispatched on missions were summoned back and annihilated to eradicate any future threats. Thus, it is utterly impossible for so many Saiyans to be present here, let alone any Super Saiyans. I must admit, I was somewhat deluding myself, dear father. Following King Cold's reminder, Frieza's laughter grew darker and more sinister. As he regained his imperial demeanor, as if the earlier panic had merely been an act. Witnessing the nefarious expression on Frieza's face, Gohan, Vegeta, and the others wore grim visages, fully aware that this battle would not be a trivial affair, especially with three formidable foes on the opposing side. Meanwhile, they had only Gohan and Goku, two Super Saiyans, on their team, placing the advantage squarely with Frieza. You insignificant creatures cannot possibly be Super Saiyans, Frieza scoffed, shaking his head lightly before closing his eyes, maintaining a smile that conveyed his perceived superiority in a 2v3 scenario. Even if you, Vegeta, and this little brat are indeed Super Saiyans, it matters not. We merely need to defeat you before Goku returns. At that point, it will be three of us against Goku alone, while the remaining insignificant pests can be disregarded. Now, let us three members of the Ice Demon Clan deal with you two Super Saiyans. His laughter echoed with impunity. Behind him, King Cold and Cooler displayed a variety of malicious grins, as if they were certain of their triumph over the two Super Saiyans and the surrounding rabble. Indeed, Frieza, you have finally grasped the situation. As long as that Saiyan named Goku has not returned, the advantage lies with us. King Cold crossed his arms, casting a mocking gaze towards Gohan, Krillin, and their companions. Both Gohan and Vegeta remained silent, their eyes reflecting a solemn understanding. It was clear that facing three adversaries with only two Super Saiyans was a daunting challenge. The reality of their situation weighed heavily on Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Tien, who wore solemn expressions, fully aware that this battle would be exceedingly arduous. The weaker among them risked facing dire consequences. However, Krillin remained attentive to Frieza's earlier mention of Goku's return. With a calm demeanor, he addressed the group, everyone. It seems Frieza indicated that Goku is on his way back to Earth. If we can just hold out until Goku arrives, we stand a significant chance of defeating Frieza and his minions. We must endure until Goku returns. Krillin's rallying cry rekindled spirits among the group. Yamcha and Tien perked up, recalling Frieza's words with newfound hope. Yes, it seems that way. Goku is coming back. Don't worry, Krillin, we will hold out until he arrives. Their voices erupted with enthusiasm, buoyed by the prospect of Goku's imminent return. Even Gohan felt a surge of joy upon hearing the news. It appeared that Master Roshi's earlier predictions were indeed accurate. His father was truly on his way back. Yet, at that moment, Vegeta abruptly doused their enthusiasm with cold reality. The once excited Krillin, Yamcha, and the others fell silent. Indeed, the disparity in power is far too great. We do not know when Goku will actually return. The atmosphere grew heavy, as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed over them, leaving them despondent. You need not despair, Vegeta huffed, a smirk creeping onto his face as he pointed a thumb at his own chest. For I require no Kakarot. I can single-handedly defeat Frieza and his 3 lackeys. The proud Saiyan prince once again showcased his unyielding arrogance. However, Cooler stepped forward, a mocking smile adorning his face as he directed his taunts at Vegeta. Huh, Vegeta, you are far too naive. Not only do we have one more member than you, but let us not forget my father still retains his first form. I presume you are aware of what that entails, given your previous encounters with Frieza on Namek? Cooler's visage twisted into a grotesque, fearsome grin, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. Krillin, Piccolo, Gohan, and Vegeta themselves had once fought Frieza on Namek, and they knew precisely what King Cold's first form signified. It meant he was still concealing his full power. The revelation struck fear into their hearts, causing their expressions to shift to somber trepidation. Tien and Yamcha, who had not experienced the horrors of Namek, looked bewilderedly at their companions. Hey, everyone, what is the matter? What is this first form? Is it different from what we saw with King Kai? Noticing the pallor on Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo's faces, Yamcha and Tien began to panic. Haha, are you frightened? Cooler taunted, relishing their fear. You should be. Experience the terror of being dominated by my father. Just as Frieza does. The odds are now 2v3, and the advantage is ours. Standing at the forefront, Cooler raised his arms triumphantly, laughing more maniacally than Frieza had moments before. However, at that very moment, as Cooler declared the 2v3 advantage, a sword-wielding youth descended from the heavens, brandishing his divine blade and striking fiercely at Cooler's crown. With a swift motion, Cooler was cleaved in two. In the wake of this shocking scene, the sword-wielding youth, Trunks, stood poised, casting a cold gaze at the two halves of Cooler's body, and declared, "Now, it is truly 3v2. Chapter 44, Cooler is dead. King Cold's wrath transforms. The unexpected turn of events left the onlookers in astonishment as Trunks had effortlessly dispatched Cooler with a single strike. As the dust settled, Trunks coldly regarded Cooler's lifeless form before unleashing a powerful energy wave that obliterated the remains. Cooler's body turned to ashes, and no amount of his species' tenacity could revive him through technology. Thus, Cooler met his demise, having barely made a move before being vanquished by the sword-wielding boy, Trunks. He also uttered the famous quote from Frieza's camp. Now, this is truly a 2v3. The moment those words left his lips, the entire arena fell into a stunned silence, including Son Gohan and Vegeta. Krillin, Yamcha, and others were left utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that this suddenly appearing swordsman was there to assist them. With a single stroke, he cleaved Frieza's brother, Cooler, in two and obliterated him. What terrifying power that was. Wait a moment. As everyone observed Trunks, they noticed his hair was also golden. Surrounding Trunks was a shimmering golden aura and radiant energy. This meant he too was a Super Saiyan. No wonder. No wonder this enigmatic youth proclaimed that now was the true 2v3. It turned out he was a Super Saiyan as well. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and the others were left speechless, even swallowing hard in disbelief. They were astounded. Not only them, but also Son Gohan and Vegeta were equally taken aback by Trunks' sudden appearance. This guy, he too is a Super Saiyan? Vegeta stared in astonishment at the youthful figure of Trunks, bewildered. Impossible. Aside from Kakarot and this boy, all other Saiyans are dead. Where did you come from? In his shock, Vegeta questioned Trunks. Having never witnessed Lin Qi transform into a Super Saiyan, he naturally believed that only Goku and Gohan were Saiyans. Nevertheless, Vegeta was genuinely curious about Trunks' ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Mr. Vegeta, I believe this is not the time for such discussions, Trunks interjected apologetically. He had been reluctant to confront everyone, but having observed the unfavorable 3v2 situation,
he felt compelled to step in and swiftly dispatch Cooler, thereby alleviating some of their burden. However, in truth, Trunks did not wish to see everyone,
as this could lead to a divergence from true history, a scenario he was not keen on witnessing. You even know my name is Vegeta? Vegeta caught a detail from Trunks' words and asked curiously. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that, Trunks replied, aware that every word he spoke was fraught with inconsistencies, choosing instead to remain silent. All right, Vegeta, let us temporarily set aside our inquiries about this mysterious young man. After all, he has come to aid us. Son Gohan interjected with a smile, eager to steer the conversation. Let us instead focus on what changes may arise with Frieza and his father. The scene shifted to Frieza and King Cold, who stood frozen in shock for a prolonged moment, witnessing the demise of Cooler and Frieza's son. In less than a second, Cooler had been cleaved and blasted away. This was simply too. The expressions on Frieza and King Cold's faces resembled that of someone who had just tasted excrement. They found it impossible to articulate the abrupt commencement and conclusion of this battle, as everything transpired far too swiftly. From the moment the mysterious youth made his declaration, it took less than a second for Cooler to lie lifeless on the ground. Frieza and King Cold remained paralyzed in terror, struggling to regain their composure. You killed my son. You killed Cooler. As realization dawned, King Cold and Frieza erupted in fury. Although Frieza and Cooler had a strained relationship, they were still family. Witnessing his brother's lifeless body on the battlefield ignited Frieza's wrath. King Cold was equally incensed. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into his third form, the same bald, final form as Frieza. You seek death. King Cold's deep voice reverberated as he pointed directly at Trunks. Watch out. Frieza's father is furious. Son Gohan warned, sensing the escalating danger. His energy is overwhelming. Krillin, Piccolo, Yamchu, Tien, everyone. You must retreat to safety. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Son Gohan urged everyone to flee. They could all perceive the tremendous power emanating from the enraged King Cold, as the very rocks around them trembled and the ground quaked beneath their feet. Hurry, Gohan. Be careful, they cried as they leaped away from the main battlefield. At that moment, after Krillin and the others had retreated, King Cold charged at Trunks with lethal intent. Die? King Cold's massive palm descended upon Trunks. With great effort, Trunks leaped and narrowly avoided the attack. Such incredible destructive power. As he soared through the air, Trunks gazed down to see the ground beneath King Cold's hand crushed into a deep pit, his astonishment palpable. Hey, King Cold's voice boomed from above. I'm right here. Trunks only then realized that King Cold had already soared to a height even greater than his own. What astonishing speed! As Trunks marveled, King Cold's colossal hand came barreling down. With wide eyes, Trunks felt the overwhelming pressure as the hand struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. Boom! A massive crater formed on impact. Struggling to rise, Trunks thought, is this the power of Frieza's father after transforming? Damn it, Mom never told me how Mr. Goku defeated this guy. Trunks gritted his teeth as he looked up at the sky. In the future history recounted by Bulma, there was no mention of King Cold's transformation. Thus, Trunks' astonishment was entirely warranted. Even in the original story, Trunks had never witnessed King Cold after his transformation. In the original narrative, King Cold had presumed that it was merely Trunks' sword that posed a threat, only to be defeated before he could even transform. Yet now, the events were different. The history diverged from what Trunks had known, and he was witnessing the formidable power of King Cold's final form. Trunks rose, unleashing his most potent Super Saiyan energy. He coldly braced for the impending onslaught, as King Cold prepared to unleash his second wave of fury. Meanwhile, upon seeing Trunks embroiled in a fierce, Son Gohan immediately exclaimed, I'll help you. But just as Son Gohan attempted to rush to his aid, Frieza swiftly obstructed his path. With a sly grin, Frieza remarked, Surely you don't think I would allow you to assist him? Although I harbor no fondness for that scoundrel Gula, I must remind you that this is my father's wrath you are about to endure. Frieza declared, unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate attacks upon Gohan. Yeah, Gohan shouted, summoning his Super Saiyan power to counter the onslaught. In that very moment, a figure streaked past him. Vegeta, Gohan exclaimed in delight. It was indeed Vegeta, who had taken it upon himself to engage Frieza on Gohan's behalf. Witnessing this unfolding scene filled Gohan with a mixture of excitement and astonishment. He always believed that Vegeta had a noble heart. Humph, don't let your imagination run wild. Vegeta scoffed, as if reading Gohan's thoughts. I merely have some personal grievances with Frieza. As for the situation over there, you shall handle that yourself. He gestured towards the battlefield where Trunks faced off against King Cold. Gohan understood immediately. Nodding gravely, he soared towards the clash between Trunks and King Cold. I'm here to assist you. Gohan called out to Trunks, launching himself into the fray against King Cold. 2 against 1, surely we shall prevail. Yeah. Meanwhile, perched upon a distant peak stood 2 figures, one large and one small, Babidi and Lin Qi. Wow, Master Lin Qi, is this the battle you brought me to witness? Babidi exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. I had no idea there were such formidable beings in this world. They far surpass my father's prowess. Lin Qi chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Babidi, In truth, you have already surpassed your father. You simply have yet to realize it. Really? She replied, a bright smile spreading across her face as she scratched her head in a somewhat silly manner, mimicking the pose of a martial artist. She earnestly clasped her hands together in respect towards Lin Qi. It seems I must exert more effort in my training. I humbly request your guidance, Master Lin Qi. After witnessing the battle, she had set her sights on a new aspiration, no longer viewing Satan as her ultimate goal. Lin Qi nodded with a smile, his gaze returning to the battlefield, finally resting upon his first disciple, Gohan. He murmured, Gohan, I believe it is time for you to unleash your true power, is it not? Chapter 45. If I merge, what concern is it of the frost demons? On Earth, in a desolate wasteland where Frieza's spaceship had landed, Gohan found himself engaged in combat with King Cold. Their brief exchange had revealed the formidable strength of one another. Heh, you little brat. I've heard from my son Frieza that you are the offspring of the Saiyan named Goku. King Cold taunted amidst their skirmish. So, this is what a Super Saiyan is like. Your strength is commendable, I must say. I advise you not to stand in front of that fellow if you wish to avoid death. I intend to avenge my son Gula. King Cold, emboldened by his ultimate form, roared with arrogance, his energy surging like a tempest. Even Gohan, in his Super Saiyan state, was compelled to raise his hands in defense. Gohan understood the gravity of this battle. Through their brief encounter, he discerned that King Cold's transformed power vastly exceeded his own. It was no wonder Frieza had been so enraged by Gula's demise. His father's strength was indeed formidable. Gohan realized that perhaps, with the mysterious youth and Vegeta, the three Super Saiyans could contend with King Cold. However, at present, Vegeta was entangled with Frieza, leaving Gohan and the mysterious youth to face two adversaries alone, an arduous task indeed. In the blink of an eye, as these thoughts flickered through Gohan's mind, King Cold lunged at him once more. Yeah, King Cold appeared before Gohan in an instant, delivering a crushing blow aimed at his face. Gohan hastily crossed his arms to shield himself. The impact reverberated, creating deep craters in the earth beneath them. The force of that single punch, Gohan struggled to withstand it, nearly sent flying several meters away. Unfazed, King Cold pursued Gohan relentlessly, his form a blur in the air as he closed the distance once more. Damn it! Gohan's brow beaded with sweat, the strain evident on his face. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent since meeting Lin Qi. He had no choice but to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Trunks had risen to his feet and swiftly joined the fray. 2 against 1. We should have a fair chance now. Yet, despite their combined efforts, Gohan and Trunks found themselves evenly matched against King Cold's ultimate form, struggling to gain the upper hand. If only a third Super Saiyan were to join them. During the skirmish, Trunks gritted his teeth, casting a glance towards Vegeta, who was also locked in combat with Frieza. What's the matter, Vegeta? Isn't this your pride, the Super Saiyan? How can you not even best me? Frieza mocked, reveling in his superiority as he battled Vegeta. Having undergone technological enhancements, Frieza was now even more formidable than before. Newly transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta, lacking experience, stood no chance against the mechanical Frieza. Thus, he found himself toyed with throughout the fight. However, it would be disingenuous to claim he had no means of retaliating. As a Super Saiyan, Vegeta could at least hold his own temporarily. As for Gohan and Trunks, they were faring far worse. Trunks, realizing his father could not assist him at this moment, silently drew his sword and charged at King Cold. Clang! King Cold reacted swiftly, kicking Trunks' sword from his grasp before unleashing an energy wave aimed at Trunks' abdomen. Boom! Trunks was struck, his sword slipping from his hands and falling into King Cold's possession. Heh! Is this the weapon you used to slay my son Gula? King Cold taunted, observing the pained Trunks on the ground, savoring the sight of the blade. Had it not been for your sneak attack, I doubt your strength would have sufficed to fell him. At the mention of Gula, King Cold's expression darkened. Now, it's my turn to send you to the depths of hell with this sword. With a furious swing, King Cold unleashed his blade. As Trunks widened his eyes, fearing that he was about to be cleaved in two, a sudden miracle occurred. Gohan appeared out of nowhere, astonishingly whisking him away. Gohan, big brother? In a daze, Trunks brushed shoulders with death, as if he had glimpsed his elder brother Gohan. I am Gohan, not a big brother, he stated, gently placing Trunks down on the sidelines. Meanwhile, observing the near demise of his adversary being rescued by Gohan, King Cold furrowed his brow. Is this a trick of the Arcosians? He mused, instantly discerning Gohan's instant transmission. With a heavy tone, he proclaimed, such trivial tricks may save you for a moment, but they cannot ensure your survival for eternity. You shall pay for my son Cooler's life. King Cold raised his sword once more, fiercely aiming it at Gohan and Trunks. The battlefield was fraught with peril. In the distance, Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Tien watched in increasing anxiety, realizing that even two Super Saiyans were no match for King Cold in his ultimate form. Panic set in among them. How could there be a monster stronger than Frieza? What should we do? Goku, when will you return? If you don't come back soon, Earth is truly doomed. Krillin and Yamcha, observing from afar, were distraught. They saw the two Super Saiyans being toyed with by King Cold and felt helpless. They wished to assist but feared causing further chaos, as their combat prowess was woefully inadequate. Piccolo, you are the strongest among us. Why not lend a hand to Gohan and the others? Krillin implored, his urgency palpable. With a disdainful snort, Piccolo remained silent. His gaze fixed intently on Gohan's struggle in the fray. He could not bear to watch his surrogate son suffer. Thus, a wave of frustration washed over him regarding the Supreme Kai. Why, oh why, did you not fuse sooner? Had we fused earlier, would we be in this predicament? With the fusion, I could easily dismantle King Cold. Chapter 46, Transformation to Super Saiyan, Goku's Shock. Is that Gohan's energy? Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you seem rather anxious since you cannot defeat me. Frieza taunted, gesturing towards the battlefield. Behold what happens when you provoke my father. Witness true cruelty. Vegeta remained silent. His gaze fixated on the distant clash. Gohan and Trunks were struggling against King Cold, and a sense of dread enveloped him. Could it be that King Cold in his final form is truly this formidable? Are two Super Saiyans unable to best him? The depth of Vegeta's shock was palpable. Although he did not display his feelings, Frieza had already noted Vegeta's focus on the battlefield. Humph, the proud Saiyan race. Are your revered Super Saiyans truly so powerful? Frieza continued to mock. Just decades ago, you were our slaves. Even now, as Super Saiyans, you still cannot best my father. Suddenly, as Frieza reveled in his arrogance, Vegeta unleashed a powerful surge, appearing before Frieza in an instant and delivering a devastating blow to his head. Frieza, struck hard, fell to his knees in pain. You celebrate too soon. Our battle is far from over. Vegeta roared, declaring his intent to fight. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Gohan and Trunks narrowly dodged another of King Cold's assaults. What should we do? Should we try a wave attack? Trunks, lacking confidence, turned to the elder he revered. All right, let us use the wave attack. Gohan replied sharply, nodding in agreement. They aligned themselves side by side, unleashing their most potent energy wave towards the approaching King Cold. Kamehameha. Big Bang attack. In an instant, as Gohan and Trunks released their overwhelming energy bursts, the ground trembled beneath them. At that moment, King Cold's eyes widened in surprise. He had been so confident in his swordsmanship against them. Caught off guard, he realized he had no time to defend himself. In a moment of instinct, he discarded his sword and raised his hands to intercept the dual energy waves. With a tremendous force, King Cold managed to redirect the energy blast skyward, taking a deep breath and wiping the sweat from his brow. You nearly bested me, he gasped, looking down at the scorched earth beneath him, marked by the energy waves. Is it due to my transformation being insufficient, or have I simply grown old? Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances, both astonished and dismayed. This guy is a true monster. He is incredibly strong, Trunks murmured through clenched teeth. I wonder how Mr. Goku managed to defeat him in the original timeline. Exhausted from the energy exertion, Gohan and Trunks were both panting heavily. King Cold was not faring much better. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he finally declared, such trivial tricks. Did you think I would not anticipate them? With that, King Cold pointed his hand skyward, gathering a massive amount of energy. He then unleashed it into the sky. Gohan, bewildered, realized he could easily evade such a maneuver. However, as the realization dawned on him, he noticed the energy waves hurtling back down towards everyone on the ground. Boom, boom. The energy waves crashed down, sending dust and debris flying and causing numerous mountains to crumble. This is bad. Gohan suddenly realized that Krillin, Piccolo, and the others were in imminent danger. With wide eyes, he anxiously scanned the area where they stood, unable to see if they had been harmed. Ha ha ha, you finally noticed. King Cold laughed heartily at Gohan's distress. Did you think I was attacking you? No, no. I want you to experience the pain of losing dear friends, so you may understand my grief at the loss of my son. King Cold's fury erupted. He was once again reminded of his deceased son, Gula, who had met a tragic end at the hands of Trunks. Thus, it was this profound sorrow that precipitated his indiscriminate assault. King Kurd gazed at the romantic fireworks he had unleashed, coupled with the anxious expression of son Gohan. He erupted into hearty laughter. This was merely a prelude. Once my wave of light concludes, the entire world, all of humanity on earth, shall partake in this baptism of mine, ha! Upon hearing this, son Gohan and Trunks' expressions darkened instantly. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Piccolo. Subsequently, witnessing countless waves of light descending upon the ground, son Gohan shouted into the billowing dust. He was deeply concerned for his comrades, fervently hoping they would remain unharmed. Surely, they would be safe. However, the remaining inhabitants of Earth were not so fortunate. Just moments ago, King Kurd had declared that the next wave would annihilate all of humanity. Mother, Son Gohan immediately thought of Chi-Chi, who was in the Baozi Mountain. She was one of those humans. If the light wave struck Baozi Mountain, his mother would be in grave danger. How infuriating. How utterly maddening. Son Gohan gritted his teeth in despair. At this moment, he was powerless against King Kurd. He felt utterly helpless, unable to thwart King Kurd's indiscriminate assault. If only he could defeat this wretched being. Son Gohan glared hatefully at King Kurd, yearning to unleash all his might and confront him once more. Yet, he and Trunks had just exhausted their energy. Now they were merely at the end of their rope. It was truly infuriating. If only my strength were just a bit greater, just a bit more. Son Gohan collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth in frustration. He appeared utterly despondent. But at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, Lin Qi's voice. Gohan, is it still impossible? You promised to protect everyone. Wait, Lin Qi Sensei's voice. Suddenly, Son Gohan felt invigorated, scanning his surroundings. To his dismay, Lin Qi Sensei did not appear, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Lin Qi Sensei, I did promise to protect everyone, but I am powerless. I truly cannot. In that fleeting moment, Son Gohan recalled the words he had once shared with Lin Qi. He had vowed to safeguard the earth. He had vowed to protect everyone. But it was unattainable. Truly unattainable. Teacher, if it were you, tell me what I should do now. In a daze, Son Gohan conversed with the voice in his mind. Everything relies on you, Son Gohan. You cannot allow King Kurd to indiscriminately destroy the earth. Suddenly, the voice in his mind shifted, morphing into his own. Who are you? Son Gohan was taken aback. Yet, he still heard his own voice speaking within his mind. His voice incessantly urged him not to let King Kurd proceed, not to allow him to obliterate the earth. No, he must not be allowed to do this. Son Gohan, in a frenzied state, echoed his own voice, murmuring in defiance. He could not let King Kurd harm everyone. Son Gohan was acutely aware of that. But what could he do? His breathing grew rapid, and his head began to throb intensely. Anger. Is it anger? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Son Gohan, leaving him in shock. Because not only had a voice advising him emerged in his mind, but another version of himself appeared as well. It was unmistakably his own image, albeit with slight variations. The figure in his mind bore a head of upright green hair, with sharp, fierce eyes and a wild, untamed expression. This other self in his mind looked like this? Is this truly me? Son Gohan was bewildered, his body frozen in astonishment. Anger. He must be angry. To conquer anyone, he must embrace his anger, Son Gohan. The green-haired figure in his mind reiterated the necessity of anger. Son Gohan was taken aback. He snapped back to reality, seemingly lost, his gaze vacant. Ah, who are you? I am the you that emerges from your anger, Son Gohan. You are me? The voice in his mind chuckled without response. At that moment, it felt as if countless mirrors appeared before Son Gohan, continuously reflecting that green-haired figure. The laughter of his own reflection echoed throughout Son Gohan's mind. Suddenly, Son Gohan was seized by intense pain. Letting out a pained scream, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Anger, must it truly be anger? Tears welled in Son Gohan's eyes as he cried out in torment, as if his very persona was fracturing. Soon after, his hair shimmered and began to turn green, and even his visage transformed into the fierce, untamed appearance etched in his memory. Simultaneously, in a distant corner of the universe, on planet Yardrat, the inhabitants were holding a farewell ceremony for Goku. They had dressed him in traditional attire emblematic of their culture. This outfit seems a tad too garish, doesn't it? Once aboard the spacecraft, Goku scratched his head, unable to suppress a chuckle. Nevertheless, it was the thought that mattered. Goku's mind momentarily wandered, and he grinned, wiping his nose. Finally, he was returning to Earth. He wondered how Chi-Chi and Gohan were faring, having learned instant transmission for a year. It was only now that he remembered Chi-Chi and Gohan. Yes, right. Goku scratched his head, suddenly recalling Frieza. Oh no. Frieza is still alive. He will undoubtedly head to Earth. What a troublesome matter. Goku departed planet Yardrat aboard his spacecraft, but halfway through, he felt troubled again. If only he could directly lock onto their energy. That way, he could return to Earth much faster. Wait a moment. Just as Goku finished lamenting to himself, he suddenly sensed an extraordinarily powerful energy from a distant corner of the universe. This energy, how formidable! Instantly recognizing whose energy it was, Goku was taken aback. Whoa, impressive. This energy, it belongs to Gohan? Goku was momentarily stunned, ultimately exclaiming in disbelief. Chapter 47. The Transcendent Explosion. The astonishing power of green-haired Son Gohan. Son Gohan had fully transformed, truly becoming a wild warrior. This scene even prompted Lin Qi, who was observing from a nearby peak, to shake his head in quiet resignation. King Kurd, oh King Kurd, why did you provoke him? Lynch watched the unfolding events with clarity. As the King of Kurds unleashed his wave of light in all directions, Lynch sensed that the king was about to display his arrogance. However, his pretentious display resulted in failure, provoking the furious transformation of Son Gohan. Gohan's emerald-haired form was none other than the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Gohan, you have finally grasped the essence of the fabled Super Saiyan transformation, Lynch remarked with a sense of satisfaction from afar. It is well known that the legendary Super Saiyan is a being born only once in a millennium, its rarity surpassing that of an ordinary Super Saiyan by countless magnitudes. Upon reflection, Lynch realized he had never instructed Gohan on how to transform. It was entirely Gohan's own enlightenment that led to this extraordinary achievement. As for Lynch's contribution, it was not entirely absent. He had reaped rewards from Gohan's efforts, which in turn fueled Gohan's ascent to this legendary status. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Lynch's eyes as he eagerly awaited the chance to witness his disciple, the legendary Super Saiyan Gohan, engage in battle. "Ah, Teacher Lynch," remarked the curious Videl, who stood nearby. "Why do their hairstyles change color during battle, some turning yellow, others green? Will my hair change color too when I become stronger?" Videl earnestly inquired. This question left Lynch momentarily perplexed. "Well, Videl," he pondered before responding, "they are Saiyans. And we are Earthlings. Our genetic makeup is inherently different. We should strive to be the strongest Earthlings, without getting caught up in whimsical hairstyle changes." Lynch smirked, his tone lighthearted. Yet Videl remained persistent, asking, "But teacher, can't you transform as well?" Lynch fell silent for a moment before adopting a different persona. "I am a modified Saiyan through genetic engineering, but at my core, I remain an Earthling. If you ever desire to undergo genetic modification to become a blonde girl, akin to a rebellious youth, you could follow in my footsteps." "Absolutely not," Videl quickly retorted, her expression souring at the mere thought of sporting yellow hair. "I refuse to become a delinquent. I aspire to be an Earthling, the strongest Earthling." "All right then," Lynch chuckled, reassuring her. "Let us strive to be the strongest Earthlings." Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, as the King of Kurds, Frieza, Vegeta, and Trunks beheld Gohan's newfound transformation, they were left in awe. What an unusual appearance. Is this truly a Super Saiyan? They wondered, gazing at Gohan's vacant eyes and cold demeanor, reminiscent of a harbinger of death, complemented by his unprecedented green hair. They were momentarily paralyzed by this bizarre transformation. Hey, do you think this terrifying visage can intimidate me? I shall still obliterate the earth and all of humanity upon it," the King of Kurds declared, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he mustered the courage to confront Gohan. To his astonishment, Gohan did not respond. Instead, his expression remained unchanged as he flashed a sinister smile at the king. In an instant, Gohan moved with the swiftness of a deity, appearing before the king. "Hey," Gohan grinned menacingly. "What do you intend to do?" The King of Kurds, taken aback by Gohan's velocity, stumbled backward in fear. Without uttering a word, Gohan displayed a peculiar grin and extended his hand, forming it into a blade-like shape, radiating an ominous energy. With a swift motion, Gohan pierced through the king's chest with his hand. Yu, the King of Kurds, gazed at Gohan in shock. Retreating further, Gohan's expression remained unchanged, his sinister smile unwavering. The king, in disbelief, looked down at the gaping wound in his chest. He could hardly fathom that Gohan had struck with such ferocity, taking advantage of his unpreparedness to inflict such a grievous injury. Blood oozed from the king's mouth, staining the ground beneath him. Yet Gohan showed no signs of relenting. Seizing the moment while the king was still reeling from shock, Gohan relentlessly slashed at the wound with his energy blade. Thud, thud, thud. The King of Kurds felt as though he had been stabbed multiple times, as if his chest had been ripped open. A gaping hole quickly formed, blood gushing uncontrollably. Yu, the king, weakly raised a hand, pointing at the merciless Gohan, but found it too heavy to lift, his strength fading. Ultimately, Gohan withdrew his hand. The king staggered backwards, clutching his wound, before collapsing to the ground. Huff, huff, the king gasped, drenched in cold sweat. The reversal had come too swiftly. Mere moments ago, he had boasted of annihilating the earth. Just moments before, Gohan had seemed no match for him. How had this individual, after enduring a moment of anguish, transformed into this green-haired form, with speed and power multiplied beyond measure? The king was utterly overwhelmed. He had no time to react as Gohan continued to inflict devastating blows to his chest. The king collapsed to the ground, one hand propping himself up while the other pressed against his chest, desperately trying to staunch the bleeding. "Please, spare me. I will give you money. I will grant you power. I will offer you the entire universe. Just spare my life." The king, panting heavily, realized he had sustained a life-threatening injury. If he did not plead for mercy, his demise was imminent. Thus, he cast aside his dignity and began to beg for mercy from the cold-faced Gohan. However, Gohan was no longer the kind-hearted youth he once was. He had become a savage warrior. With an impassive expression, Gohan regarded the fallen king, gathering energy without hesitation, aiming it directly at the king's face. Please, please. I will never destroy humanity again. I beg you, spare me. The king of Kurds. Witnessing Gohan preparing to unleash his energy wave, widened his eyes in disbelief. Though incapacitated, he continued to plead for mercy. But Gohan remained expressionless as he unleashed a powerful energy wave at the king. Boom. The king of Kurds was obliterated, leaving behind a massive crater. Reduced to mere ashes by Gohan's might. The sudden turn of events unfolded so rapidly that Trunks, Frieza, Vegeta, and the others were left in shock. Unable to comprehend the situation, the king had been effortlessly vanquished by Gohan. Father! Frieza finally shouted, his voice breaking the silence as he beheld the gaping hole in the ground, realizing that the king of Kurds had vanished without a trace, reduced to nothing but ash. His most esteemed father had been vanquished by Son Gohan. Momentarily stunned, he recalled Lin Qi's words and felt a tremor coursing through his body. There is not merely one Super Saiyan on Earth. Your quest for vengeance against Earth will be your own demise. These two statements echoed relentlessly in Frieza's mind. Only upon witnessing the deaths of Cooler and King Cold did he come to a profound realization. Lin Qi was not lying. This cursed Earth is indeed a place they should never have ventured. How infuriating. How utterly vexing. After a moment of panic, Frieza was consumed by a paroxysm of impotent fury. How he longed to unleash his wrath like Son Gohan, to kneel in impotent rage before erupting with power. Yet, he was not a Saiyan. He lacked the ability to manifest such explosive anger. Frieza was left to seethe in frustration. His eyes blazed crimson as he fixated on Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks. But where is Lin Qi? I demand to know, where is Lin Qi? Frieza glared at the trio, his visage contorted with malevolence. No one responded, for Trunks was unaware of Lin Qi's identity. And Vegeta was momentarily stunned by Son Gohan's astonishing transformation. As for Gohan, he was rendered nearly speechless by his own astounding power. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness. Frieza, witnessing even his father King Cold's demise, understood that he had lost. He had lost the wager against Lin Qi. As the Emperor of the universe, he might experience fear, dread, and trembling, but he would never concede defeat. Seeing no one answer him, Frieza gritted his teeth and leaped into the sky. If this is the case, then let us perish together. Death Ball. Frieza pointed his fingertip toward the heavens, gathering a vast reservoir of dark red energy. He intended to annihilate everything, even more ruthlessly than King Cold. Seizing the moment while Son Gohan remained disoriented and unable to thwart Frieza's destruction of Earth, he cackled, "Ha ha ha. Perish. Once this death ball strikes the surface of Earth, it will explode instantaneously." Frieza reveled in this fleeting opportunity, laughing heartily at Trunks and Vegeta, who were rendered helpless below. What? What did you say? Trunks and Vegeta's eyes widened in horror. They had no time to intervene, for even to stop him would require power surpassing Frieza's. Only Trunks possessed such potential, yet he was drained from his earlier battle with King Cold. Even if he wished to intervene, it was too late. Gohan, Gohan, wake up. Frieza intends to destroy the Earth. Trunks shouted desperately, hoping to rouse Gohan from his stupor. Yet Gohan merely glanced up at Frieza in the sky and the impending death ball descending toward the Earth. To his amusement, he flashed a calm and devilish smile. Completely oblivious to the impending danger, this kid, even in the face of calamity, he dares to smile? Vegeta, witnessing this, felt urgency grip him. Everyone was anxious. The Earth was on the brink of annihilation at Frieza's hands. At that moment, a figure appeared via instant transmission and countered the death ball with a wave of energy. With a resounding boom, Frieza's death ball was deflected into outer space. Who is it? Kakarot. Vegeta glanced back, astonished. Chapter 48, Daitai. If my timeline had Lin Qi, the androids would have been eliminated long ago. Alas, it was not Son Goku. It was Lin Qi. Upon his arrival, Lin Qi effortlessly batted Frieza's energy ball into the void of space. Upon recognizing Lin Qi, Vegeta felt a modicum of relief wash over him. How strange. Why do I feel relieved? Vegeta pondered, bemused as to why Lin Qi's presence brought him solace. Perhaps if Kakarot had appeared, I would have been seething with rage instead. As for Lin Qi, after repelling Frieza's energy attack, he swiftly teleported behind Frieza. Frieza, this will not do. You must admit your defeat gracefully and acknowledge me as your master. Why persist in your desire to obliterate the Earth? Lin Qi smiled lightly. How infuriating. Upon seeing Lin Qi, Frieza gritted his teeth, determined to redirect all his wrath toward him. Lin Qi, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this dire predicament. Frieza's eyes glinted with malice, as if he yearned to consume Lin Qi whole. How amusing your words are. I did warn you that coming to Earth would be your undoing, Lin Qi countered with a shake of his head. You thought your father was invincible. And with your brother's support, you believe that your race of frozen demons surpassed the Super Saiyans. Thus, you sought vengeance on Earth. Now, having been humiliated, you blame it on me. Who am I to seek justice on your behalf? Lin Qi chuckled, spreading his hands in a gesture of indifference. It is entirely your own fault for disregarding advice and creating trouble on Earth. Have you now realized that there are many formidable beings here? And yet, you dare to blame me? Moreover, Lin Qi continued with a smirk, you have lost your father, and your brother is gone as well. Isn't this precisely what you desired? In this vast universe, you, Frieza, shall reign supreme. You are now the true emperor of the cosmos. How can you still lay blame at my feet? Frieza fell silent, pondering Lin Qi's words, which seemed to carry a semblance of truth. For someone as cold and ruthless as he, familial ties were merely tools. Yet, Frieza still felt a twinge of guilt and remained reticent. Noticing his silence, Lin Qi seized the moment to press on. So, what will it be? Will you honor our wager? We agreed that upon your defeat, you would acknowledge me as your master and become my disciple. As soon as Lin Qi finished speaking, Frieza, initially simmering in silent fury, found his anger ignited further by Lin Qi's mention of apprenticeship. Apprentice? You wish for me to become your disciple? Huh, the notion is laughable. Frieza scoffed, indignation boiling within him. Do you truly believe that a cosmic emperor such as myself would ever deign to call you master? Spare me the jest. And pray tell, what could you possibly teach me? Frieza's voice rose in fury, clearly incensed. He recognized that he was but a plaything to these Saiyans. Yet he refused to concede defeat. He clung to the last vestiges of his pride as the emperor of the universe, unwilling to yield. Even after being bested, he remained defiant. If his resolve were not so steadfast, he would never have sought vengeance against Goku upon his resurrection. However, now Frieza had transferred all his animosity toward Lin Qi. Frieza felt, had it not been for Lynch's appearance, he would not have become the plaything of a Super Saiyan. It was precisely due to Lynch's presence that such a humiliating wager was made, bringing him disgrace. Now, he yearned to engage in a fierce battle with Lynch for 300 rounds. Lynch, I challenge you to a duel. He shouted vehemently. Oh, you wish to challenge me? And if you lose, you will become my disciple, correct? Quite agreeable. Lynch mused, delighting in the prospect that Frieza might indeed seek his tutelage after a defeat. With a furious outburst, Frieza unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lynch's face. Yet, Lynch merely sidestepped with a graceful flicker, reappearing above Frieza. With a swift spinning kick, Frieza was sent crashing to the ground. One move, one decisive strike had incapacitated mechanical Frieza. Trunks and Vegeta exchanged astonished glances, particularly Vegeta, who had previously clashed with mechanical Frieza and understood his capabilities. Even in his Super Saiyan form, Vegeta could not guarantee victory over mechanical Frieza. Yet now, it had been effortlessly vanquished by Lynch in a single blow. Trunks was equally taken aback, perplexed by the emergence of such a formidable individual. Even he, relying on the enhancement of the divine sword, had only managed to ambush and cleave through Cooler's defenses. But Lynch, with a frontal assault, had laid Frieza low. The disparity in strength was staggering, almost incomprehensible. Perhaps this individual surpassed even Gohan with his emerald locks. However, Trunks couldn't help but wonder, who exactly was this person? Why had his mother never mentioned him in her recollections? Did he perish early on, or was he the one who assisted Mr. Goku in vanquishing King Cold? Trunks pondered his own future, speculating whether Lynch might meet a fate akin to Goku, succumbing to a heart disease. He contemplated whether in their timeline, it was Lynch, not Goku, who had triumphed over King Cold. But why had his mother never brought this up? Was it possible that in his timeline, Lynch simply did not exist? What a shame. If only such a warrior had been present in their timeline, perhaps the android crisis would have concluded long ago. Trunks sighed, ultimately affirming that his timeline diverged significantly from the present one. He could envision how the presence of Lynch would have altered their reality. If Lynch had existed in their timeline, he might have already reunited with his family, and the world could have known peace. Alas, there are no ifs. Trunks' timeline was unique, and that was precisely why he had traversed into this one, to reshape the distorted history of his own. Returning to Lynch, after he had sent Frieza sprawling with a kick, he teleported in front of Frieza, smiling as he addressed him. So, having lost in this duel, are you now willing to become my disciple? You inquired earlier about what I could teach you. Allow me to respond, and then you may ponder it further. Lynch appreciated Frieza's willingness to learn. Thus he articulated earnestly. Well, I believe you engage in trading planets across the universe, correct? To put it simply, as a real estate mogul, I can impart knowledge on financial investment and human resource management. Lynch spoke plainly, hoping Frieza would comprehend. However, Frieza was momentarily stunned. He truly had not anticipated that Lynch would possess valuable insights to share. Could it be that he would actually have to acknowledge Lynch as his teacher? How absurd. He was the mighty Emperor Frieza. Frieza glared at Lynch, his frustration mounting. Frieza clenched his teeth, gripping the earth beneath him, his mind racing with schemes. You see, having me as your disciple would be advantageous, and I can also guide you in enhancing your strength, ensuring you surpass these super Saiyans in the future, Lynch continued, unfazed and tirelessly extolling the benefits. Yet, Frieza's thoughts had turned sinister. As he conjured energy to unleash a devastating wave toward the Earth's core, Lynch's keen senses detected Frieza's subtle movements. In a swift motion, Lynch crouched and seized one of Frieza's hands, lifting it effortlessly. Let go of me. Frieza's plan to annihilate the core was thwarted, but he seethed with rage towards Lynch. Recognizing Frieza's obstinacy, Lynch chose silence, realizing that persuading Frieza to become his disciple through a wager was a futile endeavor. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, I had hoped for your cooperation, but I am not inclined to have a disobedient disciple, no matter your innate talent. Grasping Frieza's hand, he lifted it aloft. With a sudden, forceful twist, he broke Frieza's arm. Frieza howled in agony, cursing Lynch with venomous words. Damn it, Lynch, may you perish in misery. Lynch, uninterested in further discourse, discarded Frieza's mangled wrist. He then awakened Gohan. Gohan, eliminate Frieza. Lynch's frigid tone roused Gohan from his stupor. In a daze, Gohan shifted from his fierce, untamed form back to his usual state. Lynch-sensei? Gohan questioned, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Yes, finish him, Lynch affirmed, reiterating his command. Understood. Though Gohan was perplexed, he had always adhered to Lynch's directives. Without hesitation, he unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating Frieza, who lay in a state of torment. Chapter 49, Vegeta. Damn it, my title as the second strongest is at risk. I've unwittingly fallen from the top 3. Frieza was dead. Rendered defenseless by Lynch's brutal assault, he was dispatched by Gohan's energy wave in his Super Saiyan form. Frieza had sealed his own fate by refusing to accept Lynch as his master and attempting to obliterate the Earth. Lynch granted him no opportunity for remorse, for a being of his nature would never repent. Thus, Lynch was left with no choice but to send him to the depths of hell. After Frieza's demise, one might ponder whether Lynch harbors any regrets. The unequivocal answer is yes. It is indeed a lamentable loss for such a remarkably gifted student to perish so abruptly. It would have been preferable for Frieza to endure until Lynch had fully reaped the benefits of his potential. Regrettably, Frieza was obstinately defiant until the very end. Fortunately, Lynch still has the illustrious Dr. Gero at his disposal, thus avoiding the peril of being solely reliant on Frieza. Instead, he could bide his time until the Tournament of Power, where he plans to resurrect Frieza utilizing the Dragon Balls. Lynch secretly contemplates this strategy, already laying the groundwork for subsequent plans as he anticipates the rewards he might miss from Dr. Gero. The Tournament of Power represents a critical juncture for survival. After all, with Lynch's current strength, surpassing the Omni King remains a distant ambition. Hence, he is meticulously strategizing the selection of participants for the tournament. As for the gods of destruction, such as Beerus, Lynch does not yet possess the confidence to contend with them. Thus, his best course of action is to remain concealed until the Tournament of Power. Although Gohan's green-haired transformation has significantly progressed, he still does not measure up to the gods of destruction. To thrive in the Dragon Ball universe, aside from exploiting Dr. Gero's resources, Lynch must also prepare for the Tournament of Power. This tournament is pivotal in determining the fate of Universe 7. If he cannot achieve power on par with, or even exceeding, the Omni King, he would be wise to focus on carefully choosing the candidates for Universe 7's participation. Of course, these considerations are premature, as there are still many years ahead for Lynch to develop. He must simultaneously scout for prodigious talents to mentor while identifying potential participants for the Tournament of Power. Frieza was one such candidate, and his death indeed left Lynch feeling a sense of loss. Thus, he resolves to resurrect Frieza when the time comes, though by then, if Frieza does not train, his strength will be woefully inadequate. In 10 years' time, a plethora of Super Saiyans will emerge, and even the Super Saiyan God may come into existence. Lynch muses on how Frieza might react upon his resurrection. Confronted by so many Super Saiyans, or a Super Saiyan God, perhaps he will finally come to acknowledge Lynch as his master. Lynch considers these possibilities as uncertain variables. Should Frieza accept Lynch as his mentor upon resurrection, his progress would likely be substantial. Moreover, Frieza possesses an innate advantage with his unparalleled talent. But that is a matter for another day. With a sigh, Lynch approaches Gohan, a smile gracing his features. Gohan, I am truly delighted by your remarkable strength. Lynch praises Gohan, who appears somewhat bashful in response. Oh, it's nothing, Master Lynch. Without your guidance, I would not have achieved such accomplishments. Upon overhearing this, Vegeta scoffs in disdain. Humph. So you, Lynch, claim that Gohan has grown so powerful? Does that not imply you are even stronger than him? You dispatched Frieza with a single strike. Who among us could accomplish such a feat? It must be only you, Lynch. Vegeta's gaze shifts to a mysterious young boy not far off, pondering how this lad, is also a Super Saiyan. And the way he has been observing Vegeta is starting to irritate him. Nevertheless, he cannot ignore the fact that this enigmatic youth seems to surpass him in strength. Damn it, Vegeta mutters under his breath, feeling a surge of frustration. The emergence of Lin Qi and this mysterious boy has relegated him from the upper echelons of power. He recalls a time when only Kakarot was a thorn in his side, and now he finds himself overshadowed by 3 others. Moreover, Vegeta senses an ever-widening gap between his abilities and those of Lin Qi and the others. In his heart, Vegeta vows, I am a proud Saiyan prince. What I have lost, I shall reclaim one day. Meanwhile, after exchanging greetings with Gohan, Lin Qi announces his departure. Gohan, momentarily taken aback, inquires, Master Lin Qi, are you leaving so soon after arriving? Indeed. Lin Qi replies with a smile. I have recently taken on a new student who is of your age, so make sure to guide her well. Until next time, Gohan. With that, Lin Qi waves farewell. Just as he prepares to activate his instant transmission, a thought strikes him. Oh, Gohan, your father will be returning to Earth in about 2 hours. Ah, Dad is coming back. Gohan exclaims excitedly. Yes, that's right. Until next time. Lin Qi smiles before vanishing from Gohan's sight. Wonderful. Dad is coming back. Mom will be so happy when she hears. Gohan thinks, his excitement palpable. A new student? I can't wait to see what Master Lin Qi's new apprentice looks like. On the battlefield, only 3 remain. Gohan, Vegeta, and Trunks. Soon, shouts can be heard from afar. Gohan. Gohan. It is Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, and others who have survived the wave of energy unleashed by King Cold. They excitedly gather around Gohan, lavishing him with praise. Wow, Gohan. You truly are Goku's son. You even defeated Frieza. Krillin exclaims. Yes, Gohan. If your father were here, he would be so proud of you, Yamcha adds. Piccolo interjects with a grunt. Humph. Gohan, don't let it get to your head. Right. Gohan humbly scratches his head, replying, all credit goes to my master. I didn't do much. Just as everyone is celebrating, Gohan suddenly remembers something and approaches Trunks. Thank you. He expresses his gratitude. Without your intervention, it would have been difficult for me and Vegeta to contend with Frieza and his father. Ah, Trunks stammers, feeling a bit flustered at Gohan's approach. It's nothing. I merely did what I was supposed to do. In truth, I didn't contribute much. Trunks feels apologetic for not being more helpful and almost hindering their efforts. Nevertheless, the outcome is favorable. I'm Gohan. What is your name? Son Gohan, with a cheerful demeanor. Engaged in conversation with Trunks while extending his hand in an invitation to shake hands. Trunks hesitated for a moment, but ultimately clasped hands with Son Gohan. I cannot disclose. He gritted his teeth, ultimately refraining from revealing his identity to the others. I noticed that your attire bears the insignia of the Capsule Corporation. Are you perhaps an employee of our esteemed organization? Bulma, who had approached, quickly discerned that Trunks' cowboy jacket was indeed a product of Capsule Corporation, sparking her curiosity. No. I cannot say. Trunks, feeling bashful in front of his youthful mother, averted his gaze and lowered his head. How peculiar. If you cannot say this and cannot say that, what exactly can you say? Krillin remarked, bemused by Trunks' odd behavior. Trunks, still looking down, chose silence as his response. Never mind, I shall not pry. Everyone has their own secrets, Krillin said, noticing Trunks' discomfort. But ultimately, it is a good thing that you assisted us in vanquishing Frieza. At that moment, Vegeta's cold voice cut through the air. Unknown origins, ambiguous identity. Who exactly are you? Moreover, aside from myself, Kakarot, and this little brat, there are no other Saiyans left in this world. How is it that you can transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta fixed his piercing gaze on Trunks, still haunted by the thought of being pushed out of the top 3. Faced with his father's inquiry, Trunks opted for silence. After all, this was a matter of his own survival in this timeline. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. With Trunks' reticence, Vegeta could only continue to stare at him intently. By the way, to alleviate the awkwardness, Trunks suddenly recalled something of collective interest. Would you like to know when Mr. Goku will return? Chapter 50. Goku. Who is Lin Qi, and why does everyone praise his strength? Krillin was the quickest to respond, questioning Trunks. I've heard Frieza mention it. He said Goku would return today. You seem to know when Goku is coming back even better than Frieza does? Indeed. Mr. Goku is likely to return to Earth in approximately 2 hours, Trunks replied, startled by Krillin's sudden excitement, accompanied by a goofy grin. Yes, I've heard the same. Son Gohan nodded earnestly, fully endorsing Trunks' statement. Just now, Teacher Lin Qi also mentioned that the timing aligns closely with what this young man just said. Father will return in 2 hours. Did Teacher Lin Qi know this too? Everyone gasped in astonishment. How remarkable. Lin Qi even knows when Goku will return. Gohan, your teacher seems to have an extraordinary understanding of Goku's whereabouts. Could he possibly be a new friend Goku met in the universe? Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien began to fervently discuss. Are you also a friend my father made on another planet? Son Gohan approached Trunks with a smile, making friendly inquiries. I do not personally know Mr. Goku, but I have heard many tales of his heroic deeds. Trunks pondered before responding. Well, that's rather disappointing, Son Gohan remarked, visibly let down. However, Trunks was taken aback. He had just heard Son Gohan refer to his teacher, Lin Qi. Did Lin Qi, like him, possess knowledge of the exact time Goku would return? If that were the case, Gohan, your teacher might be a bit too formidable. This revelation left Trunks astounded. He had believed he was the sole keeper of the past's history. Could it be that what Krillin and the others suggested was true? Lin Qi was indeed a new friend of Goku's from the universe? Such a notion drastically altered his understanding of history. In his version of events, Lin Qi was entirely absent. Was it possible that his sudden arrival in this timeline had altered the very fabric of its history? Indeed, that seemed the only explanation. He had inadvertently changed history. As the thought struck him, Trunks' expression darkened. If this were true, he could very well be the architect of historical calamity. What have I done? Trunks murmured, regret weighing heavily upon him. Yet, he quickly shifted his perspective, recalling the desolate wasteland that characterized his own timeline. Ultimately, Trunks resolved with determination. This version of history is one I would rather discard. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Bulma, noticing Trunks' unusual demeanor, stepped forward with concern. And no, it's nothing. Trunks snapped back to reality, feeling slightly embarrassed under his mother's attentive gaze. Well then, let us hasten to the location where Mr. Goku is set to land. To alleviate the tension, Trunks promptly informed everyone of Goku's landing site before taking off into the sky. The remaining Son Gohan, Krillin, and others exchanged glances. After some deliberation, they concluded that Trunks, having assisted them in defeating Frieza, was likely not a villain, and thus boldly decided to follow him. Even the proud Piccolo and Vegeta were intrigued enough to tag along. As time passed, 2 hours later, a spaceship gradually descended to the ground. The figure emerging from the spacecraft was none other than Son Goku. Fantastic. It's truly Goku. Incredible, its father. Lin Qi and this mysterious young man were indeed correct. Goku had returned precisely at this time. Krillin, Yamcha, Son Gohan, Bulma, and the others rushed forward, eagerly gathering around Goku. Son Gohan, brimming with excitement, leaped into his father's embrace. What's going on? It seems as if you all knew I would be here. Goku, stepping out of the spaceship clad in an unusual outfit, appeared somewhat bewildered, as if everyone had been aware of his landing location. To this, Krillin proudly pointed at Trunks, exclaiming, Goku, it was Lin Qi and this guy who informed us of your arrival. Tien chimed in, Goku, are Lin Qi and this mysterious young man friends you made during your travels in the universe? Not at all. I do not know this young man. And it is the first time I have heard of Lin Qi, Goku replied. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at Trunks, realizing they were unfamiliar. Oh, Lin Qi is Gohan's teacher, Krillin remarked, scratching his nose with a chuckle. Although he lacked a nose, it did not hinder his exuberant joy upon encountering Sun Wukong. Gohan's teacher? Sun Wukong inquired, still somewhat bewildered, until his gaze fell upon Vegeta standing behind the crowd. He then asked, Hey Vegeta, did you take care of Frieza and his gang? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, remaining silent. How peculiar, Sun Wukong scratched his head, a look of confusion etched across his face. I distinctly sensed an overwhelming power. Could it truly be Gohan's energy? He turned to Gohan, astonishment written all over his face. Ha! As Sun Wukong's dear friend. Krillin immediately burst into laughter, hands on his hips. Surprised, aren't you, Wukong? That immense energy indeed emanates from Gohan. Is that so, Krillin? Sun Wukong replied, his expression transforming into one of proud paternal joy as he gazed at Gohan. Gohan, when did you become so powerful? It seems during my absence from Earth. You truly dedicated yourself to training. You have completely surpassed your father, and I am proud of you. Sun Wukong looked at Gohan with admiration and recognition, feeling both gratified and proud that one day Gohan could potentially surpass him. Not at all. I have not surpassed you, father, Gohan retorted, not exhibiting pride, but rather defending himself with stubbornness. He shook his head firmly and asserted, You have always been the strongest in my heart. I have not surpassed you. Although Gohan felt content with Sun Wukong's acknowledgement, the idea of surpassing him still felt distant. Thus, he hastily denied it and added, It was teacher Lin Qi. Gohan wiped away his proud tears and declared, It was teacher Lin Qi who saved the Earth and everyone when my mind went blank during my transformation. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. So it was Lin Qi. That makes sense, they murmured. Wukong, you truly do not know Lin Qi? Krillin continued, Thank heavens for Lin Qi, otherwise, our Earth would have truly faced ruin. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and the others nodded in agreement, showing their recognition of Lin Qi. This piqued Sun Wukong's curiosity. You keep mentioning Lin Qi. Who exactly is this Lin Qi? Is he truly that formidable? As Sun Wukong spoke of Lin Qi, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He smiled gently. If that is indeed the case, I am quite eager to meet this so-called Lin Qi. Chapter 51. Sun Wukong's Astonishment. Gohan, you can also instant transmission? Father, Lin Qi is my teacher. He is incredibly strong. Gohan promptly replied. Indeed, Wukong, Krillin chimed in. You may not be aware, but before your return to Earth, we were convinced that Frieza's minions, Cooler and King Cold, were on the verge of destroying the planet. Then, out of nowhere, this mysterious youth appeared and defeated Cooler with a single strike, and Lin Qi. He defeated Frieza with one blow. They saved the Earth. Krillin gestured towards Trunks, speaking earnestly to Sun Wukong. By the way, Wukong, you truly do not know this mysterious youth or Lin Qi. They are not new friends you made in the universe? Krillin sought confirmation again. It was evident that Sun Wukong had no knowledge of them, as he shrugged. I really do not know, Krillin. Speaking of this mysterious youth, where's Lin Qi? Where has he gone? Sun Wukong looked around, scanning the group for Lin Qi's presence, but found none. Father, my teacher said he would return first, Gohan interjected. Teacher Lin Qi mentioned he needed to go back to teach his new disciples. Oh, so he is your teacher, Gohan? Upon hearing Gohan's words, Sun Wukong regarded him with newfound respect. Impressive. When did you acquire a teacher? I had no idea. Sun Wukong feigned exaggerated surprise. In response, Gohan expressed mild annoyance. Father, you have been away for a year. I only met teacher Lin Qi a few months ago. As he spoke, Gohan wore a smile, affirming, Father, do not underestimate teacher Lin Qi. He has even earned Mom's approval. Gohan beamed like a diligent student eager to showcase his achievements to his teacher. Wow, Chi-Chi actually approves of your martial arts teacher? That is quite rare. Sun Wukong remarked, evidently intrigued. It seems that, including you, everyone holds Lin Qi in high regard. I truly wish to see what he looks like, haha. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, eager to meet Lin Qi. It was natural for him, as he yearned to encounter every formidable individual, even to spar with them. Especially since Lin Qi was heralded by everyone as exceptional and powerful, having gained Chi-Chi's approval and Gohan's respect. Thus, Sun Wukong eagerly anticipated their meeting. Lin Qi had vanquished Frieza for him, and Sun Wukong felt an immense sense of gratitude towards Lin Qi's existence. Had it not been for Lin Qi, Earth would have faced devastation had he returned even slightly later. Nevertheless, when it came to his greatest anticipation, Sun Wukong was most eager to engage in combat with Lin Qi. Imagine it from Sun Wukong's perspective. A person capable of defeating Frieza in a single blow must possess extraordinary strength. If Sun Wukong could spar with such a master, it would undoubtedly be immensely fulfilling. Gohan, from what Krillin and the others described earlier, it seems you have also become quite powerful. That formidable energy I sensed must indeed be yours. Sun Wukong had just returned after a year away and was joyfully chatting with everyone. Through their descriptions, he had grasped the extent of Gohan's current strength, remarkably formidable. How strong exactly? Is he stronger than me? Sun Wukong was eager to witness it firsthand. For upon departing from the planet Yardrat, he had felt Gohan's powerful presence resonating within him. Sun Wukong's instincts could not have been mistaken. That was indeed Gohan's energy. Not really. Initially, Gohan hesitated to acknowledge it. However, with everyone's praises, he eventually nodded and said, Father, the reason I have grown so rapidly is entirely due to teacher Lin Qi. Gohan humbly attributed his newfound strength to Lin Qi. It is all because of Lin Qi that I have become stronger. This statement only intensified Sun Wukong's curiosity about Lin Qi. Wow, is that so? Your teacher must be incredible. Sun Wukong gradually began to acknowledge Lin Qi, though he still wore a slight smile, feeling a sense of pride. Gohan raised a finger, confidently stating, regardless of your strength, your master surely cannot possess such a technique, can he? Sun Wukong boasted proudly before the crowd. I have devoted an extensive amount of time to mastering this skill, and I have only grasped the surface. With a slight smile, Sun Wukong deliberately showcased his newly acquired ability. Do not get too cocky, Kakarot, Vegeta interjected, arms crossed and disdain evident in his voice. That attire you wear is from the planet Yardrat, I assent it? Though the inhabitants possess relatively low combat power, they are adept at peculiar techniques. After spending a year there, I find it hard to believe you have gained nothing. Vegeta scrutinized Sun Wukong's unusual garb with contempt. Heh. Sun Wukong chuckled as he wiped his nose, conceding, of course. Rarely did he boast in front of others, and this was one of those rare moments. He wiped his nose again and proudly declared, this technique is called instant transmission. I exerted considerable effort to learn it. Pay close attention. With that, he waved goodbye to everyone and vanished. Wukong, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha were left in a state of shock, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Is that really an impressive technique? Krillin awkwardly chuckled. Should it be? Yamcha gulped, glancing around as they awaited Wukong's return. Their lack of astonishment stemmed from having witnessed a similar feat performed by the likes of Lin Qi, and even Gohan had used it during their recent battle with Frieza. Before long, Sun Wukong reappeared, donning a pair of sunglasses. "Tada! I'm back. Quite marvelous, isn't it?" he exclaimed, proudly flaunting the sunglasses he had retrieved from Master Roshi's abode. Huh. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan were at a loss for words. Only Vegeta scoffed derisively. "Humph, it's merely high-speed movement. I can do that too." Vegeta regarded Sun Wukong's little trick with utter disdain. "Come now, Vegeta, you cannot dismiss it so easily. Those are Master Roshi's sunglasses, and the Turtle Hermit's home is 1,000 kilometers away. Even the swiftest high-speed movement cannot transport someone there in an instant. Retrieve the sunglasses and return," Krillin retorted, his lips twitching in annoyance. At this, Vegeta fell silent, though his expression darkened considerably. His resentment towards Sun Wukong's newfound skill only deepened, filling him with quiet ire. "Haha, this technique is called instant transmission. What do you think? Impressive, right? As long as there's a source of energy, I can travel anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, I've only learned a fraction of it after a year, haha." Sun Wukong gleefully showcased the fruits of his labor over the past year, all while affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair. Impressive, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others chimed in with forced compliments. They felt too embarrassed to expose Sun Wukong's exaggeration, opting instead for awkward smiles. However, Gohan, being a child, lacked the emotional intelligence to navigate the situation. He simply could not comprehend why everyone was praising his father. With a pout, he bluntly remarked, "TCH. It's just instant transmission, and besides, Dad, yours only works when there's energy present." Gohan continued, unabashed, as he prepared to demonstrate his own version of the technique. Placing his hand on his forehead, he looked at Sun Wukong with a smile. "Mine is different, Dad. My teacher taught me last month that I can go anywhere in the world without needing energy." Chapter 52, The Great Tells of the Future. Leaving everyone in shock. Does your timeline not have Lin Qi? With that, Gohan vanished before Sun Wukong's eyes. Whoa! Sun Wukong was astonished, his gaze darting between his friends. You all never mentioned Gohan could do this too. His surprise was palpable. He had assumed everyone was oblivious to such a technique, which explained his earlier pride. Seeing Gohan execute it left him utterly flabbergasted. In an instant, Gohan reappeared before Sun Wukong, holding a Dragon Ball. "Oh no, it's a 4-star ball. How on earth did you manage that, Gohan?" Krillin, Yamcha, and the others exclaimed, their astonishment evident. Even Sun Wukong looked at Gohan with wide eyes. Eagerly inquiring how he achieved such a feat, Gohan casually replied, "Oh, I first instant transmitted to Bulma's room to retrieve the Dragon Radar. After confirming the Dragon Ball's location, I immediately instant transmitted to a deserted island to collect one. Then I returned here. Haha." Feeling a surge of pride, Gohan couldn't help but grin foolishly. Even Vegeta was taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief as he processed the implications of Gohan's rapid movements. Sun Wukong, equally astonished, remarked, "Gohan, who would have thought your teacher could master instant transmission as well? It took me a year just to grasp a fraction of it. And now you can traverse with such ease." His awe was mixed with admiration for Gohan's rapid progress, which far exceeded his expectations, all thanks to the enigmatic Lin Qi. "Gohan, your teacher is truly remarkable. I am eager to meet him." Sun Wukong, overwhelmed with astonishment, could scarcely find words to express his thoughts. All he could think of was his curiosity to meet Lin Qi and understand the extraordinary influence he wielded over his companions, compelling Gohan to become his disciple. However, amidst the celebrations of Sun Wukong's return, Trunks observed the instant transmission exhibited by both Sun Wukong and Gohan with equal parts astonishment and grave realization. He furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, "Indeed, this reality diverges entirely from the history I know. My arrival has irrevocably altered the timeline." A sense of unease washed over Trunks, weighed down by the heavy burden of his thoughts. As Sun Wukong engaged in cheerful conversation with everyone nearby, his gaze suddenly flickered. He noticed the somber expression etched upon Trunks' face. With genuine concern, Sun Wukong inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing, really," Trunks replied, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Gathering his courage, he mustered the words to invite Sun Wukong aside for a private discussion. "Mr. Wukong, you truly are as formidable as the rumors suggest. May I request a moment of your time to discuss some personal matters?" His tone was laden with gravity. Sun Wukong sensed an ominous undercurrent and shifted from his jovial demeanor, nodding intently. "Understood. Over there, then?" As he began to step away with Trunks, Vegeta interjected with a disdainful snort. "Humph, what could possibly warrant secrecy from us? Even if you are a Super Saiyan, you are still an unfamiliar Saiyan." Vegeta's words prompted Krillin and the others to finally acknowledge Trunks' presence. To them, Trunks was merely an enigmatic figure. "Be cautious, Wukong. While we are all grateful for his assistance in vanquishing Frieza, that does not mean we can trust him not to turn against you," Krillin cautioned, his tone imbued with apprehension. "I know, Krillin," Sun Wukong replied with a carefree smile, intending to follow Trunks. Yet, even Tien Shinhan chimed in with an astute observation. Yukong, I believe Vegeta and Krillin have valid points. Is there truly anything that cannot be shared with everyone? Is it a secret between you and this mysterious young man? Bulma quickly added, Indeed, Yukong, didn't you claim you didn't know this mysterious youth? If he is so enigmatic, why not share right here for all to hear? Even Bulma found no cause for concern. Unbeknownst to them, Trunks fell silent, for what he was about to reveal pertained to the very essence of his existence. The atmosphere grew dense with tension as Vegeta confronted Trunks. Sun Wukong promptly interjected with a hearty laugh, Come now, everyone, let us not be so serious. He means no harm, it's merely a conversation. While he attempted to reassure, he hesitated momentarily when glancing at Trunks. How about this, young man? Sun Wukong suggested. Resting his chin on his hand, you can discreetly share the crucial details with me, while the remaining information can be disclosed to everyone. After all, they are eager to hear. But what I need to discuss is vitally important, concerning the very survival of the Earth. Trunks expressed, clearly distressed. There is no need for hesitation, Sun Wukong declared confidently, addressing Trunks. You witness Gohan's remarkable strength. He surpasses everyone present here. Matters of Earth's fate should certainly involve him. After hearing everyone's expectant expressions, Trunks reluctantly acquiesced. Very well thus, he began to recount the events of the future. The android incident. In that timeline, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Master Roshi, and all the Z fighters met their demise. The audience gasped in shock. Wait, what about me? Sun Wukong exclaimed, realizing he had not been mentioned in Trunks' narrative. You, Mr. Wukong, perished 3 years from now due to heart disease, Trunks stated gravely. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He hadn't even faced the androids yet, and was to succumb inexplicably to heart failure. What a pity. Truly unfortunate, he remarked, clenching his fists in disappointment. Mr. Wukong, do you not feel afraid? Trunks inquired, observing Sun Wukong's expression of incredulity. Ah, well, yes, I suppose I do, but more than fear, I feel exhilaration and regret. The thought that I could die without having faced such a powerful adversary is quite disheartening. Sun Wukong reflected wistfully. Trunks smiled. You truly are as my mother described. A strong and reliable ally. Wait a moment, Sun Wukong interjected, suddenly aware. You mentioned your mother? Does she know me? Trunks was momentarily flabbergasted, having intended to tread lightly, only to be caught off guard by Sun Wukong's inquiry. He struggled to formulate a response. Hold on. At that moment, Krillin, having sensed something amiss, recalled that someone appeared to be missing from Trunks' list of deceased. Is there no one named Lin Qi in your timeline? None at all. Trunks replied, his face darkening. He then added with a wry smile, if Lin Qi existed, the future wouldn't have been ravaged by the androids. Trunks lamented, wishing fervently that such a powerful individual as Lin Qi could exist in his world. Alas, it was impossible. He believed that his presence in this timeline had disrupted the original story arc that belonged to his own timeline. This could be demonstrated through several points. The emergence of Lin Qi, Sun Wukong's instant transmission, the simultaneous arrival of Frieza and his father, among others. These circumstances led Trunks to conclude that his arrival had altered the natural course of events. It's all my fault, Trunks mused bitterly. Had I not appeared before you all, perhaps this timeline would have unfolded as it was meant to. The realization of his impact on this timeline weighed heavily on him. Sun Wukong, however, remained optimistic in his consolation. You need not bear the blame, young man. In fact, I should be grateful for your arrival, otherwise, I might never have learned this instant transmission technique. Gohan would never have met such a formidable mentor. And most importantly, Sun Wukong continued with a smile, speaking earnestly. Your presence may very well influence the future. Perhaps the androids will vanish as a result, and the world of your era could become a better place. Sun Wukong erupted into laughter, his optimism unshaken. Yet, the thought of succumbing to heart disease soon extinguished his mirth. Is it somewhat regrettable to perish like this? He mused, scratching his head and grinning foolishly at everyone, slightly embarrassed. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Only Sun Wukong could speak so nonchalantly about life and death. Observing this, Trunks quickly retrieved a vial of medicine from the pocket of his cowboy jacket. Mr. Wukong, this is a miraculous remedy from our era, he declared. Although your time lacks such cures, in 20 years, this heart ailment will be treatable. He added, thank you for inspiring me, Mr. Wukong, but we mustn't let our guard down. The androids are perilous. As Trunks emphasized his point, his gaze sharpened. A heavy silence fell upon the group, as they could all sense that this enigmatic youth was not jesting. The threat of the androids was indeed formidable. What do you mean by saying the androids are terrifying? Just how terrifying are they? Vegeta interjected, his voice dripping with disdain as he sought to gauge the strength of the adversary. Aside from the deceased Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and even Piccolo, not even you, Mr. Vegeta, in your Super Saiyan form, would escape the clutches of the androids. Trunks replied solemnly, hoping to impress upon Vegeta the seriousness of the androids. Otherwise, the son yet to be born would have to face the tragedy of losing his father before he had even a chance to call out to him. This was a sorrowful narrative, and as Trunks looked at Vegeta, his eyes brimmed with sadness. Umph. Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Trunks' warnings as mere exaggeration. He regarded the claims with contempt. However, Trunks noticed Vegeta's disdainful expression and felt compelled to clarify. Additionally, Mr. Vegeta, you witnessed me effortlessly dispatching Gula, didn't you? Yet, even if I stood before the androids, I would be utterly powerless. Trunks nearly choked on his words, recalling the harrowing memories that flooded back, each one threatening to bring him to tears. Thankfully, he managed to hold back in front of his father this time. But he had to admit, he was no match for the androids. What? Vegeta was taken aback by Trunks' description. Immediately, he vowed silently to himself that he would defeat the androids and, without fail, surpass Kakarot. And then there was that Lynch. Vegeta seethed internally, gritting his teeth in determination. Ah, Mr. Wukong. Now that the crucial points have been addressed, I have some personal matters to discuss, which I can only share with you, Trunks stated, seemingly recalling something important. He then led Sun Wukong aside. Oh, it's nothing. I'll just have a private chat with this mysterious young man. Sun Wukong nodded and, after bidding farewell to the others, followed Trunks to a secluded area several dozen meters away. Let us talk here, Trunks said, stopping in a clear space, gazing towards the distant figures of Gohan, Krillin, and the others. What is it that you wish to discuss? Sun Wukong asked earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. Well, Mr. Wukong, you are just as my mother described, an exceedingly reliable person. She was right to construct a time machine to seek you out. Hence, I wish to share my lineage with you, hoping you will keep it confidential. Otherwise, it could jeopardize my birth. Ah, what? Sun Wukong was taken aback, realizing that this mysterious youth intended to divulge his origins. Caught off guard, he was startled. Wait, are you saying your mother created a time machine? You don't mean, he exclaimed, pointing in surprise towards Bulma. Trunks' voice was barely audible as he blushed, admitting, my father is that man over there. He gestured towards Vegeta, feeling somewhat awkward. Whoa. Sun Wukong stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground at this shocking revelation. However, my mother and father did not marry. Trunks continued, recounting a portion of his future experiences, detailing how Bulma and Yamcha had parted ways and how she had developed feelings for Vegeta. But that's not what I want to tell you, Mr. Wukong, Trunks said earnestly. In our world, Lynch did not originally exist. Now, it seems my father is not living with my mother because of him. Trunks bowed deeply to Sun Wukong. So please, Mr. Wukong, in order for me to be born safely, or rather, to prevent Lynch from disrupting my birth, you must stop him from interfering in my mother's relationship with my father. He bowed deeply once more, having completely envisioned Lynch as the obstacle to his existence, even casting him as an imagined adversary. Chapter 54, Taking on an Apprentice, Dr. Gero. Lynch presents the Super 17 plans. All right, I understand, Sun Wukong acquiesced. After conveying everything, Trunks bid farewell to Sun Wukong and departed in his time machine. Sun Wukong rested his chin on his hand, making his way back to his companions. As he walked, he muttered to himself, me? Stop Lynch from ruining your birth. How can I possibly have such power? He felt a headache coming on, uncertain of how to proceed. But I must encounter Lynch first. Eventually, Sun Wukong returned to the group and announced that they must train diligently in preparation for the android battle 3 years hence. By the way, where shall we gather? Yamcha inquired. Where was it again? I forgot, haha. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head and laughed. Krillin, Yamcha, Gohan, and the others could only roll their eyes in exasperation. On October 5th, 3 years from now, at the eastern outskirts, direction 180, at 10 in the morning. Piccolo suddenly interjected, his keen ears having picked up on the secret conversation between Sun Wukong and Trunks. Piccolo, you rest assured, I am not as foolish as you might think, revealing the child's origins to everyone. Piccolo cast a sly smile at Son Goku and remarked, moreover, I have a score to settle with Lin Qi as well. What do you mean? Son Goku inquired, leaning in closer, and then whispered into Piccolo's ear. Are you suggesting we join forces to prevent Lin Qi from interfering with the child's safe arrival? A chuckle escaped Piccolo's lips, yet he offered no reply. This is splendid. Piccolo, with your assistance, I feel utterly relieved, haha. Upon realizing Piccolo's intentions, Son Goku erupted into hearty laughter. Initially, he had believed that thwarting Lin Qi alone would present a formidable challenge. However, with Piccolo by his side, a bright future lay ahead, indeed. Overjoyed, Son Goku promptly made arrangements to meet again in 3 years before parting ways to return home. Thus, a 3-year pact was sealed among them. Son Goku also needed to remain vigilant, occasionally checking if Lin Qi had dared to intrude upon the home of others. It is worth mentioning that it was not his own home that Lin Qi targeted, but rather that of Vegeta. Now, let us turn our attention to Lin Qi. After vanquishing Frieza and departing, he returned to Mr. Satan's villa accompanied by Biddy Lee. Inside the villa, Mr. Satan gazed in astonishment as Lin Qi miraculously appeared with Biddy Lee. Biddy Lee! Mr. Satan exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Well then, Biddy Lee. I must take my leave, Lin Qi said, disregarding Mr. Satan's excitement as he bid farewell to Biddy Lee. You don't go, Mr. Satan suddenly shouted, halting Lin Qi in his tracks. Lin Qi turned around, only to notice that the foolish clown, Mr. Satan, was brandishing a firearm. With both hands gripping the gun, Mr. Satan aimed it at Lin Qi, declaring, "You, human trafficker, I, Mr. Satan, shall take you down today." As he prepared to pull the trigger, it was Biddy Lee's desperate shout that ultimately stopped him. "Daddy, Lin Qi sensei is neither a human trafficker nor a fraud. He is genuinely teaching me authentic martial arts," Biddy Lee fervently proclaimed on Lin Qi's behalf. Lin Qi, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smile slightly, ignoring the gun pointed at him. He felt a sense of pride for having such a remarkable student. "So long, Biddy Lee. Until we meet again," Lin Qi said, escorting Biddy Lee home, waving goodbye before vanishing in an instant. Inside the living room of Mr. Satan's villa, he was once again left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Illusion? Or perhaps a ghost? Goodness, Biddy Lee, it's a ghost." Mr. Satan was drenched in cold sweat as he stared at the spot where Lin Qi had suddenly disappeared. "Daddy, Lin Qi sensei is not a ghost," Biddy Lee defended Lin Qi once more. Simultaneously, she joyfully shouted towards the now empty doorway, "Thank you, Lin Qi sensei. I will definitely become even more powerful than those you showed me today. I promise." With unwavering confidence, Biddy Lee swore her resolve. At that moment, Lin Qi was perched atop Mr. Satan's villa. Listening to Biddy Lee's earnest vows, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bittersweet smile. "Silly child. Those individuals are either from the Frost Demon clan or the Saiyan lineage. What do you possess to surpass them? Nonetheless, I eagerly anticipate the day you may achieve it." With a light chuckle, Lin Qi vanished from the rooftop, for he had more pressing matters to attend to, namely, taking on disciples. In order to survive in this world and eventually confront the god of destruction, or rather, to ensure that Universe 7 would not be obliterated in the Tournament of Power, Lin Qi needed to continue acquiring disciples to gain greater strength. His ambitions had transcended the mere desire to surpass the god of destruction. He now aspired to surpass the Grand Minister and even the Omni King. Of course, Lin Qi understood that one must take things one step at a time. Even if he couldn't achieve it all at once, he needed to ensure that Universe 7 would emerge victorious in the Tournament of Power hosted by the Omni King. In the wake of Frieza's demise, Lin Qi found himself compelled to focus his discipleship ambitions on Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero, a mad genius of a scientist, might not yet be entirely malevolent, having not fully transformed into a vengeful machine. His motives did not revolve around resurrecting the Red Ribbon Army to rule the world. Rather, he sought revenge against Son Goku. Naturally, Lin Qi was willing to assist him in realizing that desire, but only on the condition that Dr. Gero would agree to become his disciple. After contemplating how to recruit Dr. Gero, Lin Qi set off for the scientist's location. Dr. Gero was situated among a series of peaks in the eastern suburbs, a fact Lin Qi had gleaned from a scientific journal. Following the address, he arrived at a secluded, rugged mountain range. Observing the inconspicuous entrance to the hidden laboratory before him, Lin Qi thought to himself that he had finally found it. This unassuming door nestled in the corner, surrounded by towering mountains, was indeed Dr. Gero's research facility. With a resounding crash, Lin Qi landed and unceremoniously blasted open the door to Dr. Gero's lab. In a panic, a balding middle-aged man emerged from within, and it was none other than Dr. Gero himself. What's the meaning of this? Dr. Gero, with his sparse hair and balding head, hurriedly donned a lab coat as he fled from the cave. Lin Qi couldn't help but notice a resemblance between Dr. Gero and an elderly Einstein. Was it true that all genius scientists were cut from the same cloth? Lin Qi mused. Fortunately, Dr. Gero had not yet transformed himself into an android, and his head bore no transparent containers or the like, indicating that he was still human. Lin Qi felt fortunate to have arrived at such an opportune time. Had he delayed, this man might have undergone transformation, particularly when Lin Qi observed that Dr. Gero held a welding mask in one hand and a screwdriver in the other. He surmised that the scientist was undoubtedly engaged in some clandestine activities, perhaps involving androids. However, Lin Qi was not there to play the role of a righteous judge. He was there to take on a disciple. "Greetings, Dr. Gero. My name is Lin Qi, and I wish to take you on as my disciple." Upon witnessing Dr. Gero's frantic appearance, Lin Qi confidently produced a blueprint and tossed it before him, clearly stating his intentions. "But please, do not react hastily. It would be wise for you to examine the contents of the blueprint I have presented before deciding whether to become my student." Lin Qi smiled with conviction. confident in the blueprint he had brought. Dr. Gero, already quite anxious about his secret base being discovered, was taken aback by Lin Qi's audacious proposal to take the genius scientist as his disciple. What a joke! Just as Dr. Gero was about to reprimand Lin Qi, he found himself silenced by Lin Qi's assertiveness. Reluctantly, in his state of panic, Dr. Gero bent down to pick up the blueprint that Lin Qi had discarded on the ground. Dr. Gero opened the document, curiosity piqued, and upon glancing at the bold letters inscribed on the blueprint, he gasped in astonishment. What? This? Could it truly be the blueprint for the android Super 17? Chapter 55. You wish to accept Gero as your disciple, and yet you teach him to create Super 17. Indeed, the blueprint in Dr. Gero's hands was none other than that of Android 17. As for how Lynch came into possession of it, it had not been previously mentioned. Now seems a fitting moment to elaborate. This was, in fact, a reward bestowed upon Lynch after he took on a disciple, surpassing Dilly. The narrative had primarily followed Son Gohan, thus the specifics of Lynch's rewards were not expounded upon. To put it succinctly, in Lynch's perspective, Dilly was equally a gifted prodigy. However, this prodigy was constrained by her humanity, rendering her talents limited. Nonetheless, Lynch also received considerable rewards, such as a foundational battle power of 100 million. One can hardly question why Lynch was able to defeat Frieza with a single blow without transforming. Additionally, there were rewards for his studentess advancement, bestowing Dilly with superior cultivation potential. And then, there was the blueprint for Super 17. With such rewards in hand, Lynch had already contemplated how to accept Dr. Gero as his disciple. Thus, he was resolute in urging Son Gohan to eliminate Frieza without hesitation. Returning to the present, did Lynch accept Dr. Gero as his disciple using the Super 17 blueprint? No, he did not immediately claim him. Now, as Dr. Gero perused the blueprint brought by Lynch, he was utterly taken aback. Just a fleeting glance revealed that every mechanical detail and manufacturing process illustrated surpassed anything he had ever conceived in his android creations. Dr. Gero was astounded. He gazed incredulously at Lynch, pondering how such a masterpiece could have been conceived by this young man, scarcely in his 20s or 30s. A genius. Truly, a genius. Dr. Gero's heart raced with excitement. He had never before encountered such a flawless creation and could not help but reveal his exhilaration to Lynch. How could you know all of this? Dr. Gero inquired, clutching the Super 17 blueprint, his hands trembling slightly in evident excitement. It is quite simple. For I too am a genius, Lynch replied enigmatically, a faint smile gracing his lips. This blueprint, along with the knowledge and manufacturing processes it entails. Does this qualify me to be your teacher? Lynch regarded Dr. Gero with an elevated gaze. Indeed, it is sufficient. Dr. Gero grasped the blueprint tightly, nearly overcome with the urge to kneel and pay homage. However, he quickly tempered his impulsiveness. He soon recognized a flaw in the Super 17 blueprint. Pointing to a specific detail in the manufacturing process, he asked Lynch, but I am still puzzled. This metallic material appears ill-suited for constructing an android. Why did you choose to employ such a hard material? Dr. Gero's inquiry was sincere. He was not questioning Lynch, but genuinely sought clarity. Lynch, undeterred, smiled gently and said, to seek knowledge is indeed a trait of a good student. While he was not well versed in the specifics of the blueprints, he excelled at captivating others. Then, with an air of mystery, Lynch continued, you wish to inquire about these details? Let us first solidify our teacher-student relationship. This presented a dilemma for Dr. Gero. After all, he was a renowned genius scientist on Earth. Was it not somewhat rash to immediately pledge himself as a disciple? After much contemplation, Dr. Gero declared, very well. If this blueprint is indeed authentic, and you successfully create such an impressive super android, I shall willingly become your student. He patted his chest as he assured Lynch. Agreed. Lynch nodded, adding, but remember, once I teach you, you must acknowledge me as your teacher. To safeguard against Dr. Gero's potential change of heart, and to conceal his own lack of scientific knowledge, Lynch took this precaution. Dr. Gero, however, did not dwell on such matters, reasoning that someone capable of presenting him with a blueprint must possess some scientific acumen. Thus, without hesitation, he acquiesced. Thus, it was settled. Lynch utilized the Super 17 manufacturing blueprint to successfully entice Dr. Gero, this extraordinarily gifted genius, to become his disciple. Yet, they were not yet bound as teacher and student. For there remained a condition, the successful creation of Super 17. From Lynch's perspective, the blueprint, a reward from the system, was undoubtedly authentic and would assuredly yield a successful Super 17. Therefore, the prospect of accepting Dr. Gero as his disciple seemed exceedingly promising, laying the groundwork for Lynch's future strength. How long will it take to construct? Surely there must be a time frame. Otherwise, you might continuously claim to be working on it, and in the end, deny me the title of teacher. What then shall I do? Lynch probed, observing Dr. Gero engrossed in his study of the Super 17 blueprint. Dr. Gero paused, contemplating a reasonable deadline. Although he possessed the blueprint for the super android, he surmised that the task would likely require 3 years of effort alone. Let us say 3 years, he proposed, raising a hand and extending 3 fingers, establishing a time frame for Lynch. If I successfully create the super android in 3 years, I shall gladly accept you as my teacher. 3 years, indeed. Lynch considered this duration favorable, though he mused whether it might be a tad excessive. Regardless, with no pressing matters to attend to before Beerus arrived on Earth, 3 years seemed manageable. Yet, should Beerus arrive earlier or if the tournament of power were to commence sooner, the situation would become complicated. Lynch muttered to himself, ultimately deciding on a 3-year timeline for Dr. Gero. While 3 years may not seem particularly long or short, Lynch could utilize this time to seek out more exceptionally talented students. Gero, you wouldn't mind if I took a look at your laboratory, would you? Once their agreement was settled, Lynch felt no need for formality, addressing him directly by name. He was eager to witness how a genius conducted research on these androids. Of course not, Dr. Gero readily agreed, his demeanor brightening as he carefully stored the blueprint. If you have any thoughts or suggestions after your visit, please feel free to share. Dr. Gero beamed, genuinely regarding Lynch as a mysterious and brilliant scientist. Lynch, for his part, played along with the act. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority as he leisurely stepped into the research institute. Ah, how cunning you are! You haven't even become my student yet, and you already wish for my guidance? Huh, unless you first acknowledge me as your teacher. Lin Qi, maintaining his aloof demeanor, walked ahead of Dr. Gallo, suddenly turning back to offer a cold smile. At that moment, confronted with Lin Qi's icy expression, Dr. Gallo fell silent. You want my guidance? Yet your temper surpasses mine. No wonder you are a genius capable of designing super androids. Chapter 56. Utilizing Super 17 to transform Cell? Lin Qi, you truly are a genius. Dr. Gallo was nearly overwhelmed by Lin Qi's brilliance. However, in the end, success would determine everything. Only if he could successfully create a super android would Dr. Gallo consider becoming Lin Qi's disciple. Lin Qi was well aware of this, so he remained silent, refraining from any commentary, and directly entered Dr. Gallo's research institute for a tour. Inside Dr. Gallo's institute, aside from the door that Lin Qi had demolished, there lay a cavern. Venturing further inside, one would encounter an array of devices brimming with electric wires, surrounding liquid containers that housed Dr. Gallo's latest creations, androids. Each container bore its own designation, number 13, number 14, number 15. Among these mechanized beings, there were those who were short and slender, as well as tall and robust. What piqued Lin Qi's curiosity was the absence of androids numbered 16, 17, 18, and 19. By the way, have you not transformed your wife and child, as well as yourself, into androids? Lin Qi suddenly queried Dr. Gallo during his tour. What? Initially, Dr. Gallo thought he had misheard. It was only after carefully discerning Lin Qi's words that he was astounded to realize. This brat seems to know my secret. Dr. Gallo was profoundly shaken. He had indeed contemplated transforming himself and his family into androids, yet had never mustered the resolve to act upon it. Now, this young man before him appeared to be aware of everything. Dr. Gallo had never disclosed this to anyone. Who on earth is this person? Clutching the blueprints for Super Android 17, Dr. Gallo's suspicions toward Lin Qi deepened. Oh, don't be alarmed. Lin Qi noticed the change in Dr. Gallo's expression and immediately chuckled. Do you believe I possess the ability to read minds? As he spoke, Lin Qi leaned closer to Dr. Gallo, locking eyes with him. A chill ran down Dr. Gallo's spine. He felt an uncanny shiver as Lin Qi stared at him with such nonchalance. Ha, I was merely jesting. Don't take it to heart. After a brief silence, Lin Qi suddenly burst into laughter, clapping Dr. Gallo on the shoulder, and continued to explore the institute. Dr. Gallo visibly exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, was Lin Qi truly joking? Did he genuinely lack the ability to read minds? Dr. Gallo remained skeptical. By the way, just as Dr. Gallo was lost in thought, Lin Qi's voice rang out again. You asked for my critique, so here it is. Frankly, all of your androids are obsolete. Lin Qi said calmly, hands tucked into his pockets. You could enhance humans instead, rather than relying on these cold, emotionless machines. However, if you are unwilling to abandon your creations, then consider my words unspoken. Lin Qi offered his candid assessment of Dr. Gallo's unfinished androids with an air of superiority. This indeed struck a chord within Dr. Gallo, for Lin Qi's words resonated deeply. He had contemplated transforming humans into androids, but where would he find suitable candidates? If you prefer not to use humans, then you may devote yourself entirely to the research and creation of Super Android 17. Sensing Dr. Gallo's hesitation, Lin Qi chose not to dwell on the matter, opting to move forward. However, Dr. Gallo found himself even more troubled. A pained expression crossed his face as he lamented. Mr. Lin Qi, Your suggestion regarding the creation of the super android from the blueprints you provided is quite vexing for me. Dr. Gallo sighed, but then a thought struck him, and he smiled brightly. However, I could utilize the blueprints you have given me to improve my own androids. Oh, is that so? That sounds like a splendid idea. Lin Qi nodded in agreement, clearly approving of Dr. Gallo's proposition. Subsequently, Lin Qi's gaze fell upon a peculiar set of water column apparatus standing in the center of the cavern, or rather, the laboratory. A seemingly insignificant object caught his attention. Lin Qi approached for a closer examination and remarked with a smile. Hey, Gallo, you're not planning to use my blueprints for the super android to modify this contraption, are you? Upon hearing this, Dr. Gallo was momentarily rendered speechless with shock. It appeared that Lin Qi truly possessed the ability to read minds. He was astounded. In his eyes, Lin Qi's insights were uncanny, even revealing his secret research on Cell and his plans to transform it. Lin Qi, you still claim you have no mind-reading abilities. Dr. Gallo felt an urge to point at Lin Qi and shout. Yet ultimately, he remained silent. This was the culmination of his life's work. Yet here stood Lin Qi, whose creation seemed far more formidable and exceptional than his own masterpiece. How could Dr. Gallo not be tempted to use the blueprints for Super Android 17 to enhance Cell? Haha, this is my proudest creation. Now it just needs 2 androids to fuse with it, and it will become the ultimate artificial human. After a long pause, Dr. Gallo let out a hollow laugh. Everyone calls him a mad genius scientist. Only he knows the extent of his madness. The ultimate android? Haha, yet it still pales in comparison to my super android. Lin Qi remarked earnestly. He hoped that through such critiques, he could persuade Dr. Gallo to willingly acknowledge him as a teacher. Yes, I understand. Dr. Gallo's spirit sank. He believed that Cell's creation was the most perfect, yet it could not compete with the blueprints for Super 17 that Lin Qi had presented. Dr. Gallo was compelled to concede. The Super 17 depicted in Lin Qi's designs was indeed the most flawless android. Lin Qi shattered his illusions. Ultimately, after his despondency subsided, Dr. Gallo's gaze hardened with determination. Still, I shall reiterate, once I successfully create the super android, I will become your disciple. Furthermore, I will utilize your blueprints to enhance my own androids and Cell. I aim to become the greatest scientist in the world. As Dr. Gallo declared this with a frenzied roar, he vowed to reclaim what he had lost, not to prove his own greatness, but to assert that what was once his must be regained by his own hands. It is worth mentioning that what he has lost is precisely the Red Ribbon Army and his ambition to conquer the world. Consequently, he harbors a profound hatred for Sun Wukong. I am quite looking forward to it. Observing Dr. Gero's ambition and aspirations, Lin Qi could not help but smile slightly. I eagerly anticipate the day you become my disciple. Keep up the good work, Gero, Lin Qi concluded. After offering Dr. Gero his final encouragement, he vanished from the research facility in an instant. Dr. Gero blinked in astonishment, watching Lin Qi's miraculous disappearance. He was utterly dumbfounded. Then, in a state of panic, he collapsed onto the ground, still shaken. Indeed, Lin Qi was no ordinary individual. Finally bidding farewell to this formidable figure, Dr. Gero visibly exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 57. The Shock of Cell, Super Android 17? What am I then? Lin Qi teleported out of Dr. Gero's research facility. On his way back, he pondered the fact that he had not encountered androids 17 and 18 at the lab. It seemed that Dr. Gero had yet to augment humanity, nor had he descended to the depths of world destruction. In the future, I shall provide further training. Another formidable force awaits. As Lin Qi soared through the skies, he murmured to himself, already strategizing for the upcoming tournament of power. If Dr. Gero could indeed bring the Super Android 17 from the blueprints to fruition, it would undoubtedly add a powerful ally to Universe 7. At that time, not even Tien, Master Roshi, or Krillin would be able to underestimate their own strength, let alone Piccolo, who would have to consider whether he qualified to participate in the tournament. Of course, these matters lay in the future. Returning to the present, Lin Qi chose not to teleport directly home. Instead, he flew through the air, contemplating what to teach Dr. Gero after accepting him as a disciple. This was indeed a perplexing dilemma. While in flight, Lin Qi rested his chin in thought, entirely oblivious to his entrance into a dense forest. In his distraction, he nearly collided with a large tree ahead. Fortunately, he managed to brake just in time. Goodness, is there truly such a desolate place near Dr. Gero's research facility? I almost stumbled. Lin Qi chuckled to himself, easily avoiding the tree after regaining his composure. Peering down into the dense forest, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from within. It seems I have stumbled upon something intriguing. A smile played upon his lips as he took note of the energy and promptly descended into the depths of the forest. In the heart of the forest, Lin Qi landed before a machine, more specifically, before a time machine. This time machine bore an uncanny resemblance to the one piloted by Trunks, save for a large melted hole in its protective shield. Without a second thought, Lin Qi deduced that this was the time machine used by someone named Cell. This indicated that Cell had traveled from the future to this point in time, coincidentally crossing paths with Lin Qi. Next, Lin Qi surveyed his surroundings and indeed discovered a shell resembling that of a beetle not far from the time machine. Ah, it has molted, he mused. Though I wonder if it has transformed into a humanoid form. With a gleeful expression, he turned his gaze toward a particular corner deep within the forest. When it comes to talent, Cell appears to be a promising candidate as well. For the moment, however, he decided to set aside those thoughts. First, he should tidy up the time machine and later repair it, as it might prove useful in the future. Though aware of Cell's presence nearby, Lin Qi chose to remain discreet, allowing Cell to evolve freely. There was no rush. After all, there were still 3 years until Cell would truly come into his own. By then, it would not be too late to consider whether to take Cell on as a disciple. For now, he would allow Cell to develop while he focused on how to instruct Dr. Gero. Thus, Lin Qi retrieved the time machine and promptly departed the dense forest. Meanwhile, in a dim corner of the forest, Cell had only recently emerged from his shell, trembling in fear behind a large tree. Terror coursed through Cell as he realized he had almost been discovered by the human moments ago while still in his undeveloped state. If it had been an ordinary human, he would have been unperturbed. However, Lin Qi was different. Cell could sense the immense power radiating from Lin Qi. Concealed in the shadows, he dared not make a move, fearing exposure. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been detected, though he remained ignorant of this fact. Damn it, such a powerful human, and I have no information in my database. Cell, in his beetle form, cursed silently. Humph. As he watched Lin Qi depart with the time machine, he could not suppress a cold snort. Regardless of your strength, once I transform into my perfect form, just wait and see if I drain you dry. No one can prevent me from becoming perfect in this era. Only after Lin Qi had left did Cell dare to grit his teeth and mutter his threats. Naturally, this was but a minor episode. Lin Qi and Cell merely exchanged glances. Over the following 3 years, Lin Qi refrained from guiding Gohan or Videl. He scarcely returned home, let alone had the opportunity to see Goku. Why? Because during these 3 years, Lin Qi frequently visited Dr. Gero's research facility, eager to witness whether Dr. Gero could indeed complete the Super Android 17 in just 3 years. Thus, he found himself visiting the lab every few days. To his surprise, Dr. Gero managed to successfully create Super Android 17 in only 2.5 years. On the day of this accomplishment, Lin Qi was also present. He watched as the long-haired, tall, and handsome Super Android 17 emerged from the hibernation chamber. Lin Qi patted Dr. Gero on the shoulder and remarked, "Not bad. This is Super Android 17. I didn't expect you to finish it in just 2.5 years, Gero." Flattered by Lin Qi's praise, even the middle-aged Dr. Gero felt a bit bashful. "Oh, it was all thanks to your blueprints, Mr. Lin Qi. They clearly outlined the specific steps and manufacturing processes. I merely followed the instructions." Dr. Gero chuckled amiably. "Yet you still took 2.5 years?" Lin Qi shot him a sidelong glance. Ahem, well, the important thing is that it was completed. Dr. Gero coughed to mask his embarrassment. However, while Super Android 17 has been successfully created, his power is hard to gauge, haha. Dr. Gero scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Lynch chuckled as he pointed at the foolishly grinning Dr. Gero. At this point, Dr. Gero still harbored doubts about the capabilities of his blueprints. "So, how do you intend to validate the power of Super 17? Lynch inquired. He then glanced around the laboratory at the dormant solution chambers and was struck by inspiration. "Why not let Super 17 practice on your discarded models 13, 14, and 15? He suggested. "I believe it would be quite effective." Upon hearing Lynch's proposal, Dr. Gero pondered for a moment before ultimately conceding. After all, those androids hanging on the walls were the fruits of his labor over many years. Yet, for the sake of the Super 17 he had created, it was worth it. "Super 17, annihilate them all," Dr. Gero commanded, pointing at the discarded androids on the wall. Chapter 58, a chaotic scene, Super 17 versus Transcendent Son Gohan? In the next moment, within Dr. Gero's laboratory, Super 17 slowly opened its eyes. As if responding to Dr. Gero's command, it immediately detached one of its arms and commenced an assault on the slumbering androids within the solution chambers embedded in the cave walls. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Super 17 removed its right arm, revealing a mounted machine gun, and began to unleash a barrage of fire. Boom, boom. In an instant, the laboratory was enveloped in clouds of dust as countless stones from the walls crumbled, and even the rock ceiling overhead could not withstand the onslaught, collapsing under the pressure. Dr. Gero's research facility was utterly destroyed. "Oh my goodness, my years of hard work," Dr. Gero lamented, kneeling on the ground in agony. Having been rescued from the cave by Lynch. TSK. Lynch observed the devastation wrought by Super 17, unable to suppress a smirk. "Old Gero, This is the destruction you wish to witness, so you cannot blame anyone else. Lynch affectionately addressed Dr. Gero, chuckling. Dr. Gero's heart ached. You needn't mourn for this scrap metal, for it merely demonstrates that Super 17 is your finest creation, Lynch reassured him, patting Dr. Gero on the shoulder. Now, can you acknowledge me as your teacher? Upon hearing Lynch's words, Dr. Gero, who had been wailing on the ground, immediately fell silent. He was taken aback. Although he had spent some time with Lynch, he never anticipated that this man could utter such chilling words in the face of such devastation. And still, he contemplated taking on an apprentice. However, he had no choice. After all, Lynch's technology had indeed impressed him. Eventually, Dr. Gero wiped away his tears, rose to his feet, and performed a gesture of respect towards Lynch, bowing with clasped hands. Master, Teacher Lynch, before I accept you as my disciple, I have one request, Dr. Gero said, understandingly addressing Lynch as his teacher. What is it? Lynch inquired, feeling quite pleased and readily encouraging. I have always harbored a desire to use the androids I take pride in creating to defeat Son Goku. Dr. Gero immediately launched into an impassioned speech upon Lynch's inquiry. You may not know who Son Goku is, but you must be familiar with the formidable Red Ribbon Army, right? He is the one who obliterated them. Therefore, I have one final wish, to seek vengeance on Son Goku. Dr. Gero declared earnestly. Lynch nodded in response. He had anticipated such a day when he decided to take Dr. Gero as a disciple. How could he alleviate Dr. Gero's inner turmoil? After all, Son Goku was essential for future competitions of strength. Moreover, he was the father of Son Gohan, and allowing Dr. Gero to eliminate him would be quite inappropriate, especially after learning of Super 17's power. Lynch could not permit Super 17 to engage Son Goku. Well, old Gero, Lynch said, nodding, I understand your situation, but how should I put it? This Super 17 was not solely your creation, correct? You built it using my blueprints. If you seek revenge, you should do so by your own means. Rather than relying on others, use your own strength. Lynch found himself at a loss for words. He patted Dr. Gero once more, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Old Gero, do you grasp my meaning? I understand. Dr. Gero blinked in surprise, quickly comprehending Lynch's intent. Master, you mean to say that you will teach me to create an even stronger android, enabling me to personally defeat Son Goku? Dr. Gero exclaimed, a flicker of excitement igniting in his gaze, as if he had resolved to pursue a new path. Indeed, right? Lynch replied with a chuckle. You, my dear apprentice, are the most perceptive of my disciples, haha. Lynch felt a twinge of awkwardness, but pressed on, feigning hearty laughter while patting Dr. Gero on the back. He thought to himself, if I fail to impart knowledge to this old fellow, it would be quite embarrassing for me. By the way, old Gero, Lynch suddenly had a brilliant idea. Weren't you planning to utilize my Super 17 blueprints to enhance your androids? This could be a perfect opportunity. Lynch earnestly proposed a method for Dr. Gero to create new androids. However, it was now Dr. Gero's turn to feel troubled. With a forlorn expression, he responded, Master, look at my androids. They've all been destroyed by Super 17. How can I utilize your blueprints to enhance my models? But you can pursue this line of thought. Lynch encouraged, waving his hand dismissively. As I mentioned before, consider using my blueprints to transform actual humans into androids. That could be a fascinating avenue to explore. Old Gero, it's worth a try? Lynch nodded enthusiastically at his own cleverness, proud of his ingenuity in finding a teaching method even in such a critical moment. Very well. I shall give it a try. Ultimately, Dr. Gero was swayed by Lynch's words. He nodded resolutely. I will attempt your proposed method, Master. Utilizing your blueprints to create Super 18 and Super 19. By the way, Master, Dr. Gero suddenly recalled something and inquired, why does this blueprint specify Super 17? He looked at Lynch with the curiosity of an inquisitive schoolboy. That's because prior to this, I had created 16 super androids. Lynch answered with a light-hearted chuckle. That makes sense, Dr. Gero nodded, then turned to head back to the research facility. Although his laboratory had been destroyed by Super 17, it was merely buried under rubble, and the facilities and equipment within remained relatively intact. After removing the gravel, Dr. Gero reignited his research facility, repurposing the blueprints for Android 17 provided by Lynch to create new artificial beings once again. Before long, half a year had elapsed. The day that Trunks and Goku had designated for the emergence of the new androids had finally arrived. On this day, while Dr. Gero was engrossed in the fabrication of the new androids, he could scarcely contain his vengeful desire to confront Goku. However, Lynch's presence restrained him. He dared not act impulsively. Lynch insisted that Gero should first complete the new androids before seeking revenge. Accordingly, Dr. Gero diligently followed the template of Android 17, successfully crafting new components for the super androids. Carrying 2 sets of the super androids' torso components, Dr. Gero approached Lynch. Master, although my super androids are still in the process of being constructed, I have already completed these two super arms. I was contemplating testing them to see if they could defeat Goku. He presented the two arms, extracted from Android 17, before Lynch. At this moment, even Lynch was rendered speechless. Zero actually intended to rely solely on the two super android arms to eliminate Goku. These super arms, while not a complete android, were undeniably formidable and exceeded expectations. Lynch was uncertain whether Goku and his companions could prevail against them. After all, even a single component of a super android surpassed Goku's current capabilities by a considerable margin. Once again, Lynch found himself unsure whether Goku could contend with these disassembled parts of the super android. If you wish to test these two super arms, then so be it. Ultimately, after a moment of contemplation, Lynch reluctantly acquiesced. He thought to himself, since you, Dr. Gero, are so eager for vengeance, let us see whether the super arms you created using the blueprints of Android 17 are mightier, or if Gohan, in his legendary Super Saiyan form, proves to be the stronger opponent.